What happens when ChatGPT is given total control over Universe Mode in WWE 13? It's been a long time coming, and we're back with a big year ahead full of twists, turns, and unpredictable booking that will encapsulate the best of what WWE 13 has to offer. If you haven't caught up with the series already, you better get familiar, because this will be a wild ride. WrestleMania 27 is behind us, the rosters have been shaken up, and opportunity is blossoming in the WWE. We are getting started fast with a match between CM Punk and Jack Swagger. These two are aiming to re-establish themselves in the title scene as things have not gone their way coming out of WrestleMania. In this heated contest, CM Punk would secure the victory with the GTS, potentially foreshadowing turning things around. Monday Night Raw came in big with their first show after WrestleMania, as both Shawn Michaels and The Rock are caught on camera making appearances backstage. The first match in the women's division features the debut of Karma, who introduces her power to the WWE Universe with a dominant victory over Nikki Bella. Brock Lesnar is seen brutalizing Santino Marella backstage, asserting clear dominance and a message to the locker room. Tag Team Champions Zack Ryder and Ted DiBiase Jr. have their hands full in non-title competition as they face the team of Primo and the debuting Epico. This was a fast-paced contest that would see the champions stand tall thanks to constant, underhanded tactics. Ahead of the main event, The Rock is seen confronting WWE Champion Big Show. The Rock claims he's getting the itch to come back for another reign as champion, which Big Show laughs off before leaving. The final match of the night features John Cena going head-to-head with Chris Jericho, who is intent on reminding the roster that he is still an elite competitor. The match was physical and entertained the fans as soon as the bell rang. These two would eventually spill out of the ring, failing to make it back into the ring, resulting in a double countout and an indecisive conclusion for two stars who find themselves on the outside looking in. Smackdown opens up to an ominous scene, as former World Heavyweight Champion The Undertaker cuts an eerie promo, stating Wade Barrett's misplaced arrogance has awoken the dead. The in-ring action gets started between Intercontinental Champion Alberto Del Rio and Christian in a non-title bout. These two would set the tone with fast-paced action, but the champion would take a surprising defeat after Christian was able to score a big pinfall victory. Sin Cara takes on the debuting Hunico in a fast-paced contest that provided a burst of excitement. Sin Cara would continue to impress with another victory here. Sheamus is going one-on-one with another fresh face, Jinder Mahal. Sheamus would look dominant here in a display of ferocity over the newcomer. Wade Barrett is interviewed backstage before his main event match, and is asked to give his thoughts on The Undertaker's words from earlier. The confident champion would smirk and state that he fears no ghost. Smackdown would end with a huge non-title clash between Wade Barrett and Randy Orton. These two are coming off of huge years with major championship accomplishments to their credit. A hard-hitting battle ensued as these two fought to prove who is the top dog on SmackDown. Randy Orton showed that he has no intentions of backing out of the title picture, but Wade Barrett would steal a victory by pulling Orton's tights during a roll-up. The next episode of Raw is kicked off with the United States Champion, The Miz, in action against R-Truth. These two put forth a highly entertaining match that, I kid you not, ChatGPT deemed ended by R-Truth using a lie detector to shock the champion, making way for a huge upset. I wish I had some way to provide a visual for this. Brodus Clay makes his debut in the next match as he squares up against David Otunga. These two powerful beings showed their ambition with admirable performances, but Brodus Clay would win his debut match and get his career kicked off in the right direction, looking impressive in the process. The Rock is once again here on Raw, though this time in the ring, speaking with John Cena. There is tension, but these two end up being booked in a tag team match next week. Speaking of tag team action, our next match has Rey Mysterio and Cruiserweight Champion Kofi Kingston going 2-on-2 against the unlikely pairing of Dolph Ziggler and Kane. Four solid competitors shared the ring here and made for an unpredictable encounter. However, Kofi Kingston and Rey Mysterio would show exceptional teamwork, which allowed them to secure the victory. The main event of the night would see Triple H clash with Brock Lesnar. Still furious over his WrestleMania shortcoming, the intensity was palpable, and Triple H didn't back down from the Beast Incarnate. However, this match would take a turn for the worst when Brock Lesnar got himself disqualified and carried out a brutal and vicious assault on the game. Before things could get out of hand, Shawn Michaels would come down to save his friend. Brock Lesnar would leave the destruction he caused, ending the show with serious tension. Friday Night Smackdown gets going with Christian competing in singles competition against Cody Rhodes. These two are fine competitors and former Intercontinental Champions to boot, though in this one Captain Charisma would come out on top, reinforcing his position as a potential challenger. Billy Gunn and Road Dogg Jesse James have made their way to SmackDown, making a guest appearance. The presence of the two attracts eyes all around the locker room. Heath Slater has found himself going one-on-one with the world's strongest man, Mark Henry. Henry would dominate this match in a display of the impeccable power he possesses. Hunico is in cruiserweight action, receiving a title shot against Kofi Kingston. The champion looked good in this match and never allowed the challenger to build much momentum. Kingston would deliver a successful title defense, much to the pleasure of the fans in attendance. The Undertaker headlines the night as he is set to compete in singles competition against the powerful Sheamus. The World Heavyweight Champion Wade Barrett would even spectate this match from ringside, giving him a prime vantage point. This was a hard-hitting affair between two top contenders. Sheamus has been unstoppable much throughout this entire universe mode, but The Undertaker has continued a dominant streak here on Smackdown over the last 2 years in his own right. Something had to give in this massive collision, and in the end, The Undertaker would be the one to come out on top, keeping the dead man right in front of the champion. CM Punk and David Otunga get the next edition of Monday Night Raw started, and another high-intensity match is in store for the fans. Punk and Otunga presented a punishing and physical style, though in the end, CM Punk would be the one to continue his momentum rolling with another victory. Women's champion Kelly Kelly is in action against Eve next. The women's champion has got a lot of eyes on her title, and she's determined she has what it takes to turn in a legitimate title reign. She would take the first step in doing so here, as she came away with a non-title victory over a former champion. Triple H is seen backstage, still being evaluated following a brutal attack at the hands of Brock Lesnar last week. Shawn Michaels is once again here on Raw, and he would even go as far as vowing to, quote, handle this. Dolph Ziggler and Jack Swagger are in tag team action next to take on the team of Brodus Clay and Santino Marella. Ziggler and Swagger were confident coming into this match, though they were taken back by the ferocity of Brodus Clay, who despite an easygoing demeanor, brought intensity into this matchup. The mix of power and comedic elements would endear the fans, and propel Clay and Marella to a surprising victory. Another tag team match headlines the evening, as John Cena makes a monumental pairing with The Rock, making his return back to the ring. The two superstars will be competing against Chris Jericho and Kane. While Jericho and Kane present a formidable challenge, the focus was clearly on the tension between The Rock and Cena, who had managed to get along throughout the match to secure a victory. However, the two were not able to celebrate, as an argument would ensue, nearly bringing them to blows as the show came to an end. Smackdown is back on television, and the show gets going with a fresh-faced Jinder Mahal taking on one half of the tag team champions, Ted DiBiase Jr. Mahal would show improvement here with an admirable effort, but DiBiase would be the one to come away with the victory. Sin Cara continues his rise within the Cruiserweight division with a decisive victory over Heath Slater in the next match. Wade Barrett is interviewed backstage, where he makes a gutsy claim to be the one to bury the past and put an end to The Undertaker. Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan compete in the next match in a contest featuring plenty of star power. This would be a tightly contested matchup where Daniel Bryan would push Randy Orton to his limits. However, the match would be sealed in Orton's favor after delivering an RKO out of nowhere. The World Heavyweight Champion Wade Barrett finds himself in the main event of the evening competing in tag team action alongside Cody Rhodes. However, they face a truly tough team in The Undertaker and Christian looking across from them. The fans were treated to an entertaining match, featuring a familiar style from The Undertaker and a powerful presence from the champion. However, Wade Barrett would leave the match once momentum had been established, keeping himself out of harm's way from his challenger while Cody Rhodes took the pin. The final episode of Monday Night Raw before the Extreme Rules pay-per-view gets started with intense competition straight out of the gate, as The Miz must defend his United States Championship against R-Truth. The Miz took a surprising loss last week at the hands of a lie detector, giving his challenger some serious momentum. While R-Truth was looking good in this one, his chances of victory were thwarted after Dolph Ziggler interfered with the match, keeping The Miz's championship intact, but seemingly adding another contender into the mix. Shawn Michaels confronts Brock Lesnar backstage, claiming Lesnar crossed a line. However, the monster would laugh off HBK's claims, warning him not to get involved. Kelly Kelly is once again in action in a non-title match against Karma. The champ has been building momentum in the past few months, but the power of Karma totally dismantles Kelly Kelly, placing Karma right in front of the line of contention. CM Punk and Rey Mysterio form an unlikely alliance following a vicious rivalry between the two, culminating in a WrestleMania showdown to end our last series, and they are teaming up to take down Kane and Jack Swagger. CM Punk has been stacking victories all month, and his momentum continues as the two pick up a victory here. Shawn Michaels gets a measure of revenge on Brock Lesnar with an ambush backstage. Big Show and CM Punk have an intense confrontation, where Punk would lay a challenge for a title match on Sunday. to which the big man would accept, but claim it will come at the stipulation of his choosing. The Rock headlines Monday Night Raw once again, this time in singles competition against Chris Jericho. Y2J has been on the wrong side of a redemption arc so far, but he can change all of that with a victory over the Great One. However, that is not how this one went down. The Rock would go on to secure the victory, but before any post-match celebrations could begin, John Cena would show a level of aggression that shocked everyone in the arena when he took out The Rock. To open up Smackdown, Sin Cara will be receiving a title shot, though it will be Alberto Del Rio putting his Intercontinental title on the line, despite Sin Cara seemingly headed for the Cruiserweight title. Nonetheless, Sin Cara came out hot and looked to be heading for another victory and another championship. However, Alberto Del Rio would ultimately ground the High Flyer and manage to successfully defend his championship by making Sin Cara submit. Wade Barrett makes an appearance before the crowd, cutting a promo. Wade Barrett would proclaim a new era is upon the WWE, stating he will destroy every relic of the past. Christian and Mark Henry are set to go head-to-head in the next match. Mark Henry holds a clear power advantage, but Christian's experience allows him to contend with the much larger foe. However, this match would end by DQ when Cody Rhodes got involved, striking the world's strongest man with a chair. However, Christian would not sit idly by, running Cody Rhodes off and keeping Henry safe from further attack. Randy Orton finds himself going one-on-one with another top competitor, this time Sheamus. The powerful Sheamus and the cunning Orton made for a compelling matchup that fans are happy to see despite their history. The match was back and forth, but the Viper would capitalize when Sheamus appeared to have been injured, hitting an RKO and ending the contest. Unfortunately for Sheamus, he would actually be taken out on a stretcher, leaving major uncertainty regarding his return to action. The main event puts Wade Barrett right in front of The Undertaker in a non-title match. These two are booked to square off in just 2 days, but ChatGPT seems to be giving this one away for free already. Nonetheless, Wade Barrett couldn't run any longer and had to face the man dead set on getting his hands on the one who took his championship. As the match went on, it was clear The Undertaker had Wade Barrett's number here. Desperation would set in, and Wade Barrett would go to grab a chair. However, the lights would cut out. Wade Barrett would escape the ring area, and when the lights returned, The Undertaker was surrounded by Stone Cold Steve Austin and the Road Warriors, signaling a huge threat to the new era Wade Barrett has claimed. The first pay-per-view of ChatGPT's WWE 13 journey is sure to start with a bang, as every match this evening will contain some kind of extreme stipulation. To get the night started, the WWE Championship is on the line as Big Show makes his first defense against a red-hot CM Punk in a Falls Count Anywhere match. After a month of regathering momentum, CM Punk has found himself once again at the doorstep of a World Championship. The champion has spent much of the month dismissing any challenger, refusing to take anyone seriously. Punk is determined to prove that a champion should be measured by skill and not by size. The immense contrast between styles and physique between these two presented an interesting matchup for the WWE fans. Big Show proved his might throughout the match, but CM Punk's resilience would propel him to victory in a shocking opening match, crowning a new WWE champion. Another title match is in store up next. This time the ladies are taking their swing at an Extreme Rules match. Kelly Kelly has got a massive challenge to remain champion, as Karma has immediately taken over the women's division in just the mere weeks that she's been around. With a victory over the champion earlier in the week, chances are looking slim for Kelly Kelly. However, the champion fought with all her might to put down the powerful contender, but in the end, another championship would change hands as Karma would come out on top. The next match is motivated purely by emotion, as Shawn Michaels and Brock Lesnar are going mano-a-mano in a non-sanctioned, no-holds-barred match. Given that Shawn Michaels is technically no longer an active competitor, there are no restrictions on this contest. After Brock Lesnar injured Triple H and laughed in the face of HBK, Shawn Michaels snapped and retaliated against the Beast Incarnate. This brings us here, in a hard-hitting, physical brawl. Brock Lesnar's power and dominance was on full display, but that didn't go without featuring the undying spirit of the Heartbreak Kid. Brock Lesnar's tenacity would become overwhelming for Shawn Michaels, and Lesnar would then take over. Brock Lesnar sent Shawn Michaels through the announce table with an F5, much like he did to Triple H. Lesnar would look to further the damage until the match would ultimately be stopped by the referee, ending this battle with Brock standing tall. Another grudge match is set for our next contest, and ChatGPT felt that this matchup couldn't wait until WrestleMania, pitting a bitter John Cena up against The Rock in a tables match. While the tension was instant between these two, their issues were taken to the next level after John Cena launched an attack on The Rock. Cena, refusing to be overshadowed, came into this one intent on making a statement to the entire world who the better man is. The Rock, not to be outdone, provided his own arsenal of electrifying offense as the momentum was shared between the two. This was a heated power struggle between two megastars, matching each other blow for blow, until ultimately, The Rock would end the match by sending Cena through a table, marking an end to this battle, but signaling a war that is far from over. The main event of the evening features Wade Barrett defending his World Heavyweight Championship against The Undertaker. ChatGPT originally wanted a buried alive match here, but due to that no longer being an option, we had to go with a last man standing match for the grandest prize on the blue brand. This match is the culmination of Wade Barrett insulting, provoking, and evading The Undertaker for weeks. Two huge stars coming off of major victories at WrestleMania, mixed with the high intensity the bitter feelings bring to the match, make for a massive collision to end the night. The Undertaker's throwback, bruising style clashed with the arrogance of the champion, and neither man was willing to give an inch. This match was turned upside down when Wade Barrett received crucial backup from Cody Rhodes and Alberto Del Rio, and the trio's might would finally be enough to keep The Undertaker down for the 10 count, preserving Wade Barrett's title reign as a new power within the WWE emerges. Enjoying the video? Leave a like to see the series continue. There's plenty of fallout in store in this episode of Monday Night Raw, but first the night gets going with a fast-paced opener between Rey Mysterio and Jack Swagger. Rey would find himself in an uphill battle as Swagger would dominate early, but the master of 619 would eventually turn things around and capture a victory. John Cena, cutting an aggressive promo, states that The Rock got lucky at Extreme Rules, promising payback. We've got a clash of champions in our next match, as the Cruiserweight champion Kofi Kingston is set to face off against the United States champion, The Miz. Another fine contest was on deck as both men have something they're looking to prove, as Kofi Kingston eyes the prospect of being a double champion while The Miz has dealt with some struggles in the past few weeks. Kofi Kingston would continue to ride his momentum and pick up a win here in this non-title match, leaving The Miz to grow increasingly paranoid about his status as champion. General Manager GPT makes the announcement that both Triple H and Shawn Michaels have suffered injuries with an uncertain timetable of their returns. Speaking of the injury to Michaels and Triple H, Brock Lesnar is in action against R-Truth in the next contest. While R-Truth is a solid competitor, the fury of Lesnar was on full display here as he dismantled R-Truth en route to an easy victory. The final match of the evening brings the new WWE Champion, CM Punk, in singles action. Dolph Ziggler will step up and aim to put a serious damper on the first night of Punk's reign as champion. The match kept the fans on the edges of their seats as soon as the bell rang, as these two fine competitors went to work on one another. Despite a strong performance from Ziggler, CM Punk would come out victorious to close the show. We're back on Smackdown and we've got Christian back in action against Heath Slater. Captain Charisma has been riding a wave of momentum as of late, and he continues his success with another victory here. Justin Gabriel and Sin Cara are set to compete in Cruiserweight action in the next match. These two high flyers injected excitement into the crowd with a fast-paced contest. While both are looking to climb the Cruiserweight ladder, it would be Sin Cara to continue to rack up victories. Mark Henry is set to compete against Hunico. While the world's strongest man felt no true threat in this match and secured a dominant victory, he and Alberto Del Rio launched an attack on Hunico after the match. The fans are shocked, but it seems that Mark Henry has sided with Wade Barrett and his boys. Following a commercial break, the suspicions were confirmed as Wade Barrett, flanked by Alberto Del Rio, Cody Rhodes, and Mark Henry, made a statement to all of WWE. This new faction, dubbed as the New Sovereignty, is here to take over and bury the past. The main event of the evening would feature a member of the group we just saw, as Cody Rhodes is set to go one-on-one with the Viper, Randy Orton. Randy Orton held no punches from his former protege and showed no mercy. That's not to say Cody Rhodes didn't show that he is capable of hanging with top competitors, but Randy Orton would ultimately take control of this match, though not before he could secure the victory, as Wade Barrett would attack Orton, ending the match in disqualification, but more importantly, amplifying the tension on Friday Night Smackdown. We're back with another big edition of Monday Night Raw, and the first bit of action features John Cena carrying a new attitude going up against David Otunga. Cena is furious over coming up short against The Rock at Extreme Rules, and he would exercise that frustration by bowling over David Otunga. After the match, The Rock would appear on the Titantron, mocking John Cena for his loss at the pay-per-view. The new women's champion Karma makes her first appearance on Raw since capturing the title, and continues to put the women's division on notice by once again dominating Nikki Bella. Tag team champion Zack Ryder is in singles competition against Epico. These two young competitors delivered a fine performance that would see the champion standing strong, continuing their momentum. CM Punk cuts a promo in the ring, vowing to the fans to be a champion who actually shows up for them. The crowd would get behind the new champion, though Chris Jericho would interrupt, stating Punk is a paper champion, and that Jericho deserves a shot if Punk wants to show up like he claims. A massive clash will main event this evening, as Kane and Brock Lesnar are set to duke it out in the ring. Kane is an imposing force and former WWE champion within this universe, though Brock Lesnar continues to tread a path of destruction, picking up another victory. Friday Night Smackdown gets going with singles competition between Daniel Bryan and Cody Rhodes. A competitive encounter ensued between two young talents with loads of potential. However, this match would come to an end with some shenanigans from the distraction of Alberto Del Rio, making way for a Cody Rhodes victory. Wade Barrett is interviewed backstage and not without backup. The World Heavyweight Champion once again takes this time to proclaim the eradication of The Undertaker. Randy Orton continues his consistent appearances as he is in more singles competition against Jinder Mahal. The Viper is looking for some vengeance after being attacked by Cody Rhodes and Alberto Del Rio last week, and Mahal takes the brunt of this frustration as Randy Orton secures another victory with an RKO. Backstage, the crowd erupts at the sight of Stone Cold Steve Austin making his arrival to the arena. Tag team action is up next as Christian and Heath Slater, who were opponents last week, team up to take on Alberto Del Rio and Mark Henry. Heath Slater has a bunch of potential, and Christian is a former world champion in his own right, but the team of Del Rio and Henry flex their might and pick up a crucial win. The main event of SmackDown is another champion versus champion matchup, as Kofi Kingston finds himself in the ring with world champion Wade Barrett. Kingston held nothing back and proved the legitimacy of the Cruiserweight Championship with a tenacious performance, though in the end it would be Wade Barrett, withstanding Kofi's high-powered offense to put him down, notching another victory for the new sovereignty. After the match, Stone Cold is shown brutalizing Cody Rhodes, drawing Alberto Del Rio and Mark Henry backstage into making chase. This would leave the champion alone. The lights would cut, and The Undertaker would appear behind the champion, while Barrett would escape. The message was sent that The Undertaker won't go down easily. The next edition of Monday Night Raw opens with a hard-hitting encounter between Dolph Ziggler and R-Truth. Both men have been floating just above mediocrity as of late and aim to improve their standing and gain some attention in the United States division. The match would go back and forth, though Dolph Ziggler would be the one to walk out on top. Brodus Clay and David Otunga take part in a hard-hitting match for the next bit of action. Clay is received positively by the fans for his intensity in the ring and fun-loving spirit out of it. John Cena looked to catch the attention of The Rock and challenges the Great One to come meet him face to face. Chris Jericho is in action against Rey Mysterio for the next match. Y2J has caught the eye of WWE Champion CM Punk and knows he needs to back up his talk with victories if he intends on being truly considered as a contender for the title. Rey Mysterio poses a formidable threat to Jericho and casts some serious doubt with strong resistance in this matchup. However, Chris Jericho would ultimately walk away victorious and being considered a little bit more seriously for a future title match. The return of Triple H headlines the night, as he is set to go one-on-one with the United States Champion, The Miz. The cerebral assassin showed he is back to a dominating level following a brief hiatus thanks to an injury caused by Brock Lesnar. Victory seemed all but assured for the game. However, a run-in from Brock Lesnar would end this match, and the night would once again see the destruction of Triple H at the hands of Brock Lesnar. The new sovereignty continues to dominate the match card on SmackDown, as Cody Rhodes is set to compete against Christian in one-on-one competition. Christian knew the sharks of the new sovereignty were lurking nearby, waiting to strike. Captain Charisma acted with urgency to inflict as much damage as possible and get the match over with, though the imminent interference from Del Rio would once again bring Cody Rhodes to victory. Tag team champion Ted DiBiase Jr. continues to raise his stock as a singles competitor with a victory over Heath Slater. Mark Henry delivers a dominant victory over Justin Gabriel in the next match, reinforcing the might of the new faction. The main event of SmackDown brings Alberto Del Rio in the ring with his Intercontinental Championship on the line against Randy Orton. The champion has stayed busy keeping his hands dirty by aiding his faction members as of late, though he has nowhere to run in this matchup against a man who has been on a path of destruction and redemption since the start of this season. Randy Orton was picking up momentum and seemed to have the championship within his grasp, until Wade Barrett and company put an end to this match with another screwy finish, keeping the title with Alberto Del Rio. However, Following the beatdown, Stone Cold would appear on the Titantron, warning Barrett that if he keeps running from the dead man, he'll run straight into an ass whipping. The lights would again darken, and The Undertaker would appear. This time, Barrett could not escape, taking a thunderous chokeslam as The Undertaker foreshadows a potential fate for the heavyweight champion. The final Raw before the next pay-per-view is set to begin with the WWE Champion in action, as CM Punk is set to face off against R-Truth. Punk stated from the beginning of his title reign he intends on showing up every week, and has so far come through on that with constant appearances. He's got a lot of eyes on his championship, but a win here sends the message he isn't afraid of a challenge. Chris Jericho looked to take advantage of the opportunity and convinced CM Punk to make a title match official for Sunday. The production crew really outdid themselves here as a table was set up during commercial break, and the contract was signed, locking in Jericho's shot at the title. Women's champion Karma continues her dominance over the women's division as she dismantles Brie Bella, the sister of her opponent last week. John Cena is looking focused ahead of his next match as he has no slouch looking across from him. Jack Swagger needs to get back on track coming off of a few losses, though Cena is determined in his mission of proving he is an all-time great, if not the greatest. An FU would end the match in favor of Big Match John. After the match, The Rock would answer Cena's call to meet him face to face, and the two would begin to brawl, skyrocketing the heat between the two. The main event of the night brings Shawn Michaels back in the ring, teaming alongside Triple H in the return of DX as they are set to face off against The Miz and Brock Lesnar. Lesnar handled most of the dirty work in this one, and The Miz was happy to sit back and collect the check. However, the chemistry and ability of both HBK and Triple H would bring this match to a competitive state. Although, this match would also end inconclusively as the match eventually broke down into a brawl between the four competitors, with Brock Lesnar standing tall after sending Shawn Michaels through the barricade. We are 2 days away from the next pay-per-view, and given the recent influx of Attitude Era alumni, the return of the Bad Blood pay-per-view is announced for this weekend. The night gets going with Alberto Del Rio once again putting his title on the line, this time against Daniel Bryan. The technical prowess of these two shone through in this heated matchup. However, it would be Alberto Del Rio to come out on top, successfully retaining the Intercontinental Championship. Hunico and Jinder Mahal face off in a battle between two newcomers looking to establish some momentum in their young careers. This match was competitive, and we would see Jinder Mahal score his first WWE victory. Christian is set to go one-on-one with Mark Henry in the next match. This is a matchup we've seen before, though their previous encounter ended with Cody Rhodes launching an attack on Mark Henry. Those issues never came to light, and Henry and Rhodes have now band together within the same alliance. Makes you think a little bit. Regardless, Mark Henry continues to show his power, and benefited from constant distraction from Cody Rhodes as he picked up a victory over Christian. In another match we've seen recently, Randy Orton and Wade Barrett are once again squaring off, though this time they will be locked within the confines of a steel cage. The champion has found himself locked in with a Viper, and the lingering mind games from The Undertaker is leaving the champion with some real unease. In spite of this, Wade Barrett has transformed into a top-tier competitor and still presents a challenge to Randy Orton, with no guarantee of a victory for either man. Despite the numerous wins that Orton has picked up recently, Wade Barrett manages to find the opportunity to get his ass out of that cage, building some momentum for the champion as we head into the pay-per-view. Bad Blood opens with the faction members of the New Sovereignty in the ring without their leader, Wade Barrett. The faction members prophesize the successful title defense from Wade Barrett tonight, and their total domination that will shortly follow. They were interrupted by a group of alumni, as Stone Cold Steve Austin, accompanied by Road Warriors Hawk and Animal, made their way to the ring to present an impromptu challenge to the faction. The match ensued, and the New Sovereignty were immediately introduced to the physical, hard-hitting style possessed by these throwbacks. Steve Austin showed that he can still bring some intensity into the ring, and the Road Warriors were as aggressive as ever. However, the coalition of Mark Henry, Cody Rhodes, and Alberto Del Rio proved that this new faction is in fact a dominant force on Smackdown, as they secured a victory here. Chris Jericho will be challenging CM Punk for his WWE Championship in the next match. Jericho has spent the better part of the last month downplaying the champion's achievements, claiming a fluke that will soon run its course. CM Punk, the fearless champion, didn't hesitate to welcome a new challenger for the WWE title. Something had to give in this battle, and the fans were ensured a decisive finish as this bout was ruled a 2 out of 3 falls match. CM Punk came out of the gate with a burst of offense, quickly taking control. Jericho would fight back and present his own offense, but the champ was in the driver's seat early on. Despite the momentum, Chris Jericho would score a shocking roll-up pin to set the score 1-0 early. This gave Jericho the confidence to impose more of his own offense, settling in and taking control from Punk. While Jericho tried to put the champion away, CM Punk's resilience kept the match going. CM Punk would eventually hit a go-to-sleep, evening up the count at 1 pinfall each. The match's volatility had amplified and reached its peak, and neither man was willing to give in. However, Chris Jericho would ultimately fall short in his championship pursuit, and CM Punk would hang on to the WWE title after securing his second pinfall of the contest. John Cena and The Rock are set to square off once again in attempts to put an end to their bitter rivalry. Probably not gonna happen. The re-emergence of The Rock and immediate attention he gained rubbed John Cena the wrong way, and Cena feels The Rock has returned only to steal the spotlight from active competitors. The tension between the two megastars was palpable throughout the arena as they began to bring down their adversaries, going blow for blow. This rivalry has turned violent and personal, as carnage would ensue in and around the ring area for more than 20 minutes in this last man standing match. John Cena withstood an offensive onslaught from the Great One, and kept coming back to implement offense of his own. Personal pride is on the line here, and these two are going to do everything in their power to come out on top. The Rock sent Cena through an announce table with the Rock Bottom, and it seemed that The Rock was going to take a convincing 2-0 lead in this series. However, Cena refused to stay down, and fought back with ruthless aggression, which allowed him to take control, hitting not one, but 2 FUs outside of the ring that would keep the Great One down, unable to answer the 10 count, handing John Cena a huge victory. Cena celebrated the accomplishment, though I doubt we've seen the last of this rivalry. Brock Lesnar has been terrorizing the Raw roster since WrestleMania, and he has taken aim at D-Generation X specifically, launching numerous attacks and putting Triple H on the shelf even for a brief moment. Triple H has every intention of shutting up the beast that has been humiliating the future Hall of Famer, and has brought an amplified level of intensity into this contest. This match was made a no-holds-barred contest to allow both competitors to unleash their grievances as much as possible. Shawn Michaels became a part of this rivalry when Lesnar made HBK pay for standing up for Triple H, making this feud even more personal after the Beast Incarnate dismantled Triple H's best friend. The King of Kings is fighting not only for his own retribution, but looking to avenge Shawn Michaels as well. Lesnar seemed to enjoy the chaos he brought to Monday nights, laughing off the accusations of crossing a line. Tensions grew when Shawn Michaels made his way to ringside, and while he didn't get involved right away, he quickly drew the attention of Brock Lesnar and threw him off of his game. Triple H would then wield a sledgehammer, taking shots at Brock and weakening the monster. However, this would not keep Lesnar down. The Beast Incarnate gained a new breath of life and fought back, countering an attempted pedigree and turning it into an F5. Lesnar knew this would not be enough, and brought Triple H back into the ring, delivering a second F5 that would keep Triple H down, allowing Lesnar to walk out on top and continuing his path of destruction. The main event of the night is a culmination of a personal and intense rivalry between The Undertaker and World Heavyweight Champion Wade Barrett. Months of plotting, sabotage, and Barrett's evasion from The Undertaker have brought the two here, trapped in The Undertaker's playground, a Hell in a Cell match. The Undertaker felt right at home in this unforgiving structure, taking his frustrations out on the champion. Wade Barrett had nowhere to run, and had no choice but to either take the beating that was coming to him, or fight back and preserve his championship reign. The leader of the new sovereignty's fight-or-flight instinct would kick in, and he would begin to chip away at his challenger. Barrett looked to utilize the brutal environment to regain footing in this match. However, this didn't seem to slow down The Undertaker. The champion resorted to weapons beneath the ring, striking down The Undertaker in attempts to turn the tides of the match. The turning point of this match would come when Cody Rhodes would appear from under the ring, cutting the ring apron in pure Undertaker fashion. The faction member would grab the leg of The Undertaker, holding him up for just a moment, but in that moment of vulnerability, Wade Barrett would deliver another Wasteland Slam, this time onto a pile of steel chairs. This would be just enough to keep The Undertaker down for the 3 count, allowing the champion to secure his title. As Cody Rhodes fangirled over the champion, the whole WWE was put on notice that the new sovereignty is here to reign supreme. The tone has been set for the rest of the year. There's more pandemonium on the way, and who knows what ChatGPT has in store for the WWE Universe. Need the prompt? check the Patreon, link in the description. Our first taste of action begins as Rey Mysterio and Dolph Ziggler are set to lock up, as both men are hoping to build some momentum and get noticed for a potential title shot. The fans were treated to a physical contest between the two performers, but in the end, Dolph Ziggler would be the one to come out on top. Triple H is seen backstage, though this time he's got some more backup present, as Road Dogg Jesse James, Billy Gunn, and X-Pac are all backstage in what seems to be a DX reunion of sorts. United States Champion The Miz has got to put his title on the line against a hungry challenger in R-Truth. Truth has already scored a pinfall victory over the champion earlier in the year, and is looking to cash in on the gold this time. However, thanks to some blatant cheating behind the referee's back, The Miz is able to secure his championship. WWE Champion CM Punk cuts a promo in the ring, claiming he is champion not because of nostalgia, but because he is the best in the world right now. The cameras would pan to Kane, who is watching the promo backstage, though he is visibly angry. Tag team action up next is the team of Santino Marella and Brodus Clay are set to go 2-on-2 against Primo and Epico. There are plenty of fresh faces within the tag team division this year, and Brodus Clay and Santino Marella come away victorious with a crowd-pleasing win. D-Generation X has found themselves in the ring, though no Shawn Michaels in sight. Triple H claims that they have returned not to take over the WWE, but to correct a severe problem with it, hinting at Brock Lesnar. The main event of the night brings CM Punk in a non-title bout against Jack Swagger. Swagger and Punk have already faced earlier on, though Jack Swagger has requested this match to prove he belongs in the main event scene and can defeat the champion. CM Punk did not back down from this challenge, and reinforced his spot at the top with another convincing victory over the All-American American. After the match, Brock Lesnar would be seen smirking at the stage, with his eyes locked on the champion. Friday Night Smackdown is kicked off with an energizing one-on-one matchup between Justin Gabriel and Cruiserweight Champion Kofi Kingston. These two presented unique offensive arsenals to excite the crowd, and in the end we would see the champion with his hand held high, as he came away with another impressive performance, resulting in a W. Cody Rhodes and Heath Slater are scheduled to compete in the next match, and Cody Rhodes has been nearly untouchable since the new sovereignty was formed. More shenanigans from Alberto Del Rio pointed to another victory for Cody, though the interference from his teammate actually almost cost Cody Rhodes, and Heath Slater nearly came away with the upset. However, Cody would ultimately pull through and walk out victorious. The Undertaker cuts an eerie and rather open-ended promo, claiming that another reckoning approaches. Randy Orton and Christian will go toe-to-toe in the next match to determine the next challenger to Wade Barrett's World Heavyweight Championship. Following Barrett's successful title defense at Bad Blood, there's a vacant space in the #1 contender slot. Both men have picked up impressive victories on their way here, and have a golden opportunity awaiting them if they can come out on top. Two premier talents butting heads, and while chaos was ensured, something had to give, and in the end, an RKO would seal the match for Randy Orton. The main event of the night brings the heavyweight champion into non-title competition against Daniel Bryan. Just like Orton and Christian in the match prior, Daniel Bryan has got a major opportunity right in front of him. If Bryan can take down the champion, ChatGPT would have no reason not to award DB with the title shot, right? While victory is no guarantee, the American Dragon was relentless with his offense early on, immediately putting pressure on Barrett, who is less than 7 days removed from a Hell in a Cell match with The Undertaker. However, that didn't stop the champion. After Wade Barrett countered a yes lock, he delivered a Wasteland Slam, proving his mettle as a fighting champion with a gutsy performance as he came out on top. After the match, Wade Barrett would speak to the crowd, stating now that he has dismantled the past, he is going to take out the future of the WWE. The next week of action gets started with a highly entertaining bout between R-Truth and Kofi Kingston. These two would push each other to their limits, as the match started off hot right from the opening bell. In an impressive performance, R-Truth comes away with another victory here. John Cena would come out to the ring to cut a promo, stating that some guys talk about being the best, but he's been proving it for a decade. Tag team champions Zack Ryder and Ted DiBiase put their titles on the line as they face the up-and-coming duo of Brodus Clay and Santino Marella. Clay and Marella have been building a great deal of momentum as of late, and pose a threatening challenge to the champions. However, thanks to quick tags and constant underhanded tactics, the champions are able to come away with a victory and retain their titles. Karma continues her total dominance of the women's division with another victory, this time over the former champion Eve Torres. With another lopsided victory to her credit, many are beginning to doubt if there is anyone who can unseat this powerhouse. The tag team champions are caught for a backstage interview. While Zack Ryder would celebrate the victory, DiBiase Jr. was unsatisfied, claiming tag team champions don't get any respect. The main event of the evening features more tag team action, as the team of Kane and Chris Jericho are set to take on John Cena alongside champion CM Punk. There's clear tension between Punk and Cena, though they're able to overcome their issues and show their elite status. However, their compliance would ultimately fizzle away, and the team broke down. Kane would capitalize, hitting a huge chokeslam and pinning the champion. While Kane has placed himself in the front of the line of contenders, CM Punk and Cena argue over their shortcomings. The next edition of Friday Night Smackdown opens with Intercontinental Champion Alberto Del Rio in action against Sin Cara. These two have faced off with the title on the line previously, and we once again see Alberto Del Rio flex his might and come away with another win. Mark Henry competes in singles competition against Jinder Mahal. Mark Henry overpowers the fresh face and cements his dominance amongst the roster. Henry would even take it a step further, launching an attack on Jinder Mahal after the match. Alberto Del Rio was seen backstage, delivering a promo and touting himself as the true gem of the new sovereignty. However, World Champion Wade Barrett would cut him off, claiming that Del Rio is replaceable. This would create instant tension within the group and shock the WWE Universe. Another member of the new sovereignty takes part in action as Cody Rhodes has got a match with Justin Gabriel. These two young competitors quickly brought intensity and physicality in the ring, with each man intent on making an impact. Cody Rhodes has been riding a win streak largely thanks to the aid from his allies. However, they are nowhere to be seen tonight. In an unforeseen upset, Justin Gabriel is able to come out on top after putting away Cody Rhodes. Shortly following his victory, Mark Henry cut a promo backstage, stating he fears no man in the WWE, including The Undertaker. The main event of the evening once again features Wade Barrett meeting Randy Orton in the ring, mano a mano. A massive clash was on our hands as two of SmackDown's heaviest hitters lock up to determine the top dog in the blue brand. While the World Heavyweight Championship is not on the line here, Orton could skyrocket his stock with a victory. These two put on excellent performances for the SmackDown audience, though the match was coming to head. Alberto Del Rio would make his mark on the match, looking to aid Wade Barrett even if seeming conflicted while doing so. However, this attempt would backfire, as Del Rio would get caught by the referee, costing Wade Barrett the match as Randy Orton is declared the winner by disqualification. Amongst all of the confusion and frustration, Wade Barrett is furious with Del Rio as potential cracks begin to show. Another episode of Monday Night Raw is set to begin, and the stakes are high right off the bat as The Miz puts his United States Championship on the line against Dolph Ziggler and R-Truth. There has been a great deal of paranoia from the champion as of late, facing frustrating challenges and taking defeat on a number of different occasions. R-Truth has been experiencing a bit of a hot streak as of late, compiling numerous victories, and Dolph Ziggler, a former champion in his own right, always poses a threat to even the most accomplished stars. With all of the volatile variables at play here, anything can happen, and while each man gave it their all to walk away victorious, the winner of the match would emerge as R-Truth, crowning a new United States champion. Shawn Michaels and Triple H are backstage, acknowledging their issues with Brock Lesnar. HBK reminds Triple H that they don't need to do what's right for the WWE, they need to do what's right for themselves. David Otunga and Rey Mysterio face off in the next match. Rey Mysterio delivered his trademark offense and David Otunga displayed his strength and power, though in the end, Rey Mysterio would come out on top. The Big Show makes his return to action on Monday nights, looking to redeem himself after losing the WWE Championship months ago. His opponent, Brodus Clay, has been establishing a name for himself as a powerful threat to the WWE roster. With two huge stars going straight at one another, something has got to give. In the end, Brodus Clay flashed signs of potential, but Big Show would walk away with his hand held in victory. The Rock would headline the night as he is once again in singles competition here on Raw, and he has got one half of the tag team champions, Ted DiBiase Jr., looking to finally get some respect with a big match ahead. Ted DiBiase has been putting down a handful of names in the mid-card. However, he quickly learns that the Great One is in a league of his own. The Rock would put away DiBiase with a powerful rock bottom. CM Punk and Kane share a confrontation in the ring before the show ends, as Punk claims he wants to prove he can take Kane down, though Kane refuses unless the WWE title is on the line. Kane would end the segment, reminding while Punk aims to inspire hope, Kane inspires fear. Brock Lesnar would watch this confrontation go down, chuckling to himself as he set his sights on his next potential target. We've got a big edition of Friday Night Smackdown in store, and the night is kick-started with an intense contest featuring Cody Rhodes and Christian. The recent win streak of Cody Rhodes has come to an end, and he is looking to re-establish momentum against a familiar face. Christian, no stranger to the new sovereignty, finally has a chance to get his hands on one of the faction members without the threat of outside interference. Christian would make good on this opportunity, scoring a victory as frustration builds within Cody Rhodes. Mark Henry would find himself in more singles competition, this time against Daniel Bryan. The power of the world's strongest man has been difficult to compete with as he continues his dominance over the roster as he picks up another victory here. Cruiserweight champion Kofi Kingston teams alongside Justin Gabriel in tag team action against Sin Cara and Hunico. The Cruiserweights delivered an exciting, fast-paced match that would see Kingston and Gabriel come out on top. After another strong performance, Justin Gabriel continues to make a case for himself as a potential challenger to the title. The Undertaker would confront Mark Henry backstage. Henry refused to back down, though The Undertaker wasn't looking for physical confrontation. Instead, the dead man claimed it's time Mark Henry to wake up. What does this mean? We'll have to wait and see. The main event of the evening will feature Alberto Del Rio putting his Intercontinental Championship on the line against the man he attempted to sabotage last week, Randy Orton. The Viper has been looking impressive in the last few months, and he's got a chance to really disrupt things within the new sovereignty by becoming Intercontinental Champion, and the match seemed to be going in Orton's favor. However, in what has become a bit of a pattern here on Smackdown, this match would have a bogus ending, as Wade Barrett would attack Randy Orton during the match, disqualifying Del Rio but keeping the title with him in the process. While Randy Orton lie broken, Wade Barrett closed the night standing tall. Monday Night Raw begins with R-Truth opening the show, cutting a promo. R-Truth would bolster his already strong relationship with the fans, citing that believing in yourself is what propelled Truth to his title victory. The Miz would interrupt at the stage, expressing his disgust over the championship changing hands. This would not get in the way of Dolph Ziggler, who is coming down for the first match of the night, a United States title match between R-Truth and the Show-Off. These two quickly reinforced the talent that lies within the United States division. As an entertaining match ensued, Dolph Ziggler implemented his own brand of offense, though R-Truth was able to withstand the push and deliver his first successful defense as champion. A triple threat between Brie Bella, Eve Torres, and Beth Phoenix took the spot of our next match. Karma has had a clutch on the women's division since her arrival, and there hasn't been much resistance. However, Beth Phoenix comes away victorious, placing herself as a legit threat to the title. Brodus Clay is set to go one-on-one with tag team champion Zack Ryder, accompanied by Ted DiBiase Jr. A compelling matchup took place between champion and recent challenger, as Zack Ryder's finesse and agility contrasted with the brute force of Brodus Clay. In the end, we would see the champion fall to the up-and-coming Funkasaurus. After the match, issues would continue between Ryder and DiBiase Jr. In the wake of his frustration, DiBiase would snap, claiming Ryder dances while DiBiase wrestles. In the main event, John Cena is getting a shot at WWE Champion CM Punk. As of now, CM Punk is scheduled to defend his WWE title against Kane at the upcoming pay-per-view. However, with the title on the line in this monumental match, John Cena has the opportunity to be the one to call himself champion come Sunday. An intense match came from these two, going blow for blow with the other, refusing to waver. CM Punk held control for a great deal of the match, and John Cena began to make his trademark comeback. The Rock's music would hit, which would command Cena's attention. However, The Rock never showed, and this would give CM Punk enough space to capitalize, hitting a go-to-sleep to secure the WWE Championship. After the match, Brock Lesnar comes forth to the stage as a silent confrontation between Lesnar and the champion takes place. Friday Night Smackdown continues and starts the night off in a big way, as Christian has earned an Intercontinental Championship opportunity against Alberto Del Rio. As stated prior, Christian has had his hands dirty with the new sovereignty since their inception, well aware of their willingness to do whatever it takes to get on top. Knowing this, Christian looks to defy the odds. As the match began to heat up, Cody Rhodes would make his appearance in the match, to no surprise. However, the execution of the interference failed, and the plan backfired. Christian turned things around to capture the Intercontinental Championship, much to the surprise of Alberto Del Rio. Justin Gabriel continues to build momentum as he scores a victory over former Nexus teammate Heath Slater. Ted DiBiase Jr. vents some of his frustration in a match against Hunico. The tag team champion is after respect, and feels that his label as a tag team competitor and the childlike spirit of Zack Ryder get in the way of that pursuit. He sends a message that he is a capable competitor worthy of respect with a convincing victory here. Mark Henry would cut a promo, claiming disrespect from The Undertaker last week. Mark Henry would then issue a challenge to The Undertaker, but no response would come about. The main event of the evening brings Wade Barrett and Cody Rhodes in the ring representing the New Sovereignty and tag team action. Their opponents, Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan, are looking to knock the faction down a peg or two and capitalize on some of the unrest within the group. The match started off in the faction's favor, as Rhodes and Barrett kept their opponents at a disadvantage with constant tags. However, the Viper and the American Dragon could only be kept down for so long, eventually fighting back and regaining control of the match. An argument would form between Barrett and Rhodes after momentum was being lost, resulting in Wade Barrett walking out on Cody Rhodes. Not the first time this has happened, by the way. Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan would take advantage, ending the match in their favor as a frustrated champion cuts his losses just 2 days away from his next title defense. The next pay-per-view, Capital Punishment, is a loaded match card with some huge stipulations at stake within the WWE. The night gets going with a tag team title rematch, seeing Ted DiBiase and Zack Ryder once again put their titles on the line against Brodus Clay and Santino Marella. Despite a solid title reign, there have been issues growing between the champions, as Zack Ryder's obnoxious spirit is beginning to rub DiBiase the wrong way, who has been intent on garnering respect amongst the locker room. These issues would be highlighted as Brodus Clay and Santino Marella would take control of the match, surprising not just their opponents, but the WWE Universe as new tag team champions are crowned. We would see a backstage segment of Road Dogg Jesse James and Billy Gunn confronting Brock Lesnar about his recent havoc he's been bringing Triple H and Shawn Michaels. Lesnar would refuse to console the duo, stating the old-timers caught what was coming to them, and the New Age Outlaws may be next if they don't back off. The Miz is receiving his chance to regain the United States Championship from R-Truth, and the two will look to settle things in a street fight. The Miz has blamed everyone but himself for losing the championship to begin with, and R-Truth is out to prove his title win was no fluke. A highly personal battle would take place as Truth and The Miz were free to use any means necessary to become champion. The Miz would make good use of these weapons early and often, quickly commanding the flow of the match. While R-Truth took a great deal of damage, he wouldn't lie down and accept defeat. The champion began to build momentum for himself and constantly made pushes to take control of the match. The Miz was persistent with his offense, though in the end, R-Truth would successfully defend his United States Championship on the back of a gutsy performance. Cameras would catch up to X-Pac, who has chased down Brock Lesnar, asking what his problem is. Brock Lesnar is visibly annoyed by the pestering of DX, and states if they want to know, he'll make it clear. Mark Henry comes out to the ring, with intentions of squaring off against The Undertaker, though his challenge has technically gone unanswered thus far. Henry was left standing in the ring, and there was a ton of uncertainty if this challenge would be answered at all. However, the challenge would in fact be answered, but not by the dead man. The crowd erupted as Mankind came through the stage, ready to extend a challenge of his own. With no Undertaker in sight, a new match would ensue as Mark Henry and Mankind went at one another with no hesitancy. As Mark Henry's determination to send a message, coupled with the lunacy and desire to deal damage from Mankind, this match spiraled into an uncontrollable brawl that would be called off after Mankind brought weapons into play. However, this did not stop the two from continuing their violent conflict. While Mankind would be the one to introduce weapons, Mark Henry would be the one to end the encounter, laying out Mankind to a point of concern. Although this was not his intended opponent, Mark Henry has sent a message. John Cena makes his way from the back. Despite not being on the match card this evening, Cena is sporting a different look tonight, though a familiar one. Cena cuts a promo, demanding the attention of The Rock. Cena would formally place a challenge to The Rock at the next pay-per-view. While Cena awaited a response, there would be none. Eventually, a disgruntled Cena would make his way back to cater it. Another in-ring promo is set to take place, as Brock Lesnar seems to have something he wants to say. Lesnar complains about DX and their presence. However, before he could get far, he was ambushed by the group. Despite being the beast that he is, Lesnar could not fight against the numbers of DX. In a rare moment of Lesnar being helpless, with the help of DX, Triple H delivered a long-awaited retribution. The Smackdown main event of this Capital Punishment pay-per-view would place Randy Orton right in front of the World Heavyweight Champion, Wade Barrett. The New Sovereignty has placed a tight grip on the landscape of Friday Night Smackdown, though recent tension amongst the group leads many to wonder about the state of the faction, as Wade Barrett made his way to the ring on his own. While Randy Orton is still faced with a tough task that is the champion's ability alone, he cannot overlook the looming possibility of Barrett's Goonies sabotaging the match. These two stars held no punches from one another, and the intensity of the match was palpable from the opening bell. Randy Orton's cunning and unforgiving nature came head-to-head with Wade Barrett's arrogance and rugged style. The two competitors were incredibly balanced with one another, as momentum would bounce between the two. While Randy Orton seemed to have taken control of the contest, Wade Barrett continued to fight back, and neither man was willing to give in. However, a champion must be crowned. Cody Rhodes would attempt to interfere, though Randy Orton was prepared. The match waged on, and both men still had fight within them. Another push of offense from the Viper was turning the tides of the match, although an appearance from Alberto Del Rio would distract Orton, which would create just enough space for the World Heavyweight Champion to put down the challenger with a Wasteland Slam, securing the title and showing a level of unity amongst the new sovereignty. The final match and main event of the Capital Punishment has Kane challenging CM Punk in a no-holds-barred match for the WWE Championship. Tensions have been flaring between these two over the past few weeks, and CM Punk has a serious threat staring down the WWE title. Bringing down a monstrous former WWE champion is no easy feat, and CM Punk made it evident he's aware of the task at hand, as he showed no hesitancy to bring offense to the Big Red Machine. While Punk would initially take control, Kane would shift the momentum of the match as his power began to take over. It didn't take long for these two to bring weapons out into the ring, and Kane would even dismantle a reconstructed announce table with CM Punk's body. With all of the damage done to the champion, you'd think a new champion was about to be crowned. However, CM Punk wasn't going to roll over and allow that to happen at this point. Eventually, CM Punk would put Kane down and secure his championship reign in a gritty showing of his determination. Enjoying the video? Leave a like to see the series continue. The fallout of Capital Punishment will be felt immediately on the next episode of Raw, as D-Generation X make their way to the ring to start off the night with a promo. A recap is played of the brutal assault on Brock Lesnar last night, and Triple H claims that Lesnar got what was coming to him, and DX won't be afraid to strike again if need be. Rey Mysterio, Dolph Ziggler, and David Otunga take part in a triple threat to get the in-ring action going. The fans were given bell-to-bell action right away, as these three look to get back on track with a victory. The volatile nature of the match meant that anything could happen. Rey Mysterio's impeccable agility, David Otunga's impressive force, and Dolph Ziggler's sly approach made for an encounter that could go in any direction. However, the show-off would manage to secure the win here thanks to a timely zigzag. CM Punk cuts a promo, hyping up the upcoming Money in the Bank pay-per-view. Punk claims that he has no fear of anyone cashing in, welcoming all challengers. Karma and Nikki Bella would take part in singles competition in the next match. Karma's stranglehold on the women's division continues with another impressive performance from the champion. After the match, Beth Phoenix would make it known she is coming for the title. The VIP are set for tag team action against the Colognes in our next contest. However, Ted DiBiase never shows, and Zack Ryder was forced to walk into what has now become a handicap match. Ryder was shocked that he was left on his own, despite the issues Ryder and DiBiase have been experiencing. Nonetheless, Ryder gave his best effort to keep Epico and Primo at bay, but the numbers advantage was too much for the former tag team champion to overcome, and the Colognes would come out on top. John Cena once again makes his way out to the ring to cut a promo, claiming The Rock is ducking him. However, The Rock would appear on the Titantron, claiming he has no reason to hide from Cena, but rather stating that he is the one who will determine when Cena falls from grace. Jack Swagger, Chris Jericho, Big Show, and Kane all collide in a huge fatal 4-way to main event the evening. After another successful title defense from CM Punk, there is once again a vacancy in the #1 contendership for the WWE Championship. This match aims to provide some clarity as to who may be the next one to lay a claim for the title. This was a fast-paced match full of action, with an extremely high level of volatility. The match would devolve into loosely controlled chaos, and each participant paid a physical price for competing. The match was unpredictable, but when the dust settled, it was Chris Jericho to come out of this one victorious. Friday Night Smackdown gets going with the Cruiserweight Champion Kofi Kingston competing alongside Justin Gabriel in tag team action as they once again face the team of Sin Cara and Hunico. The Cruiserweights delivered yet another fast-paced match to get the night going with plenty of energy. Sin Cara presented his unique and high-flying offense, and Hunico even showed some of his grittiness, getting some of his shit in. Though in the end, Justin Gabriel and Kofi Kingston would come out victorious, as Kofi's next challenger seems to have narrowed down to his tag team partner here. Heath Slater makes his way to the ring to challenge the Intercontinental Champion, Christian. Christian has been riding high since capturing the championship and looks to keep that momentum going. While Heath Slater did present a challenge, Captain Charisma would overcome that challenge and come out on top. The new sovereignty shows more signs of internal issues as an argument stems backstage. Wade Barrett banishes Alberto Del Rio and Cody Rhodes from ringside and demands Mark Henry back him up in the main event. The next match would feature the return of Sheamus. The Celtic Warrior has been on the shelf for a few weeks and looks to make up lost time. He makes a big statement in his return as he would overpower Jinder Mahal in an impressive performance. The main event of the evening brings the World Heavyweight Champion Wade Barrett into action less than a week following his last title defense. The title is not on the line here, though Wade Barrett has a massive obstacle standing in front of him, the Great Khali. Khali's sluggish style would give the champion an avenue to gain the upper hand, but the undeniable power of Khali would eventually shift the tides of the match. When momentum was changing hands, Barrett called for assistance from Mark Henry. The world's strongest man would aid the champion, allowing Barrett to strike down Khali, keeping him out for the 3 count. The champion keeps rolling, but it seems his resources are becoming much more limited. Monday Night Raw opens with women's competition as Beth Phoenix squares off against Kelly Kelly. 2 former champions get the night going with an intense contest, though Beth Phoenix would reinforce her position as #1 contender with a powerful performance and a victory over Kelly Kelly. General Manager GPT takes a moment to address the WWE Universe, stating that Money in the Bank qualifiers will begin this week on Friday Night Smackdown. Triple H, accompanied by DX, claims that now Brock Lesnar has been dealt with, he can reset his sights upon the WWE Championship, beginning tonight in the main event as he looks to establish himself as the true #1 contender. Zack Ryder and David Otunga are set to go one-on-one in the next match. This ended up being an extremely competitive matchup between 2 guys who are desperate to turn their luck around. While Zack Ryder presented an energizing arsenal of offense, his salty and now seemingly former tag team partner, Ted DiBiase Jr., would distract Ryder, allowing for David Otunga to take advantage and secure a much-needed victory. Backstage, X-Pac is found laid out, in need of medical attention. A big 6-man tag team match is set to take place, as the tag team champions, now known as Funkarella, with an overwhelming preference, team alongside United States champion R-Truth to take on the collection of Dolph Ziggler and the Colognes. The heavy backing from the fans allowed the babyfaces to take control early, but that didn't mean Ziggler and company were going to lay down and surrender. A back-and-forth contest ensued between champions and potential challengers, and tensions would only rise after the match would end, with Ziggler and the Colognes coming out on top. In the main event, Triple H is ready to make his case as to why he should be the one to challenge CM Punk for the WWE Championship. However, he's got the task of taking down Chris Jericho, the winner of last week's main event. The match would start off rather balanced, with each competitor getting some offense in, until the cerebral assassin would begin to build momentum and pull away. However, Brock Lesnar would emerge, bringing this title match to a screeching halt. Lesnar would cause as much damage as he could to Triple H, but DX would flank the Beast Incarnate, turning things away from Brock's favor. Another beating was laid into Lesnar, and DX once again stood tall, even without X-Pac. Friday Night Smackdown is highlighted by the commencement of the Money in the Bank qualifying matches, and our first bit of action will determine the first participant. Randy Orton and Hunico square off in a super competitive match that isn't lopsided at all. No way. All jokes aside, Orton would take care of business and punch his ticket into the ladder match. Sin Cara and Kofi Kingston go head-to-head in the next contest, and while the Cruiserweight title isn't on the line here, this is the next Money in the Bank qualifying matchup. These 2 high flyers put on an exciting performance, both delivering impressive, high-impact maneuvers. However, Kofi Kingston was distracted by Justin Gabriel, and Sin Cara was happy to take advantage. The champion would take a surprising loss as Sin Cara places himself in front of a golden opportunity, and Justin Gabriel makes it clear he won't be ignored. Wade Barrett is seen scolding Cody Rhodes and Alberto Del Rio backstage, instructing them to just leave the arena as they won't be needed this evening. Rhodes and Del Rio were clearly unhappy with this command from their faction leader. Heath Slater makes his way to the ring, looking to redeem his last loss, and he'll be squaring off against Ted DiBiase Jr. as he tries to do so. DiBiase feels he hasn't received the respect he deserves, blaming the illegitimacy of his former tag team partner Zack Ryder. DiBiase is on a mission to restore his name, and shows an aggressive side as he puts down Heath Slater. After the match, DiBiase claims that while he recently held a championship, it was the wrong one, calling out Christian for a shot at the Intercontinental title. The main event of the evening brings the world's strongest man into the ring with one of the biggest competitors the WWE Universe has ever seen, the Great Khali. The Punjabi Playboy is rather bitter about the way last week's main event ended, as Mark Henry got involved. This brings us to a ring-shaking collision between two gargantuan combatants. There wasn't a ton of agility displayed or high-flying moves, but the hits were coming in hard. Despite Khali's best efforts, Mark Henry would put down the giant, solidifying his power. While Wade Barrett celebrates Henry's victory, The Undertaker would appear at the stage, nodding at Mark Henry. Another Money in the Bank qualifier gets the night going over here on Monday Night Raw, and this match will pit Rey Mysterio and Dolph Ziggler against one another. Ziggler came out on top in a triple threat both of these men took part in just a couple weeks ago, though victory is no guarantee here. Rey kept Dolph off guard with his dynamic offense, though Ziggler would eventually slow the match down. A ruthless and aggressive approach would carry Ziggler to victory as he builds some serious momentum heading into the pay-per-view. Eve would make her way to the ring as she is set to take on the women's champion. Karma would continue her dominance in another one-sided match. After the contest, Beth Phoenix would make her way to the ring, coming face to face with another powerful force. As neither woman flinched, a title match seemed destined for the future. Road Dogg Jesse James and Billy Gunn are interviewed backstage. Speaking on the attack on X-Pac last week, the New Age Outlaws would claim that they know it was Brock who attacked X-Pac, and they plan to make him pay. Zack Ryder and Jack Swagger would go head-to-head to determine another combatant in the Money in the Bank ladder match in just a couple of weeks. Ryder brought a level of intensity that we haven't seen in quite some time, and Jack Swagger immediately had his hands full. However, Ryder's momentum would be cut after another distraction from his former tag team partner. Swagger would take control and end the match shortly after. This would bring the former tag team champions to blows, as the two took shots at the other as the show would head into commercial break. Brock Lesnar would receive an interview as well, though he would claim his innocence in the X-Pac attack. John Cena made his way to the ring, demanding he be included in the WWE title picture given the inconclusive ending to the match last week. This segment would be interrupted by Chris Jericho, claiming he is the unseeded #1 contender. Cena would then challenge Jericho to put his money where his mouth is and back that #1 contendership status in a match next week. Stone Cold Steve Austin cuts a promo off-site, hyping up the Money in the Bank pay-per-view, stating, "Opportunity doesn't knock, it kicks the damn door in." Road Dogg Jesse James and Badass Billy Gunn headline the night as they intend on taking on Brock Lesnar in retaliation for the attack on X-Pac last week. However, Lesnar claims the attack was not at his hand, and didn't come alone tonight. The crowd was shocked when Ken Shamrock accompanied Lesnar down to the ring, now making what was a handicap match into a tag team contest. Road Dogg and Billy Gunn were suddenly facing an extremely dangerous duo, and seemed to regret their decision to come out to the ring tonight. Lesnar and Shamrock would impose their will on the DX members, scoring a victory here as Brock takes a huge step to get even in his war with DX. The next episode of Friday Night Smackdown begins with the World Heavyweight Champion, with his enforcer beside him, proclaiming that Alberto Del Rio and Cody Rhodes have done nothing but bring the group down. Barrett makes it clear, failure is not an option in the new sovereignty, touting himself as the gem of all WWE. Another Money in the Bank qualifier is set to take place as Sheamus aims to take a spot in the match, though he will have to get through Daniel Bryan to do so. The fans were treated to a contest between two top-tier performers, and they didn't disappoint. However, the former world champion reminds the WWE Universe just what he is capable of with a victory over a very talented Daniel Bryan. Justin Gabriel receives an interview backstage. Asked to clear up why he sabotaged Kofi Kingston's match last week, Gabriel's response was simple. Gabriel respects Kofi, but he is tired of being overlooked and will no longer be ignored. Randy Orton and Sin Cara take part in the next match as two qualified Money in the Bank competitors go head-to-head. Orton was taken back by Sin Cara's lightning-quick attack, and the former Cruiserweight champion built some surprising momentum early on. However, the Viper would gain control of the match, slowing down the pace and bringing excruciating pain to Sin Cara. Thanks to an RKO, Randy Orton would secure a victory here. Ted DiBiase is granted his wish in our next match, as he's going up against Christian with the Intercontinental Championship on the line. DiBiase has been determined to prove his worth as a singles competitor, and Christian is happy to show that he has the tenacity of a fighting champion. The two went back and forth, exchanging offense and momentum. However, Zack Ryder would take a measure to get even, making an appearance on Smackdown and costing Ted DiBiase his shot at the Intercontinental title. The main event of the evening brings Wade Barrett and Mark Henry into tag team action, as they face a newly formed team of Jinder Mahal and the Great Khali. Mahal is getting his first taste of the main event, and he is surrounded by powerful beings in every direction. Mahal and Khali have joined forces in efforts to get some revenge on Barrett and Henry, who have been intertwined with Khali recently. However, the might of the World Heavyweight Champion paired with the world's strongest man was too much for the Great Mahal to overcome, bringing a victory to the new sovereignty. The final Monday Night Raw before the Money in the Bank pay-per-view is full of action, with plenty of the card still to be determined. The first match of the night will determine the final participant in the Money in the Bank ladder match, and two familiar faces will be butting heads as The Miz takes on the United States Champion, R-Truth. Another heated contest was in store between these two rivals, and the crowd in attendance were treated to a highly entertaining encounter. The bad blood between these two was clear from the level of physicality. While the champion was building momentum, The Miz would pull the rug beneath R-Truth when he caught him for a quick roll-up, securing the win and presenting The Miz with an opportunity to become a multi-time Money in the Bank winner. Triple H and Shawn Michaels would come to the ring to cut a promo. They would go into detail about how disgusted they are with Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock, denouncing the two and calling them out as Neanderthals. Lesnar and Shamrock would end this tangent when they confronted the few DX members that are still standing, placing a challenge to put the mics down on Sunday. Tag team championships are on the line in the next match as Primo and Epico Colon make their way to the ring to challenge the team of Funkarella. Brodus Clay and Santino Marella have been hard to beat since forming a team months ago, though Primo and Epico have exceptional chemistry and possess serious in-ring skills. This made for a high-intensity matchup with a whole lot more than just the tag titles on the line, as these two young teams are still building an identity for themselves. But Funkarella proved their status as champion is justified, as their first title defense is a successful one. Dolph Ziggler and Jack Swagger are teaming up to play host as the Smackdown team of Randy Orton and Sheamus travel over to provide a small snapshot of what the Money in the Bank ladder match will contain. These four competitors will be fighting for one of the richest opportunities in all of sports entertainment, and while they are teaming now, there will be no alliances come Sunday. Randy Orton and Sheamus proved why they are considered favorites coming into the match, as they picked up a victory over the Raw roster members. The main event of the evening will bring John Cena back into action against Chris Jericho, with hopes that a victory will lift Cena into the title picture on Sunday. Although Chris Jericho is determined to keep that match a one-on-one endeavor, and will do whatever he can to raise his chances of becoming a champion. The match took off right from the opening bell, and neither man gave an inch. Signature offense from both men electrified the crowd, and surely captured the eye of the WWE Champion. As the match was reaching its peak, Jericho made a costly mistake, which allowed Cena to capitalize, hitting an FU and taking home the match. However, as Cena would celebrate, The Rock would make his appearance, planting Cena with the Rock bottom, claiming that at SummerSlam, these two will put their issues to rest. The go-home show before the Money in the Bank pay-per-view gets started with in-ring action right out of the gate. Ted DiBiase is in singles competition against Heath Slater. DiBiase has become increasingly more ruthless as time goes on, and the frustrations from last week's title match are evident as he handles Heath Slater once again. After the match, DiBiase would issue a direct challenge to Zack Ryder to settle things on Sunday. Wade Barrett and Mark Henry are seen backstage, with Wade Barrett continuing to make his claim as the greatest champion the WWE has ever witnessed. Barrett gives no credit for his accomplishments outside of himself, a level of arrogance the WWE fans have become accustomed to. The two would then run into The Undertaker, who has his eyes locked on Mark Henry. Barrett, quickly defensive, wants to know what the dead man is up to which The Undertaker would reply, "All will become clear soon enough." The next match of the night brings Justin Gabriel and Kofi Kingston into the ring with the Cruiserweight Championship on the line. Justin Gabriel has flipped a switch after claiming being overlooked. Kofi Kingston isn't afraid to put his title on the line, and we've got a tightly contested matchup on our hands. Both men displayed their abilities and unique offense. It would be Kofi Kingston to come out on top as the Cruiserweight Champion. Mark Henry would come out for his next match, but he was surprised to see that his opponent was Cody Rhodes. Wade Barrett issued this match as a form of punishment, though it seems Rhodes is still technically a part of the group as of now. Mark Henry would take down his faction member, showing no mercy though not necessarily agreeing with Wade Barrett. In fact, the two would get into a bit of an argument, only to be interrupted by The Undertaker, who encourages Wade Barrett to prepare for a grave encounter with his Money in the Bank opponent, Mankind. Barrett is furious after being blindsided by a newly booked title defense just 2 days ahead. The main event of the night once again features Sheamus and Randy Orton in a tag team championship match against Santino Marella and Brodus Clay. There's no question Orton and Sheamus could make one of the most dominant tag teams in all of the WWE, that is, if they want to work together. However, that doesn't seem to be the case, as Randy Orton would actually hit Sheamus with an RKO and exit the match while being the legal man, resulting in a shocking countout victory for Funkarella. Although, the message has been sent from Orton to Sheamus. The World Championship is the only championship that matters to him. We've made it to the Money in the Bank pay-per-view, and a huge match card is in store that is sure to shake up the landscape of the WWE. The night gets started with a Women's Championship match as Beth Phoenix is set to challenge Karma. It can't be overstated how dominant Karma has been since her arrival to the WWE earlier this year, constantly knocking opponents down time after time. However, she's yet to face an opponent like the Glamazon. Karma had her hands full as she experienced her first truly competitive matchup since arriving to the WWE, and Beth Phoenix displayed her impressive strength. However, the champion didn't waver. Karma was determined to overwhelm Beth Phoenix, much like she's used to. A back and forth match ensued, though in the end, it would be Karma to come out on top and retain her championship. A personal matchup full of bitter feelings and resentment is up next as Zack Ryder and Ted DiBiase Jr. go head-to-head in an Extreme Rules match. The former tag team champions experienced internal issues that ultimately led to an implosion, beginning while they were still tag team champions. Ted DiBiase can no longer stand Zack Ryder and views him as an inferior superstar who delegitimized DiBiase. Zack Ryder, while exuberant, isn't going to back down from his own tag team partner. These two have been making trips to opposing shows to sabotage the other, and one of the longest tenured tag teams in all of our ChatGPT Universe Mode can use any means necessary to deliver their final act of animosity. The match began to wind down, and it was clear these two were giving it everything they had to one-up their former friend. But in the end, Ted DiBiase would send the message that he is all business to the rest of the WWE as he picked up a big victory. The Money in the Bank ladder match is up next, and we've got some major stars taking part and looking to etch their name in history. Randy Orton, Sheamus, Sin Cara, Dolph Ziggler, Jack Swagger, and The Miz, all with World Championship aspirations. And with the Money in the Bank briefcase, it's nearly a sure thing. The competitors quickly spread out, and the camera angle became the seventh element facing a challenge here. Utter chaos would ensue as these 6 competitors made it their mission to demolish the competition and grab the contract suspended above the ring. The Miz and Sheamus even came up with an interesting strategy of forming an armistice for a time outside of the ring. The match quickly devolved into chaos, with each man well aware of the inevitable punishment these stars must put themselves through to secure the coveted briefcase. Randy Orton and The Miz know very well what the Money in the Bank can do for a career, and guys like Sin Cara and Jack Swagger are itching to place themselves in the main event with a near surefire opportunity to become champion. It wasn't going to be easy, but someone is going to emerge as the winner. The crowd had no moment to rest as the action was constant and impact moves were bountiful. However, in the end, it would be Dolph Ziggler to come out on top, claiming the Money in the Bank briefcase for himself and immediately placing all of WWE on notice. D-Generation X, Triple H, and Shawn Michaels are back in the ring to take part in tag team action against the incredibly dangerous duo of Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock. The volatility of this match was multiplied exponentially as it was determined to be a tornado tag, falls count anywhere matchup. The war that has been taking place between Brock Lesnar and DX takes another step in this match, and while resolution may not be guaranteed, both teams have the opportunity to get some payback on their adversaries. The legitimate toughness of both Lesnar and Shamrock brought a relentless force of offense, but HBK and HHH were not going to back down. The savvy veterans delivered their own brand of offense, and this encounter was evenly matched. Extreme measures were taken as the war between DX and Brock Lesnar continues to heat up. While DX has been doing their best to get one up on Brock Lesnar, their plans are once again interrupted as Lesnar and Shamrock are able to put down Triple H and HBK, securing another victory for the Beast Incarnate. The Smackdown main event of the evening features a huge last man standing heavyweight championship match as Wade Barrett looks to fend off the challenging Mankind. Barrett just found out he is defending against Mankind just 2 nights ago, and was clearly off of his game from the jump, as Mankind quickly took control and looked to punish the arrogant leader of the New Sovereignty. While Barrett still has the support of Mark Henry, his other Goonies Cody Rhodes and Alberto Del Rio are nowhere to be found. And that's not a setup for a swerve, bro. As the match went on, Wade Barrett would eventually overpower his deranged adversary, taking control of the match and delivering his own brand of punishment in the process. While the champ looked to put the match away, Mankind continued to fight back and refused Barrett the satisfaction of a successful title defense. Frustrations grew as Barrett would see that he couldn't keep Mankind down. No matter what he did, the man kept getting back up. In fact, Mankind would fight back, using Barrett's frustrations against him and catching a new breath of life. However, this comeback attempt would be thwarted. Not by Barrett, oh no, but the world's strongest man, Mark Henry. The Enforcer would step in and deliver a nasty World's Strongest Slam through the announce table, which would finally keep Mankind down long enough to determine Wade Barrett as the last man standing and still the World Heavyweight Champion. The final match of the evening would prove to be just as unpredictable and volatile as what's already occurred thus far, as WWE Champion CM Punk will be defending his championship against both John Cena and Chris Jericho. This star-studded triple threat match instantly recaptured the crowd's attention following an impressive match just prior. Hard-hitting, bell-to-bell action took place as each man was desperate to call themselves the champion. CM Punk has had his hands full since becoming champ, insisting that he will take on any worthy challenger. This hasn't been met with silence, as stars have lined up only to be put to sleep by the Second City Saint. However, Punk has yet to face this kind of situation during this title reign, as he will not only have to contend with one top-tier star, but 2. Y2J and John Cena formed an alliance early on, isolating the champion. However, alliances here are temporary at best, and their cooperation quickly fizzled away. Chris Jericho is hungry to restore his name as a relevant player in the WWE title scene, and there is no better way than to unseat the champion. John Cena has been undergoing quite the attitude adjustment since his collision with The Rock, and his new demeanor has overwhelmed opponents with a level of aggression that could only be described as ruthless. The match waged on, eventually taking a brutal turn, and all 3 men would hold momentum, only to lose it to the next competitor. Countless near falls left fans on the edges of their seats, as each wrestler gave it everything they had, but when the dust settled, it was Chris Jericho, Y2J, who shockingly walked out with the right to call himself the WWE Champion, putting an end to a night that has truly shaken up the WWE. Need the prompts? Check the Patreon, link in the description. Monday Night Raw gets going following a massive Money in the Bank pay-per-view, with the new WWE Champion, Chris Jericho. Jericho speaks to the audience, claiming that CM Punk was a myth that the fans needed to believe in, but the fact is, Y2J is back on top and isn't going anywhere. The former champion CM Punk would storm the ring, leading to a brawl between the two. While officials scramble to separate them, Dolph Ziggler is seen at the top of the ramp, briefcase in tow with a confident look on his face. The first match of the night brings Rey Mysterio into a one-on-one contest against Jack Swagger. These two got the in-ring competition started with quick action between 2 capable competitors. However, Rey Mysterio would pick up the victory here, as Swagger's shortcomings begin to breed frustration. Following an impressive victory over Beth Phoenix just last night, Karma would continue to admit her dominance over the women's division. A one-sided victory over Kelly Kelly signals that Karma isn't going anywhere. However, the crowd would erupt when Trish Stratus would make her appearance. Trish immediately confronted Karma, though the champion didn't flinch. An intense confrontation would leave fans curious at the extent of Stratus's involvement. Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and Billy Gunn are seen backstage. DX acknowledges that Ken Shamrock's presence has changed things, and they need to figure out a new plan. Fast. John Cena would come out to the ring, ready for a match despite taking part in a grueling WWE title match last night. Cena would take down Zack Ryder in a one-sided contest, making a point that he will not be overlooked, ready for The Rock at SummerSlam. The main event of the night features the now former WWE Champion, CM Punk, going into the ring with the Big Red Machine. The effects from last night's battle are plain as day, causing CM Punk to come out sluggish. Kane would quickly establish momentum using his unforgiving power. While CM Punk's physical state has been hit, his resilient spirit is at full force, fighting back and eventually taking control of the match. CM Punk would build momentum on Kane, but before he could secure the victory, Chris Jericho would come out and attack the champion, ending the bout prematurely. The champion has shown he will be ruthless to hang on to the gold. The next episode of Friday Night Smackdown gets started with cruiserweight action, as we have got a triple threat to determine the next potential challenger to Kofi Kingston. Justin Gabriel, Sin Cara, and Hunico are all looking to place themselves atop the list of contenders. This opener reinforced the excitement that the cruiserweight division brings to the table, and in the end, it would be Justin Gabriel to come out on top. Intercontinental Champion Christian is in the ring, ready to take on Jinder Mahal, accompanied by his partner, the Great Khali. The SmackDown audience has been witness to the growth of Jinder Mahal as he continues to make strides in the ring, even posing a threat to the Intercontinental Champion. However, Christian has been on his game as of late, and he is able to come through in the clutch as he tables the turns on Jinder Mahal, picking up a victory in this non-title contest. Wade Barrett is in the ring, with only Mark Henry beside him. Wade Barrett touts himself for another successful title defense at Money in the Bank, declaring he as a generational talent who can't be stopped. What Barrett fails to acknowledge is the assistance he received from Mark Henry. The Undertaker would then appear on the Titantron, speaking from an unknown location. The Deadman would challenge Wade Barrett to defend his title once again, but setting the stage for SummerSlam. Barrett was spooked and gave a nondescript answer before the show cut to commercial. Cody Rhodes and Alberto Del Rio are scheduled to go head-to-head in the next match, in a twisted test of loyalty from Wade Barrett. The stipulation of this match is the winner will have the privilege to stay a part of the new sovereignty. How much that truly means to these two has yet to be determined, but regardless, they were ready to compete in an effort to regain some of their lost momentum. The match went back and forth, but ultimately, Cody Rhodes would come out on top here, officially ejecting Alberto Del Rio from the new sovereignty. The main event of the evening would bring 3 of the participants from the Money in the Bank ladder match back into the ring. The Miz represents Raw here, while Randy Orton and Sheamus defend their home turf as the 3 prepare to butt heads. The match was physical and intense, quickly taking off as soon as the bell rang. 3 former world champions were taking center stage here on SmackDown, and they weren't going to disappoint. While neither walked away victorious last Sunday, all remain threats in the world title scene. The Miz used his opportunistic cunning to gain an advantage, but that was short-lived due to the power of Sheamus. However, Sheamus wasn't able to capitalize, as Randy Orton would be the one to come out on top thanks to an RKO. Another big episode of Monday Night Raw is in store, and the evening gets started with a one-on-one match between Zack Ryder and David Otunga. Zack Ryder must now find a new direction for himself, and a tough competitor in Otunga serves as his first obstacle. Despite Otunga's offensive push and past victory over Zack Ryder, Ryder would rally and go on to pick up the victory. Ken Shamrock would go on to compete against Epico Cologne in the next match. Shamrock proved his in-ring capabilities are still present with a powerful display en route to winning the match. After the contest, Billy Gunn and Road Dogg would launch an attack on Ken Shamrock, reinforcing the bad blood as this war wages on. In the next match, The Miz would be rewarded for his non-title victory against R-Truth to qualify for the Money in the Bank ladder match, as he is receiving a United States title match here. The Miz and R-Truth are no strangers to one another at this point, and held back 0 punches as both stars made it clear their main priority at this time is calling themselves the United States Champion. Momentum would swing back and forth between champion and challenger, though in the end, it would be R-Truth to come out on top and retain his championship. Road Dogg is discovered laid out backstage, only for Brock Lesnar to ambush Billy Gunn and cause even more damage to D-Generation X. The main event of the evening features a star-studded tag team match, pitting Money in the Bank opponents CM Punk and John Cena alongside each other to take on the team of Kane and the Big Show. The monsters known as Kane and Big Show have been reunited, and the two showed an excellent level of chemistry as they immediately took over the match, taking advantage of the tension between Punk and Cena. The power and dominance was on full display from the 7-footers, and they showed no signs of slowing down. However, Punk and Cena would manage to coexist, even if briefly, and turn things around in their favor. Although, Chris Jericho appearing at the top of the entrance ramp would catch the attention of both Punk and Cena, which would lead to their downfall. Punk would take a chokeslam, and Cena and CM Punk surprisingly found themselves on the losing end here. John Cena was furious after the match, shouting at both Jericho and Punk, stating that he didn't lose. The Rock would then appear on the Titantron once again, demanding the attention of everyone within the arena. The Rock reminded John Cena at SummerSlam, "It's going down, and he better not bring any excuses." We're back here on Friday Night Smackdown, where plenty of excitement and uncertainty await. The night gets going with a match between Alberto Del Rio and Sheamus. Two very formidable foes go head to head. It seems that Del Rio has been kicked to the curb from the new sovereignty, so he's fighting his battles alone for the foreseeable future. However, Sheamus would emerge from this hard-hitting encounter as the victor. The next match features Ted DiBiase Jr. back in action. Coming off of a big pay-per-view victory, DiBiase is gaining momentum, and he's focused to get back into title consideration. He takes a step in the right direction after he handles business against Heath Slater. Cody Rhodes is back in action, seemingly aligned with the new sovereignty once again, as Wade Barrett accompanies him to the ring. Rhodes would butt heads with Sin Cara in an exciting clash. Rhodes seemed to be back on his winning ways, coming out of this one on top. The Undertaker would confront Mark Henry, who is alone backstage. The Deadman would continue his trend of eerie one-liners, stating that Henry's strength is powerless without purpose. Following a commercial break, Mark Henry would make his way down to the ring for the main event. Henry was shocked at his opponent, and his demeanor instantly changed when Farouk made his way down to the ring. These two have a checkered past that came to light here, though neither held back. Farouk's familiarity with Mark Henry allowed him to gain the upper hand, though only temporarily, as the world's strongest man stood alone in the ring, but stood victorious. A new week is ready to commence, and we've got two fine competitors kicking off Monday Night Raw. Rey Mysterio finds himself locking up with Dolph Ziggler. Thanks to winning the Money in the Bank briefcase, the show-off has seen a massive boost to his already obnoxiously high level of confidence, though he has been backing it up with ruthlessness in the ring. Ziggler has been looking dominant as of late, and picks up another victory here. Trish Stratus has made a monumental return to WWE and Monday Night Raw, and it seems she's looking to get her hands dirty, as she's scheduled to go one-on-one with Brie Bella. Stratus would show poise and control as if she never stepped away from the ring, securing the match in her favor and sending a message to the WWE Universe. Triple H and Shawn Michaels cut a promo in the ring, calling for Ken Shamrock and Brock Lesnar after their friends were attacked. R-Truth finds himself defending the United States Championship in back-to-back weeks, this time going up against Jack Swagger. While Swagger has been on the wrong side of luck in recent memory, he is still an all-American American, and that's just something that can't be overlooked. However, R-Truth would come out on top of this one with another successful title defense to his credit. The main event would see CM Punk and Chris Jericho going head-to-head. These two will be facing off at SummerSlam. And while most people would just go through with a contract signing, ChatGPT has deemed these two to compete in a tables match just a couple weeks before their big showdown. Given the determined nature of these two, this in turn became a big match in itself. It was a great preview to their impending collision, with these two pulling out all the stops. An unbelievable end to the match took place as CM Punk crashed through a table while delivering a bulldog, which would effectively grant Chris Jericho the victory. However, the real story of the match came when Dolph Ziggler, Money in the Bank holder, came to crash the party post-match. Ziggler would deal some damage to the competitors, but we would never find out his true intent, as John Cena would come out to the ring with Dolph Ziggler in his sights, sabotaging any potential cash-in for now. A wild week continues with another episode of Friday Night Smackdown, and we've got cruiserweight action in tonight's opener. Kofi Kingston finds himself in the ring looking across Daniel Bryan. This made for an interesting contrast between unique athleticism and a technical offensive approach. While Kofi has been nearly invincible within the cruiserweight division this season, Daniel Bryan would shock the not-so-Jamaican when he secured the victory and captured the Cruiserweight Championship. Sheamus and Cody Rhodes are set to go one-on-one in the next match. While Cody Rhodes started a small win streak since his path to rejoin the new sovereignty, that streak ends here after Sheamus delivers a ferocious display of his power. After the match, Sheamus claims that the only reason he is not World Heavyweight Champion right now is because of the injury he suffered at the hands of Randy Orton. We've got the Intercontinental Champion in action up next as Christian is prepared to face off against the high-flying Sin Cara. However, we would not see the match through as Ted DiBiase Jr. launched an attack on Christian, making it clear he has his eyes on the Intercontinental Championship. Wade Barrett is in the ring, demanding The Undertaker reveal himself. Barrett claims the injustice of The Undertaker supposedly receiving a title shot despite being nowhere near the ring recently. The Undertaker would appear at the stage. He would snicker, telling Barrett that he has seen more than enough. The main event of the evening would see the return of Mankind to WWE weekly programming. The Demented One would be scheduled to face Alberto Del Rio to end the show. Del Rio has seen his stock plummet since losing the Intercontinental Championship, and the Aristocrat is desperate to turn things around. Though with a tough opposition in front of him, that will be easier said than done. Mankind would play by the rules of this standard singles match, though the lack of the brutal elements that the weapons provide made for an avenue that allowed Alberto Del Rio to secure a pinfall victory. The stars of Monday Night Raw are ready to set the stage for SummerSlam, and the night is kicked off with in-ring competition between the WWE Champion Chris Jericho and Zack Ryder. Y2J would reinforce his might as champion and dominate the opening contest. The tag team titles are on the line in the next match as Primo and Epico Colon are being presented with another opportunity to become champions. The duo known as Funkarella would be faced with a tough challenge here as the Colones came out firing. However, the champions would hold firm, fighting off the challengers and retaining the tag team championships. After the match, Big Show and Kane would launch an attack on the champions. As these giants reset their sights on the tag team titles, the WWE fans that can remember the last time these two were a team looked on in bewilderment. CM Punk is interviewed backstage, where he vows to regain the WWE Championship. Dolph Ziggler would interrupt the segment, warning CM Punk not to be overconfident. John Cena would make his way to the ring, ready to go head-to-head with the Big Red Monster. We just saw Kane wreaking havoc a few moments ago, though he's now got to focus as he is staring down a former world champion. John Cena has carried a refreshed attitude as of late, and it's impossible to deny that it's leading to results. A physical match ensued between these two, and in the end, John Cena would be the one to come out on top thanks to an FU. The main event of the evening brings The Rock back into the ring. The Miz has a huge opportunity to take down an icon in this main event match, and it seemed he was determined to take advantage. The Miz opened the match with a flurry of offense, catching the Great One off guard. However, The Rock would fight back and put down The Miz, building momentum as his SummerSlam clash with John Cena nears. We are 2 days away from the biggest party of the summer, and Smackdown gets the night started with a match between Sheamus and Heath Slater. Things were not looking good for Slater as Sheamus was dominant in this one. However, the match would end in disqualification after Randy Orton carried out an attack on Sheamus to end the match. Orton would then state that Sheamus isn't world champion because Sheamus isn't good enough, not because of Orton. Ted DiBiase and Justin Gabriel are set for tag team action against Kofi Kingston and Christian. DiBiase has been dead set on capturing the Intercontinental title from Christian, and he'll be receiving another shot at SummerSlam. It's clear there's some unfinished business between these rivals, but in the end, Ted DiBiase Jr. and Justin Gabriel would come out on top. Mankind cuts a promo, alone in a dark room. Mankind claims that today's WWE doesn't know what pain is, but fear not, he will be the one to introduce them. More tag team action is up next as the team of Jinder Mahal and the Great Khali are back in the ring, taking on Hunico and Sin Cara. While the Cruiserweights put up an admirable effort, they were no match for the duo known as the Great Mahali. The main event of the evening is a champion versus champion match, as new Cruiserweight champion Daniel Bryan is set to go mano-a-mano with the World Heavyweight Champion Wade Barrett. Daniel Bryan was determined to capitalize on the momentum of capturing the Cruiserweight title, aware of the opportunity in front of him. Wade Barrett is a strong opposition though, and was confident in his ability to put down the much smaller foe. However, Daniel Bryan brought the heat to Wade Barrett, casting some serious doubt on the world champion. Bryan was incredibly close to securing a victory, but a late offensive push allowed Wade Barrett to pick up a big win as we head into the pay-per-view. We've arrived at SummerSlam, and this is by far the biggest event we've seen in quite some time in this universe. The night gets going with a hard-hitting encounter where Funkarella, the tag team champions, are putting their titles on the line against the monstrous team of Big Show and Kane. The Monsters have reunited and immediately racked up some impressive and dominating victories, placing them right in the front of the line for tag team gold. Brodus Clay and Santino Marella weren't going to hand over the titles though, regardless of how intimidated Santino may be. The champs came in with ambition and a fighting spirit, though in the end, new tag team champions were crowned after Kane and Big Show secured the victory. We've got women's action in the next match, as Trish Stratus is ready to make her claim as to why she should regain the women's championship. However, she's got a massive challenge to get through in Karma. As an added bonus, Lita is serving as guest commentator, showing strong support for Trish. Karma has imposed her will on all of the women's division since her arrival to the WWE. However, she is met with great resistance here as Trish Stratus does what few have been able to achieve, and gets some offense in on the champion, and started to build some serious momentum. While Trish Stratus seemed to have everything going for her, the match would come to a screeching halt when Lita got a bit more involved, distracting Stratus from ringside. This moment of confusion would allow Karma to regain control, putting Trish down and successfully retaining her title as Lita shows her support for the champion. Dolph Ziggler gets a moment in front of the cameras backstage, where he reminds the WWE Universe that with the Money in the Bank briefcase, he has the power to completely change the WWE. The next match is a heated contest for the Intercontinental Championship. Ted DiBiase Jr. has been in hot pursuit of not just respect and notoriety, but the Intercontinental title as well. While these two have faced off before, it did come with an inconclusive ending. Christian represents a major obstacle in DiBiase's quest to move up the card. Christian dominated the match early, but DiBiase refused to back down. This match was exemplary in showing how much championship gold means to these WWE superstars. Christian continued to deliver a high-impact offense, though DiBiase would kick out time and time again. Christian was trying to do whatever he could to put down his opponent, but nothing seemed to be working. Though after a hard-fought battle, Captain Charisma would emerge still the Intercontinental Champion. DiBiase showed some real grit here, but it just wasn't his night. Wade Barrett and Mark Henry are backstage. Henry wishes Barrett good luck in his match tonight, but says he will not be able to attend ringside due to the stipulations placed barring any outside presence. Randy Orton and Sheamus are set to go head-to-head in a bitter grudge match. Sheamus missed some time due to an injury suffered during a match with Randy Orton earlier in the year, and the Celtic Warrior believes this is the sole reason he is not the world champion right now. To no surprise, Randy Orton claims there is no fault of his own, instead blaming Sheamus's ineptitude for his lack of gold. Tensions flared rather quickly, and violent intent now resides within these two competitors, and this match didn't disappoint, as physicality was emphasized in this slugfest between two top stars. Both men wield world title aspirations, and whoever comes out on top here will have a great case for themselves to move up the line of contention. Momentum would shift back and forth, neither man able to gain an edge. This was a major power struggle, but something would have to give. As the match waged on, Sheamus would put the Viper down, scoring a big win and sending a message to the Smackdown roster in the process. Ken Shamrock and Brock Lesnar once again have their hands full with DX, but this time we are looking at a 2-on-3 handicap match featuring the return of X-Pac. The war between Brock Lesnar and D-Generation X has been no secret, as the issue has been ongoing for months. DX is looking to strike one final blow to Lesnar, though with the aid of Ken Shamrock, these two showed no hesitancy coming into this handicap match. The match was physical, but Lesnar would surprisingly establish the upper hand early on. Despite the best efforts of DX, nothing seemed to slow Lesnar and Shamrock down. However, momentum would begin to shift, and the strength in numbers showed the advantage it provided. The animosity was clear as both teams aimed to tear one another apart, but in the end, Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock would beat the odds and shockingly hand D-Generation X a loss. Another monumental match is on deck, as John Cena and The Rock prepare for a long-awaited collision here at one of the biggest events in all of the WWE. While this match has already taken place twice before, none of their encounters have ended by pinfall, which brings us to the only stipulation of the contest. This match must end with a pin. This rivalry transcends championships. John Cena, long known as the workhorse of the WWE, carries a resentment for The Rock, who comes and goes as he pleases. According to Cena, the arrival of the Great One has relegated Cena to feeling more like a placeholder rather than the face of the company. which amplifies the aggression from Cena here. However, The Rock isn't going to make anything easy, providing his own level of electrifying offense to the contest. The fans were on their feet throughout this heated match, as these megastars gave it their all to establish superiority. As the match began to reach its apex, it's clear these two were giving it everything they had, pulling out all the stops. Cena landed an FU, but The Rock would kick out of the ensuing pinfall. Cena continued to apply pressure, but The Rock would counter into a rock bottom. The match seemed all but over until John Cena kicked out of the falling pin attempt. Passion and pride would fuel these two to fight on, with neither man letting up. Though in the end, John Cena landed another FU, which would keep The Rock down for the 3 count, ending a phenomenal match with John Cena standing tall. Wade Barrett makes his way to the ring, ready to defend his World Heavyweight Championship against The Undertaker. However, Barrett is floored when he sees Mark Henry making his way to the ring as the challenger. It seems that The Undertaker's SummerSlam challenge to Wade Barrett was not for his own interest, but that of Mark Henry's. Silence and uncertainty flooded the arena as Wade Barrett tried to decipher the betrayal. Once the bell rang, it was clear as day. Mark Henry is no longer going to stand behind Wade Barrett. Mark Henry was enlightened to Barrett's manipulative and egotistical methods, revealing that Barrett did not see anybody else as his equal, much less Mark Henry. Once the shock had set in, Wade Barrett began to rally, building some offense on the world's strongest man. However, this momentum was short-lived. With no backup to interfere in the match, Wade Barrett was backed into a corner. While the champion has proven his own merit throughout his title reign, Mark Henry's physical approach was unrelenting, punishing Barrett for all of his wrongdoings. The world's strongest slam would put the champion down and keep him down. Mark Henry has become the World Heavyweight Champion in a monumental moment, ending one of the longest title reigns we've seen in recent memory. It's time for the main event, as Chris Jericho will be defending his WWE Championship against CM Punk in a TLC match. These two have some bad blood between them, and this isn't the first time they'll be competing for the title. However, the stakes have risen incredibly high considering the imminent danger they are putting themselves in by taking part in a TLC match. However, both of these stars are rather familiar with ladders. This is a culmination of jealousy, ambushes, and world championship aspirations, and there's nothing these guys won't do to walk away king of the mountain. While the championship is the driving factor of this match, this one is personal. Chris Jericho is determined to prove that CM Punk cracks under pressure and can't handle the spotlight, while CM Punk states that Y2J is a shell of his former self, now a parasite who only takes from the WWE instead of bringing anything to the table. Brutal measures were taken to gain an advantage here, though it's all fair game in this type of matchup. It would ultimately be Chris Jericho to be the one to climb atop of the ladder, grabbing the belt and securing his place as WWE Champion. Our first episode of Monday Night Raw gets started with the WWE Champion, Chris Jericho, in the ring and speaking to the crowd. Jericho proclaims his greatness, but is interrupted by John Cena, stating he is coming for the championship. CM Punk would join the segment, stating he deserves another shot to take back his title. The first match of the night brings Trish Stratus in the ring to compete against Alicia Fox. Trish was screwed out of her aspirations to regain the women's championship last night thanks to Lita. However, in this match, Stratus goes uninterrupted on her way to a victory. The tag team of Funkarella make their way to the ring as they prepare to face off against Kane and Big Show in a rematch for the tag team titles. Despite the support of the fans, Brodus Clay and Santino Marella once again fall to the monstrous duo. More tag team action is next as Zack Ryder and United States Champion R-Truth compete against the team of The Miz and David Otunga. A competitive matchup ensued as 3 competitors aimed to separate themselves from the pack and stand out as a suitable challenger to R-Truth. While each man made a case for themselves in this one, it would be the team of Zack Ryder and the United States Champion to come out on top. Backstage, cameras would catch the arrival of the newest Raw superstar, Alberto Del Rio, who was traded from Smackdown in a move that has shaken up the landscape of the WWE. Money in the Bank holder Dolph Ziggler cuts a promo backstage, mocking CM Punk, John Cena, and Chris Jericho, reminding everyone that he is the one who has the power on Monday Night Raw. The main event of the evening would bring CM Punk and John Cena into the ring. ready to go head to head. Two massive stars square off to end the night, both coming off of big matches at SummerSlam. Cena holds all of the momentum here as he just overcame the Great One, and CM Punk was on the losing end of a brutal TLC match. However, they weren't going to allow that from bringing everything they had into this match. As control of the match bounced between the two, John Cena would eventually create some separation, putting down CM Punk as he sent a huge message to the champion. Friday Night Smackdown gets started off hot with the Cruiserweight title match as Daniel Bryan is set to defend against the dangerous Justin Gabriel. An incredibly competitive match energized the crowd and showed why the Cruiserweight division deserves to be recognized. It was a battle between technicality and high-flying excitement that could go either way, but in the end, Daniel Bryan would stand tall as champion. Intercontinental Champion Christian is ready to compete in singles action, and Kofi Kingston is prepared to pose a threat to the hot streak Captain Charisma has been on. Kingston came out firing in this match, quickly taking control and unleashing his unique offense. The champion wouldn't waver and fought back, refusing to let the match get away from him. While Kofi definitely did pose a threat, Christian would come through and end this match with his hand raised in victory. After the match, a masked figure in a dark setting appeared on the Titantron, calling out Christian and promising to end his reign as champion. Sheamus would take part in action in the next match, coming off of a big victory at SummerSlam. The Celtic Warrior keeps rolling with a dominant performance here over Hunico. The former World Heavyweight Champion Wade Barrett is in the ring. The new sovereignty seems to have crumbled away, but Barrett isn't alone. Now backed by former WWE Champion JBL. The new manager would proclaim that Barrett will regain his championship, as well as control of the WWE. The main event of the night will bring the new World Heavyweight Champion Mark Henry into the ring, sporting a new look as he embraces his old school origins. While the champion is in good spirits, he has a sour opponent looking to take him down. Randy Orton needs to regain some momentum after taking a loss at SummerSlam, and brings a ton of intensity to the new champ. While Randy Orton put the pressure on Mark Henry from the jump, the world's strongest champion would take down his opportunistic adversary, emphasizing his place at the top of the brand. Monday Night Raw begins with a backstage segment featuring DX, showing Triple H scolding X-Pac for coming up short once again at SummerSlam. Alberto Del Rio would make his Raw debut as he is set to go one-on-one against Zack Ryder. Ryder delivered a compelling performance and was building some serious momentum. However, Del Rio refused to take a loss on his first night on Raw, hitting Zack Ryder with a low blow while the referee was distracted to secure his first victory on Monday nights. X-Pac is scheduled to compete against Brock Lesnar in the next match. X-Pac is without the support of DX, though this isn't too shocking given the evidence we witnessed earlier in the night. Regardless, Brock Lesnar unleashes a flurry of suplexes upon the DX member, giving X-Pac no room to navigate or build any momentum of his own. Lesnar dominated this match, amplifying the tension amongst he and DX. Shawn Michaels and Triple H are arguing backstage, seemingly disagreeing with their approach to get back at Lesnar and Shamrock. Beth Phoenix would take part in singles action next as she came to the ring to square off against Eve Torres. A battle between two former women's champions ensued, and the evolution of the women's division continues to progress as the in-ring talent improves. Beth Phoenix proves what was already known, that she is a formidable competitor as she racks up a victory here. Lita would come to the ring in the next segment, ready to provide an explanation as to why she sabotaged Trish Stratus. Lita would claim that Trish became a nostalgia act while Lita stayed dangerous, and the decision to put Trish in the spotlight again was a slap in the face. Lita would promise to prove her point as the segment came to an end. A star-studded tag team match headlines the night as the team of CM Punk and The Rock are booked to compete against John Cena and Chris Jericho. The WWE Champion and his potential contender share some serious tension between one another, though CM Punk and The Rock visibly have issues working together. Nonetheless, all four competitors were well aware of the task at hand. An exciting match would ensue as these superstars all looked to steal the spotlight. Chris Jericho has rejuvenated his career by once again becoming the WWE Champion, and he is back to competing at an elite level. John Cena trumped The Rock at SummerSlam in a definitive match that was intended to conclude their rivalry. CM Punk is at risk of falling through the cracks as he already lost his rematch for the WWE Championship and came up short a week ago in something of a prove-it match against John Cena. The frustrations would continue as CM Punk would once again find himself looking at the lights in a losing effort. After the match, tensions grew as The Rock would rip into CM Punk for taking the loss. The next edition of Friday Night Smackdown opens up with the Intercontinental Champion in action. Christian is competing against one of the new members of the SmackDown roster, Primo. While Primo delivers some exciting offense, Christian comes out on top here. After the match, Christian demands the dark figure reveal himself. Cody Rhodes and Wade Barrett cross paths backstage, where Barrett reminds Cody that he is still a leader and the group is not dead. The next match of the night consists of Ted DiBiase Jr. back in the ring to face off against Heath Slater. DiBiase missed his mark when challenging for the Intercontinental title, and he begins to get back on track with a victory here. Cruiserweight champion Daniel Bryan is set to put his title on the line once more against another high-flying opponent, this time Sin Cara. The two quickly got the match going with engaging offense that kept the fans at the edges of their seats. While each competitor tried to establish control, neither would lie down and accept defeat. However, when the smoke cleared, it was Daniel Bryan emerging victorious, still the Cruiserweight champion. We've got a huge main event to headline the night, as World Heavyweight Champion Mark Henry is once again in the ring to take part in singles competition. He's got a massive challenge standing in front of him, as Sheamus has been itching to get his hands on the champion, whoever that may be. The match was impactful from the opening bell, as these two powerful foes weren't afraid to go toe-to-toe with one another. The match went back and forth, with both men showing their strength and ferocity. However, this match would come to an inconclusive end when Wade Barrett and JBL jumped Mark Henry. Sheamus was furious with what was carried out, though he wasn't going to get in the middle of the attack. A big episode of Monday Night Raw is on deck, and the night kicks off with a fatal four-way between The Miz, Zack Ryder, Alberto Del Rio, and David Otunga. The stakes are high in this match as the winner will earn the right to challenge R-Truth at the Night of Champions pay-per-view for the United States title. All four men were well aware of the opportunity they were faced with and were prepared to give it everything they had to come out on top of this one. However, there could only be one. Despite a valiant effort from everyone involved, Alberto Del Rio would emerge the winner and punch his ticket into the title match in less than 2 weeks. X-Pac is found once again beaten down backstage. One half of the tag team champions, Big Show, is scheduled to compete in a one-on-one contest against Santino Marella. However, the word compete should be used rather loosely, as the Giant dominated this matchup en route to a victory. A segment between Lita and Trish Stratus would take place in the ring. While the two exchanged harsh words with one another, the real juice here is the brawl that would take place between the two ladies, reigniting a legendary rivalry. Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock are scheduled to compete in tag team action against the Colognes. Despite now being members of the SmackDown roster, ChatGPT has summoned Primo and Epico back to Monday night for the opportunity to get beaten down by Lesnar and Shamrock. This was another one-sided contest, as Lesnar and Shamrock looked unstoppable. However, Shawn Michaels made his way down to the ring, looking to avenge X-Pac's attack. Unfortunately for Michaels, this attempt was futile, as the dangerous duo dismantled the Heartbreak Kid. We've got the WWE Champion in action to end the night, and CM Punk is looking to redeem himself after taking consecutive losses in recent weeks. These two stars are extremely familiar with one another, though the championship is not on the line here. Another intense match came from these elite combatants, both delivering their own style of effective offensive maneuvers. This match would come to an end thanks to the interference from Dolph Ziggler, the Money in the Bank briefcase holder. While this is not how CM Punk imagined winning this match, the ever-optimistic former WWE Champion took his moment to strike, putting down the champion and scoring CM Punk a huge pinfall victory. Another action-packed edition of Friday Night Smackdown awaits, and the night will get going with Cruiserweight action. Daniel Bryan and Sin Cara put on a great match last week and are running it back as a rematch is booked, once again with the title on the line. However, this match would never reach a proper conclusion as Justin Gabriel would interrupt the match, taking out both the champion and the challenger. The cameras catch up to Christian being attacked backstage. To the surprise of many, Mankind is the one behind the attack. The fans were in awe as Mankind brutalized the Intercontinental Champion, revealing that he is the one behind the mysterious promos. We've got triple threat action in the next contest, as Ted DiBiase Jr. and Heath Slater are set to share the ring once more, with the addition of Jinder Mahal. The three young roster members are all looking to make an impact, each in different parts of their careers, but all sharing the fact that they're on the outside looking in. After a competitive contest, Ted DiBiase Jr. would be the one to walk out on top. The next match features Sheamus taking on the Great Khali. Sheamus has been wreaking havoc on the Smackdown roster since his return from injury, and faces a large challenge in former heavyweight champion looking to take him down. However, Sheamus would reinforce his might as he would dismantle the Punjabi Playboy, racking up another victory. The main event of the evening will bring Cody Rhodes and Wade Barrett back into tag team action, as they are set to face off against the team of heavyweight champion Mark Henry and The Godfather, making his return to the WWE as he intends on aiding a longtime friend. Wade Barrett showed his saltiness last week when interrupting a match between Henry and Sheamus, and it's time he answers for his actions. In fact, Wade Barrett would be left alone when Cody Rhodes used Wade Barrett's tactics against him, leaving him high and dry, officially severing his ties with Barrett and the New Sovereignty. This would leave the former champion in an unfavorable position, with no backup to assist him avoiding the ass-kicking that he's got coming to him. Henry and The Godfather would not squander this opportunity, taking down Wade Barrett and doing so rather happily. We are less than 1 week away from the next pay-per-view, Night of Champions, and this episode of Monday Night Raw will serve to set the stage. The night gets going with tag team action, bringing the New Age Outlaws into the ring with Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock. The DX members were much more prepared to face off against Lesnar and Shamrock this time around, and posed a challenge to the two suplex machines. Fired up as they were, they simply could not keep Lesnar and Shamrock down, leaving Jesse James and Billy Gunn to taste defeat. The Miz and Rey Mysterio are set to lock up in the next match. Both of these men have been trending in the wrong direction and are in need of a much-needed win. These two would turn in fine performances, with Rey Mysterio ultimately coming out of this one with his hand held in victory. The ladies are taking part in tag team action, as Beth Phoenix and Trish Stratus are set to team against Lita and women's champion Karma. The entire women's division has been dominated by Karma all year, necessitating the return of legends Trish and Lita. While issues have sparked between the two, Karma and Beth Phoenix still play integral parts to the landscape of the division. These fine competitors put on a great match for the fans in attendance, with Lita and the champion coming away victorious. Though after the match, Lita would make her intentions crystal clear as she nailed Karma, showing that she too is coming after the women's championship. Another tag team match headlines the night, as Chris Jericho and John Cena are set to form another temporary alliance against CM Punk and Dolph Ziggler. Punk is not pleased with Ziggler's involvement in his match last week, though that did not stop him from collecting the victory. Jericho is looking to avenge that loss while John Cena aims to stay on top of the competition en route to his pending title shot. Another exciting clash came from these superstars, each with their own motivation to show out before the pay-per-view. While Punk and Ziggler weren't fired up to team alongside one another at the start of the match, an apparent chemistry would form between the two, allowing them to employ some less than honorable means to come away with a surprising win over the champion and the challenger. After the match, Ziggler looked to shock the world when he made advances to cash in his Money in the Bank contract. However, this attempt would end before it could start when The Rock made his return to Raw, planting Dolph Ziggler with the rock bottom and preventing the cash-in. With only 2 days until the Night of Champions pay-per-view, Smackdown looks to make a big impact and tie up any loose ends. A big 6-man tag team match is scheduled as the Colognes and Hunico are set to face off against the team of Daniel Bryan, Justin Gabriel, and Sin Cara. Bryan, Gabriel, and Sin Cara will all be facing off for the Cruiserweight title on Sunday, but they first must coexist as teammates. The talented Cruiserweights were able to put their differences aside throughout the duration of the match, securing a victory as a big title match neared and tensions amplified. A tense moment between Cody Rhodes and Wade Barrett occurs backstage. Barrett vows Cody Rhodes will pay for the mistake he made last week. Sheamus is interviewed backstage, where he makes the claim that he will be taking home the World Heavyweight Championship on Sunday. The Celtic Warrior would then find himself in the ring following a commercial break, making light work of Heath Slater as he collected another dominant victory. Mankind would find himself in action against Jinder Mahal in the next match. Mankind has revealed himself as the one looking to take the Intercontinental title from Christian, and he gets a chance to prove that he is a worthy contender in this matchup here. As expected, Mankind brought a level of ruthlessness to the ring, which would carry him to victory. After the match, Christian would look to gain a measure of payback, launching an attack on Mankind before any post-match celebration could take place. Our final match before the Night of Champions pay-per-view brings former heavyweight champion Wade Barrett into singles action just days before he gets his championship rematch. His opponent, The Godfather will pose a threat and look to deplete some of the challenger's momentum. A physical, hard-hitting match would ensue from these two, as the two bruising competitors went blow for blow. The Godfather began to build some momentum, but the former champion would flip a switch, breaking through with unrelenting force, taking control of the match and collecting a victory as well as some much-needed momentum heading into a monumental title match. The Night of Champions pay-per-view has arrived, and a heart-stopping opening match is in store to set the tone right off the bat. Daniel Bryan is prepared to defend his Cruiserweight title against both Sin Cara and Justin Gabriel. The catch? The title will be suspended above the ring, and whoever intends on walking out of here as champion must win this ladder match. These three have been reinforcing the level of competition and skill amongst the Cruiserweight division, constantly making attempts to one-up their adversaries and prove they belong atop of the division. Daniel Bryan has secured title defenses against both of these guys in singles competition, but the triple threat nature of this match amplifies the volatility. The match could go in any direction, and while each man gave an admirable effort, Sin Cara was the one to clutch the championship belt, crowning himself as the new king of cruiserweights. The tag team titles are on the line in a monstrous matchup. The duo of Kane and Big Show are ready to defend their championships against a dangerous threat, Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock. Two dominant and destructive teams will collide in a showdown of brute force and sheer power. The champions came out looking strong, refusing to waver and allow their size advantage to go to waste. However, Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock are going to need a lot more resistance before they back down. Lesnar and Shamrock would stay on the offensive as much as possible, knocking their giant opponents back and off of their feet, much to the surprise of the champions. This was a balanced endeavor, as momentum volleyed between the two teams. Lesnar and Shamrock showed their might by handling these super heavyweights like they were cruiserweights, though Kane and Big Show were determined to remain champions. However, when the dust had settled, Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock were the ones to come out on top, leaving no doubt as to who the best team in all of the WWE is. The next match of the evening sees R-Truth put his United States Championship on the line against Alberto Del Rio. Truth has been on his game for the past few months, and is currently carrying out a respectable reign as champion. He's got quite the challenge looking ahead of him though, as former Intercontinental Champion Alberto Del Rio looks to keep his unbeaten record alive since coming over to Raw. With the opportunity to become champion, the motivation is bolstered even further. This was not going to be an easy match for either man, as the two contrasting demeanors butt heads. Both men took time trying to establish control of the match, but the match went back and forth, with neither competitor able to pull away how they planned. The fans were firmly behind the champion, creating a lively atmosphere that made for a big fight feel. Despite the crowd clearly favoring R-Truth, Alberto Del Rio was relentless with his offense, constantly finding ways to slow down the champ and kill his momentum. A cross armbreaker was applied and Del Rio seemed to have all but won, until R-Truth broke free. Del Rio refused to let up with his offense, keeping his foot on the gas throughout and taking control of the match. Del Rio's cockiness began to shine through, which left him vulnerable for just a moment, but long enough to allow R-Truth to take advantage, shocking the challenger and successfully retaining the United States Championship. The women's title is on the line in the next match, as the dominant Karma finds herself in a very uncertain situation, as she must defend the championship against both Lita and Trish Stratus. The two legends definitely pose a legitimate threat, though it cannot be understated that Karma has had the women's division in a vice grip, dismantling everyone she's crossed paths with en route to an undefeated record in singles competition. The ladies weren't shy to use any means necessary to come out on top of this one. While Lita and Trish carry some serious animosity between one another, the two seem to make a focused effort to do as much damage to the champion early on. With her back against the wall, Karma unleashed an aggressive offensive arsenal of her own. The temporary alliance between Lita and Trish would fizzle, busting the match wide open and amplifying the intensity. The issues between Lita and Trish would give Karma an opportunity to regain some momentum and let her power shift the tides of the match. While all three of these women put on one hell of a performance, there could only be one, and after a grueling battle, that would be Karma, taking advantage of Lita and Trish's issues, allowing her to still come out the women's champion. A violent battle is in store for the next bout, as Christian and Mankind will take part in a hardcore match with the Intercontinental Championship on the line. Mankind launched a surprising attack on Christian following some eerie advances at the title. While Christian was caught off guard, he didn't back down and quickly took measures to get even. Mankind touts that today's WWE doesn't know what pain is, and that he is determined to change that. This unusual path has led us to this brutal match. Captain Charisma is no stranger to having the odds stacked against him, and his tenacity is shown immediately as he didn't hesitate to incorporate extreme strategies to retain his championship. However, Mankind is a different breed, and felt right at home in this hardcore environment. There was vicious intent behind every strike, every bump. Christian gave it all that he could, but the relentlessness of Mankind overwhelmed Captain Charisma, bringing forth a new Intercontinental Champion. A huge World Heavyweight Championship match takes the stage next, as another tough challenge is presented before a champion. Another triple threat, this time featuring Mark Henry defending against the former champion Wade Barrett and the dominant Sheamus. The power struggle over on Smackdown has seen 3 competitors stand out as of late, all facing the opportunity to walk out Night of Champions as the definitive top star on the blue brand. Mark Henry has recently seen a rise as a true threat in the main event scene, but is now facing 2 former world champions looking to reclaim gold. The ever-resourceful Wade Barrett has reinforced his might despite recently losing the title, while Sheamus has taken the roster by storm since his return from injury, squashing jobbers and putting down future Hall of Famers alike. This is a true clash of powerhouses, and each man packs a punch. The only thing that mattered to these guys was walking out of here as champion. That was made evident by the punishment they put themselves through here. The constant presence of the next man ready to strike created a hectic environment. The match came to head when Mark Henry made what is likely the most acrobatic reversal of his life, which would be a huge mistake for Sheamus. The damage done to the Celtic Warrior was serious, as he had trouble fighting back from such a miss. Mark Henry would use this to capitalize, keeping Barrett down long enough to collect the pinfall on Sheamus, securing his championship in a big match. Another multi-man contest is set to determine a world championship, and our main event is packed full of stars. Chris Jericho is carrying slim odds as he looks to retain the WWE Championship in a fatal 4-way against John Cena, CM Punk, and The Rock. Massive stakes are on the line, and these megastars got to work immediately, each eager to walk out of here as the face of the WWE. The intensity in the ring is palpable, as bad blood lives between all 4 competitors. Chris Jericho has completed a career re-emergence by once again capturing the WWE Championship. CM Punk has been hell-bent on reclaiming the title that he lost just a couple months ago and carried so proudly. John Cena has seen a transformation in demeanor and attitude, embracing his aggressive roots. And we all know how The Rock feels about the spotlight, though it can't be denied his return to the title scene has brought extra attention to this monumental showdown. As the match carried on, it was visually apparent that it was taking its toll on the competitors. In the heat of the moment, the match quickly came to an end as CM Punk locked the Anaconda Vice on The Rock, forcing the Great One to submit, shocking Cena and Y2J at the suddenness of it all. CM Punk had begun his celebration, finally redeeming his loss and once again becoming the WWE Champion. However, the celebration was cut short when Dolph Ziggler, holder of the Money in the Bank briefcase, made it known he was ready to cash in his contract. There was no interference, no shenanigans, and CM Punk found himself defending the WWE Championship immediately after winning it. Dolph Ziggler took advantage of Punk's fatigue, quickly putting CM Punk down and claiming the WWE Championship for the first time in his career. As Night of Champions comes to an end, many wonder what Raw will look like with Dolph Ziggler as the champion. If you're enjoying the video, please leave a like to see the series continue. Need the prompt? Check the Patreon. Link in the description. Night of Champions was a huge night, and Monday Night Raw looks to deliver with a big night to follow. The show opens up with new WWE Champion, Dolph Ziggler, in the ring and speaking to the crowd. Ziggler is visibly thrilled with his new accolade, and touts that he didn't steal anything, but he outsmarted everyone. CM Punk would interrupt the segment, furious with Ziggler's actions. It wouldn't take long for Ziggler to get under Punk's skin, resulting in a brawl between the two. The first match of the night gets going with singles action, pitting Rey Mysterio against United States Champion R-Truth. The two would inject a jolt of excitement right off the bat with a competitive matchup. R-Truth has been on an impressive run since capturing the championship, constantly knocking down each challenger that steps up. However, Rey seems to be turning things around as he comes away with a huge upset over the champion. Despite an intense match, the two babyfaces shake hands following their encounter. Zack Ryder and David Otunga are set to go mano a mano in the next match. Both of these guys have been trying to improve their standing in the pecking order on Raw, but haven't had the success they'd hoped for. A physical match would ensue as the two went to battle, though in the end, David Otunga would walk away victorious thanks to some help from the ropes. Backstage, Triple H and Shawn Michaels are discussing their next move. Triple H claims it's time to bring out the big guns. Beth Phoenix is in action against Alicia Fox in the next match. As it stands now, both of these ladies are on the outside looking in of the title picture, and the re-emergence of legends crowds the scene even more. However, Beth Phoenix reinforces her legitimacy with a convincing victory here. The main event of the evening will bring CM Punk back into action immediately following a roller coaster of a night, with a tough opposition standing across from him looking to make an impact. Alberto Del Rio came up short in his pursuit of the US title last night and is visibly frustrated with his shortcomings. CM Punk, however, triumphed in a massive fatal 4-way to regain the WWE Championship, only to have his moment and title ripped away by Dolph Ziggler thanks to the Money in the Bank contract. The grievances of both men propelled their aggression, making for an intense match that, in the end, CM Punk would walk out victorious thanks to a GTS. Friday Night Smackdown will see some changes following the Night of Champions pay-per-view, one of those being the new Cruiserweight Champion, Sin Cara. The champ is in action to kickstart the night against Justin Gabriel. These two took part in a grueling ladder match the night before, but aren't going to let that stop them from putting on an entertaining bout here tonight. Justin Gabriel has been desperate to become the champion as of late, but hasn't had much luck. That lack of luck continues here as Sin Cara comes out on top of this non-title contest. Another new champion is in action up next as Heath Slater takes on Intercontinental title holder Mankind. Fans were witness to the ruthlessness of the new champion last night, as he dismantled Christian in a shocking manner. While this match didn't allow for any weapons, Mankind didn't care and would strike down Heath Slater, seemingly only with the intent to send a message. While the champion was in clear control of the match, he took the loss by DQ and would then make the statement that this belt used to mean something, and next week it will mean something again. JBL is backstage and speaking on the behalf of Wade Barrett. JBL seems poised despite Barrett unsuccessfully challenging for the title, and claims that they don't chase, they position. Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase will go head-to-head in the next match, as a battle of two young talents with a deep history takes the spotlight. Cody Rhodes has severed himself from Wade Barrett and is hoping to get his singles career back on track. Ted DiBiase Jr. has been on a similar pursuit, challenging for the Intercontinental title recently. The two put on a competitive contest, though we would not see a definitive conclusion as Wade Barrett and JBL would launch an attack on Cody, coming through on their promise to get some payback. World Heavyweight Champion Mark Henry is back in action to main event the evening, giving the world's strongest man no time to rest following an impressive title defense. His opponent, Randy Orton, is fresh and looking to regain his spot atop of SmackDown. The fans were on the edges of their seats, anticipating the outcome of this clash. Randy Orton took control of the match early and kept the pressure on as opposed to his usual slow, methodical approach. Mark Henry had to withstand an offensive push from the Viper before eventually regaining composure, finding his stride, and turning the match over into his favor. Randy Orton was shocked, but his control suddenly slipped away, ceding it to the world's strongest man. The champion would hit his finishing maneuver and collect the pinfall victory. After the match, Randy Orton is struggling dealing with another loss. He is calm, but visibly furious. We're back on Monday Night Raw, and the night gets going with the man who walked into the Night of Champions pay-per-view as the WWE Champion, Chris Jericho. Y2J would state that Ziggler and Punk are imposters ahead of their scheduled WWE title match tonight, adding that he is still the best in all of the WWE before his time on the mic came to an end. A triple threat will take place as the first match. Kofi Kingston, The Miz, and David Otunga compete to gain some footing as well as some attention as a potential contender. Since Kofi lost the Cruiserweight title, he has seen his status as a Raw roster member get taken a bit more seriously. The Miz is a former world champ and is doing whatever he can to stay relevant. And David Otunga, a man who has had a relatively quiet run here on Raw, but is coming off of a victory just last week. The three put forth an entertaining match that would see David Otunga walk away victorious. New tag team champions Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock are in action against a pair of former champions in their own right, the team of Funkarella. However, there is a rigid difference between these two teams, and Funkarella was unable to capture any magic as the champions came away with a dominant victory. Triple H would then appear at the stage, alone, claiming he isn't done with Brock Lesnar just yet. A frustrated and bitter Lita confronts Trish Stratus backstage, claiming Trish had everything handed to her, while Lita had to earn everything that she's gained. Following his victory last week, Rey Mysterio is awarded a shot at R-Truth's United States Championship. The two will square off against one another once again, though the stakes are much higher this week. The match was intense from the opening bell, neither man holding anything back despite a mutual respect. Rey Mysterio has been eager to remind everyone he's still got it, though R-Truth is determined to not allow that to happen at his expense. The two went back and forth, though in the end, it would be R-Truth to come out on top with another successful title defense. The main event of the evening will see Dolph Ziggler put his WWE title on the line for the first time as CM Punk is exercising his rematch with little turnaround. The former champion came into this one extremely focused, refusing to take his eyes off of the champion. There was a bit of unease shrouded in Dolph Ziggler's confident demeanor, though there was nothing he could do in this situation. The match got going and CM Punk quickly went on the attack, looking to make the new champion pay for biting off more than he could chew. The veteran came in with a calculated offense, determined to bring pain to the show-off. CM Punk was in the driver's seat and showing the WWE Universe why he was champion to begin with. The challenger gave the champion no room to breathe. However, the champ would then find a timely opportunity to turn things in his favor. Ziggler began to use whatever means he could legally obtain to slow down his aggressor, and the match was becoming more competitive. Ziggler was mounting a comeback, and CM Punk was in shock. Ziggler would catch Punk off guard to secure the pinfall victory and the WWE Championship. After the match, Chris Jericho returns to the ring, taking out both men, leaving Y2J, the last man standing, as Raw comes to an end. Friday Night Smackdown has some big matches in store this week, and the night gets going with Cruiserweight Champion Sin Cara going one-on-one with Epico Colon in non-title competition. Sin Cara has regained the top spot of the Cruiserweight division, and has no intentions of going anywhere anytime soon. An exciting match came from these two, but the champion would come out looking strong on the back of another victory. Mark Henry is in the ring, cutting a promo stating his fearlessness and ferocity will carry him to a legendary title reign. However, the lights would flicker, interrupting the champion. The Undertaker would briefly appear before vanishing, and the mammoth of a champion was visibly shaken. We've got the Intercontinental Champion once again in the ring and ready to take part in singles competition. However, this time Mankind is putting the title on the line in an Extreme Rules match. Mankind got himself disqualified last week, which gave Heath Slater a non-title victory over the champion. However, Mankind would exercise his unrelenting aggression as he dismantled Heath Slater. Mankind unveiled a new version of the Intercontinental title, a disgusting, tattered belt sharing similarities with the old hardcore title, now claiming the belt once again has meaning. Blame WWE13 for the lack of a true belt creation suite for the poor visual. Wade Barrett cuts a promo in the ring following a commercial break, now toting Ted DiBiase Jr. along in his crew. Barrett would vow to the WWE Universe that he will regain his power, but more importantly, his leverage in the WWE. Sheamus makes his way down to the ring to compete in the next match. The Celtic Warrior has been knocking down every opponent he has come across on Smackdown as of late, though he came up short in his title match at the pay-per-view and takes out some of those frustrations here on Justin Gabriel. After the match, Randy Orton would appear, hitting Sheamus with an RKO out of nowhere before slithering out of the ring. The main event of the evening is a big one-on-one clash between Wade Barrett and Farouk. Wade Barrett has a chance to position himself as the true #1 contender to Mark Henry's title now that he's used his guaranteed rematch. Farouk posed a tough challenge to the former world champion, though in the end, Wade Barrett would come away with the victory, but that was not enough for the group as they launched an attack post-match. JBL showed no remorse as he assisted in the destruction of his former partner. However, Mark Henry would storm the ring, saving Farouk and fending off the attackers. Mark Henry came in real clutch here, but his attention was taken when the lights cut out, and the Undertaker was revealed on the Titantron. The dead man spoke to Henry, stating that everyone will be watching him, and most will look to destroy him, but not all. After the cryptic message, the show went off air. With a new week upon us, Monday Night Raw gets going in a big way, as we are blessed with the presence of General Manager GPT, who makes the announcement the upcoming pay-per-view will feature another Attitude Era theme, being Over the Edge. The first match of the night consists of CM Punk going one-on-one with Jack Swagger. These two have a lot of history with one another and are ready to throw down once more here. While the two have gone in drastically different directions in their careers, a competitive matchup took place, though in the end, CM Punk would walk out on top. In the next segment, The Rock is back on Raw, being interviewed backstage. The Rock would comment on the current state of the WWE title, making fun of CM Punk and mocking him for losing the title to someone like Dolph Ziggler. Eve Torres and Beth Phoenix share the ring in the next match. While the returns of Trish and Lita have taken a great deal of attention in the women's division, there are plenty of competitors vying to keep their names in the hunt. Two former champions went at it in this one, but Beth Phoenix would be the one to come out on top. Speaking of Trish and Lita, cameras would catch Stratus attacking Lita backstage. Trish showed some serious aggression and superhuman strength as she took out her fiercest rival. A highly contested match is up next, as two potential contenders for R-Truth's United States Championship look to improve their ranking while plummeting the other. Rey Mysterio and The Miz put on an entertaining match that went back and forth, volleying momentum and control. Both of these guys have been extremely inconsistent this season, but could truly change their fortune as a potential title opportunity lies in waiting. The two gave it their all, but in the end, Rey Mysterio would be the one to walk away victorious. The main event of the evening features a big triple threat match to provide some clarity on just who will be the next to challenge Dolph Ziggler for the WWE title. Alberto Del Rio has found a major opportunity placed in front of him as the Raw newcomer competes with John Cena and Chris Jericho in a match where the stakes are incredibly high. Cena and Jericho are veterans to the title picture and will not be easy to overcome. The intensity of the contest was easily felt throughout the arena, and the fans couldn't wait to see who was going to come out on top. The three men fought until they were depleted of energy, reinforcing the significance of the WWE Championship, though in the end, John Cena would be the one to come out with the W. After the match, Dolph Ziggler is seen at the stage, eyeing down his potential contender. Another big edition of Friday Night Smackdown is in store, and the Cruiserweight Champion once again has his hands full with the Cologne. Primo is geared up and ready to take down Sin Cara, though the masked luchador made that much easier said than done. As Sin Cara began to build momentum and take control of the match, Epico and Hunico would crash the scene, taking out the champion and posing a threat to his reign as a new group seems to have been formed. Intercontinental Champion Mankind is making his way to the ring, sporting that disgusted, putrid, inaccurate version of his title belt. Jinder Mahal is the man assigned to take down the maniacal champion, and that seems to be a tall task as Mankind's ruthlessness has been amplified since capturing the title. Mankind would handle business here, putting Mahal down in defeat. After the match, the crowd was stunned when Edge made a huge return, calling out Mankind from the stage and challenging him for the title. Cody Rhodes and Daniel Bryan find themselves tagging up to take on the team of Ted DiBiase Jr. and former world champion Wade Barrett. It seems that Ted DiBiase's frustrations of being identified as a tag team competitor has led him to being a lackey for Wade Barrett, once again competing in tag team action. The four competitors put on a highly entertaining match, and the animosity was apparent, though in the end, Wade Barrett and Ted DiBiase Jr. would walk away from this one with a spotless record for the new group. The main event of the night brings JBL, John Bradshaw Layfield, back into in-ring action as he must answer for his despicable acts last week. An angry Farouk is set to get his hands on JBL, even sporting his acolyte attire to remind JBL of the history that they share. This was a physical encounter, and the two brawlers spared no expense to bring down their former drinking partner. It's been quite some time since JBL has laced up the boots, but that didn't stop him from inflicting unrelenting punishment on Farouk. However, good old Ron Simmons refused to back down, implementing his own arsenal of powerful offense. The two went back and forth, exceeding the expectations for this match, though in the end, it was JBL who came out on top, beating his former friend down and collecting the win by countout. The final Raw before the Over the Edge pay-per-view is ready to get going, starting the night with a big United States title match between R-Truth and Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio has earned this title shot after taking down competitors like The Miz and the champion himself. This is the rubber match between the two, and they were determined to put on a compelling performance. R-Truth looked to slow down the fast-paced attack of Rey Mysterio, though he wasn't able to keep him grounded entirely. While R-Truth has sported an impressive reign as champion, he was overwhelmed by Rey in this match as the championship changed hands in surprising manner. Another title match awaits as the tag team champions, Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock, are prepared to put their titles on the line against Triple H and Shawn Michaels. DX has seemingly been banging their heads against the wall as they try to take down Brock Lesnar. No matter what DX has tried, Lesnar and Shamrock have stood tall. Unfortunately for DX, this title match yielded no different results. The champions would take home the victory as well as their tag team titles. After the match, Triple H snapped, striking down HBK in a shocking moment. It's clear the frustrations of constantly coming up short to Brock Lesnar has taken its toll on the King of Kings. The Rock makes his way down to the ring for the next scheduled match, booked to compete against Jack Swagger. The Rock has had some sporadic appearances on Raw as of late, but has an uncanny ability to get under the skin of WWE superstars no matter how often he shows. While there is no legitimate ire between he and his opponent, the match would never see a true conclusion after CM Punk launched an attack on the Great One. Punk took The Rock's words last week to heart and took matters into his own hands before the show cut to commercial. John Cena and Chris Jericho headlined the night, as Chris Jericho looks to take the same opportunity Cena has done before him. If Y2J wins, he will be inserted into the WWE title match on Sunday. If Cena wins, the match will remain a one-on-one endeavor. Both of these men know what's at stake here, and they know one another very well. These guys have been competing at elite levels, though Cena has come up short in his pursuit to once again become WWE Champion time and time again. Cena looked to end the match and seal his one-on-one opportunity, though Chris Jericho would turn the match around in his favor, taking control and keeping Cena down for the 3 count, creating a monumental triple threat for the title come Sunday. We are just 2 nights away from another big pay-per-view, but Friday night Smackdown is going to serve up some action before we get there. The night opens up with Sin Cara finding his back against the wall, as he is scheduled in a 2-on-1 handicap match against the Colognes. Sin Cara's wings were clipped as the tag team took full advantage of their numbers, putting down the Cruiserweight Champion in a show of their might and aggression. Sheamus is in the ring, speaking with mic in hand. The Celtic Warrior is clearly perturbed with the lack of recognition for his victories. He then asks who he must defeat to get a title shot. Daniel Bryan would step forward, stating if Sheamus wants a challenge, Bryan will be ready. We've got Edge returning to in-ring action with a surprising opponent. Dude Love made his way to the ring, sporting his usual exuberant demeanor, which confused the fans considering Mick Foley's ruthless acts under the guise of Mankind. The Rated R superstar took over this match, looking good in his return. A spear would spell the end, giving Edge serious momentum if he does in fact get his match with Mankind on Sunday. The next segment would feature Cody Rhodes and Wade Barrett. Cody would call out Barrett, stating he will never become champion again without his original crew, citing him as a fake. Wade Barrett would make his way to the ring with his new goons, but Cody wouldn't back down, slapping his former ally, but his stand would end there. Thanks to the backing of JBL and Ted DiBiase, Wade Barrett belittles Cody Rhodes, barking that he will never achieve what Barrett has achieved. The next match of the night brings the tag team champions over to SmackDown to take on the team of the Great Mahali. We haven't seen much of the tag team titles here on SmackDown at all recently, despite them technically being cross-branded. However, after Lesnar and Shamrock dismantled Khali and Mahal here, I'm not sure if any team on SmackDown poses a legitimate threat to their reign. Mankind would appear on the screen, speaking to Edge. He claims Edge has no momentum, citing he didn't beat Mankind earlier, he beat Dude Love. He then warns Edge to prepare for a battle come Sunday. The main event and final match before Over the Edge will feature Mark Henry taking on Ted DiBiase Jr. Mark Henry knows all too well what it's like being allied with Wade Barrett, and even told DiBiase that he made a mistake before the match began. Not to mention, but Mark Henry didn't come alone, accompanied by the Godfather to neutralize the ringside threat of JBL. The champion unleashed a brutal offensive arsenal that took DiBiase by storm, and sent a message to Wade Barrett ahead of their scheduled title match this Sunday, en route to a dominant victory. Over the Edge is our next pay-per-view on deck, and ChatGPT has cooked up quite the match card for the evening. The first match of the night is a hardcore Intercontinental Championship match between Edge and Mankind. However, Mick is actually rocking the Cactus Jack getup, as well as toting the Intercontinental title design prior to his reign. A puzzling but harrowing indicator for what's to come. While the mind games are rampant, Edge is a savvy veteran who refused to let his opponent throw him off, and even matched the champion's physicality. Neither of these men held anything back, and were fully prepared to endure great punishment as long as it meant they could inflict pain on their opponent. Cactus Jack threw a hailstorm of chair shots towards Edge, and was taken back when the Rated R superstar continued to get back up. Edge is not only fighting for the Intercontinental title, but his return is centered around avenging Christian, who suffered an injury in his last loss to Mankind. This extra motivation would propel Edge through many painful collisions, where his resilience would shine through, allowing him to hit a huge spear that would end the match, crowning Edge as the new Intercontinental Champion. A heated and personal battle takes place next, as we will see some form of resolution between Trish Stratus and Lita. Lita reignited this intense feud when she sabotaged Trish's shot at the Women's Championship. While the two received a shot at the title in the same match, their fixation and hatred for one another clouded their focus and both came up short. Now, There are no distractions, no outside factors to prevent these two from tearing one another apart. These legendary competitors matched one another blow for blow, though Lita proved that she still possessed some breathtaking moves in her arsenal. She thought she had the match won, but Trish valiantly kicked out of a crucial pinfall attempt. Trish would catch a second wind, beginning to build some momentum of her own, though Lita wasn't going to give in either. The ladies gave it their all in this match, each landing signature offense. Though in the end, Lita would be the one to walk out of this grudge match on top, following an impressive performance. Another match crafted in resentment takes the slot of our next match. CM Punk and The Rock will face off in a clash between major stars and former multi-time world champions. Two massive personalities that wildly contrast with one another naturally bred unease. Though after The Rock mocked CM Punk for losing the WWE title to Dolph Ziggler, CM Punk's frustrations reached a tipping point, and he exercised them by attacking the Great One. The Rock has never been one to back away from a challenge, bringing these two here. The power and aggression from The Rock, mixed with the strategic approach CM Punk brings, made for an extremely volatile match that could go in any direction. And regardless of which way it does go, the winner will have some tremendous footing in the WWE title picture. They quickly brought out their signature offense, not only wearing their opponent down, but energizing the crowd in the process. The Rock was in the driver's seat, and even took it a step further when he mocked CM Punk again and hit him with the GTS. This only served to piss CM Punk off, who unleashed fury upon The Rock. The match had been blown wide open, though when CM Punk hit a go-to-sleep of his own, it seemed all but over. However, The Rock didn't let that be the end, kicking out of the ensuing pinfall attempt. The battle continued, each man doing whatever they could do to create some separation. CM Punk locked in the Anaconda Vice, and The Rock tried to hang on, but would ultimately have to submit once again, and awarding the victory to CM Punk after an intense and hard-fought battle. The next segment opens with the return of Big Daddy Cool, Kevin Nash. The crowd was elated to see the big man's return, though it's not to wrestle tonight. Nash is here to bring Triple H and Shawn Michaels together in hopes to rectify their issues. Things seemed to be going smoothly, until Kevin Nash struck the Heartbreak Kid. Triple H and Kevin Nash would then brutalize HBK, leaving many, including myself, to wonder just where the fuck the rest of DX is at. Getting away from that chaos, we prepare for more chaos, as Dolph Ziggler is set to defend his WWE Championship against John Cena and Chris Jericho. Not many people would have expected Dolph Ziggler to become WWE Champion this season, but that's the power the Money in the Bank contract can lead to. Chris Jericho has been determined to recapture the WWE title since losing it the same night Dolph won it. John Cena has unlocked his rage in his quest to once again become the WWE Champion, though he continues to come up short. Anything could happen in this collision of stars, as desperation, ego, and glory all come together. The champion came out looking strong as soon as the match got going, quickly showing everyone that he has what it takes to carry the brand. However, this control wouldn't last forever. John Cena and Y2J would inevitably get their own offensive contributions in. The match carried a hectic pace and took its toll. Things weren't looking great for Dolph as every hit lowered his already low chances of retaining. However, the show-off would show a fighting spirit, that of a true champion, and would somehow find a way to keep both John Cena and Chris Jericho down long enough to rightfully walk out of Over the Edge, still the WWE Champion. The main event of the night, much like the matches that have preceded it, carries a great deal of personal animosity between the competitors. World Heavyweight Champion Mark Henry and former champion Wade Barrett will finally go head-to-head, with no outside forces, to determine the better man. Mark Henry spent most of the year so far aiding and assisting Wade Barrett in his own world title reign, though that was never met with any gratitude or true acknowledgement of his impact. Thanks to some enlightening from The Undertaker, Mark Henry became aware of the true extent of Barrett's arrogance. This was enough for the world's strongest man to take arms against the man he once took orders from. While Henry had an element of surprise in their first encounter, Wade Barrett is more than focused on the task at hand and knows his opponent very well. Barrett has no guilt towards the way he carried himself as champion, and refuses to let the narrative fly that Mark Henry was more integral to his own championship reign than he was. After all, Wade Barrett did become champion without Mark Henry. Wade Barrett has grown into an elite, main event caliber competitor, and didn't hesitate to pull out all the stops to be the last man standing. A pinfall just wasn't going to cut it in this match, as the winner could only be crowned after rendering the opponent unable to stand. While the match went back and forth, Mark Henry seemed to become more comfortable as the match became more chaotic. JBL and Ted DiBiase were barred from ringside and couldn't do anything to help Wade Barrett. Mark Henry's power and ferocity were highlighted in this match, as he did what he needed to do to keep Wade Barrett down to the point where he wasn't getting back up. The world's strongest man would walk in and walk out as the World Heavyweight Champion. The first edition of Monday Night Raw in this episode opens with Dolph Ziggler, the WWE Champion, cutting a promo. Ziggler reinforces his spot at the top, gloating about his successes since becoming champion. Ziggler ends his promo by recognizing that everyone is after his title, but he is smarter than them all. United States Champion Rey Mysterio is in action with his title on the line against Jack Swagger. I couldn't tell you what makes ChatGPT believe Swagger deserves a title shot, but I'm not here to argue. The champion delivered an exciting performance en route to a successful title defense. Singles competition amongst the ladies takes our next match, as Lita is set to go one-on-one with Alicia Fox. Lita is carrying some serious momentum after putting down Trish Stratus at the last pay-per-view, and she continues that momentum with a decisive victory here. Triple H and Kevin Nash compete in tag team action in the next match. These two shocked the WWE Universe when they turned their backs on Shawn Michaels, beating him down and making it clear they are no longer aligning with DX. The two stars flexed their might as they brought a punishing defeat to R-Truth and Zack Ryder. Shawn Michaels would appear on the Titantron, warning Triple H to watch his back, stating their issues are far from over. The main event of the night brings CM Punk, fresh off of a victory over The Rock in the ring with the WWE Champion. Dolph Ziggler originally stole the title away from CM Punk thanks to his Money in the Bank contract, and even though Ziggler has already defeated Punk, he once again has the Second City Saint hot on his trail. A physical and competitive match came from these two, though the match would never reach a proper conclusion as John Cena interrupted the contest, taking down both men and standing tall as the show went off air. Friday Night Smackdown is back and opens up with tag team cruiserweight action. Sin Cara has had his hands full with the Colognes as of late, but now has some backup thanks to Daniel Bryan. While these two have also butted heads in the past, they're able to unite their forces and come away victorious here. Edge is in the ring, wearing the Intercontinental Championship around his waist. However, he couldn't get many words out before Mankind made his way to the ring as well, wearing what he was referring to as the Intercontinental title. Mankind reminds Edge that he only defeated Cactus Jack at Over the Limit, therefore the title couldn't be on the line. Mankind insists that he is still champion. JBL is back in the ring, this time to compete with Heath Slater in singles competition. JBL put his power on display in this one, en route to a victory as the corporate sovereignty stands tall. The next match features Sheamus going one-on-one with Justin Gabriel. This was a stark contrast of power versus speed. Gabriel gave a great effort, but it's been difficult for anybody to rattle the Celtic Warrior as of late. Sheamus sealed the match and secured another decisive victory. The main event of the evening brings World Heavyweight Champion Mark Henry back into the ring, less than a week following a brutal last man standing match. The champion is faced with an unlikely position, Raw roster member Big Show. This was a massive collision, with both giants ready to unleash their ferocity. A slow and hard-hitting match came about, and in the end, we would see Mark Henry with his hand raised in victory. After the match, The Undertaker made a rare physical appearance on Smackdown. The dead man stood at the entrance with his eyes locked on the world champion before the show came to an end. The next episode of Monday Night Raw began with singles action between Alberto Del Rio and Zack Ryder. Del Rio came into this match looking to continue his impressive showing since coming over to Raw. Thanks to another victory here, he does just that. A fiery triple threat is on deck in the next match as Trish Stratus, Beth Phoenix, and Lita are all looking to impress. With Karma still unseated as champion, it's justified to wonder just who will be able to beat her, if anyone. The bad blood between Trish and Lita is well documented, and Beth Phoenix refuses to be overlooked. This was a competitive contest that would end in victory for Trish Stratus. John Cena is back in the ring for our next bit of action. Cena is matched up against former United States champion The Miz. Cena came in with one thing in mind: prove that he deserves a one-on-one shot for the WWE title. Unfortunately for The Miz, John Cena came correct here, took care of business, and wrapped up the match with an FU. CM Punk would then appear at the stage, encouraging John Cena to keep chasing ghosts while he chases the WWE title. The main event of the night brings Kevin Nash back in a singles action for the first time since his return. His opponent, Billy Gunn, makes attempts to talk some sense into Kevin Nash, urging him to realize the error in turning his back on Shawn Michaels. However, Big Daddy Cool had no interest in listening and dismantled Billy Gunn, picking up a big victory. Triple H would then go on to grab a microphone before the show came to an end. The Game would declare that he and Kevin Nash are the cure to the cancers of the WWE, naming Brock Lesnar and Shawn Michaels specifically. It's time for Friday Night Smackdown. Daniel Bryan and Sin Cara have once again found themselves teaming alongside one another. However, this time they're facing the trio of the Colognes and Hunico. The current and former Cruiserweight champion made for a great team, though they could not overcome the number disadvantage here, as Hunico would be the one to score a pinfall victory over the champion. Another segment between Mankind and Edge takes place in the ring, as they argue over who is the rightful champion. However, this time, Christian would make his return to SmackDown. The former Intercontinental Champion called for the games to end, demanding a match to determine the undisputed Intercontinental Champion. The Viper Randy Orton is back on SmackDown and ready to compete in singles action. Jinder Mahal is given the tall task of taking down one of the most vicious competitors in all of the WWE. Randy Orton has been seeing shades of his most gruesome self and allowed his internal aggression to propel himself to a victory thanks to an RKO. Mark Henry cuts a promo in the back, proclaiming his fearlessness and stating he doesn't need The Undertaker's approval. Just after this message, The Undertaker appeared alongside him, asking if he doesn't need it, then why does he seek it? A big main event brings Wade Barrett and Sheamus into the ring to face one another. This match will have some serious effect on the landscape of Friday Night SmackDown. An intense match took place and captured the attention of the fans in attendance. These powerful competitors were prepared to leave it all on the line here. Presenting a major opposition to the championship aspirations the man across from him wields. Wade Barrett's conniving nature came head-to-head with the tenacity of Sheamus, and both guys delivered impressive offensive arsenals of high impact. Sheamus was building momentum and taking control of the match, but a timely interference from JBL would allow Wade Barrett to turn the tides of the match and collect the pinfall victory. Monday Night Raw begins with a United States Championship match between new champion Rey Mysterio and the man he won it from, R-Truth. These two have become very familiar with one another as of late and are prepared to put on another exciting performance. A fast-paced match came from these solid competitors, and in the end, we would see Rey Mysterio successfully defend his United States title. John Cena is interviewed as the show builds hype for tonight's main event. Cena promises to show the entire WWE Universe that he is the proper #1 contender. Big Show and David Otunga go head-to-head in the next match. Big Show recently took a loss on SmackDown and is looking to redeem that poor performance. The Giant would go on to dominate this contest as he collected the pinfall victory. Shawn Michaels, accompanied by DX, makes his way to the ring to speak to the crowd. HBK vows to get even with Triple H, stating that you don't turn your back on DX and live to tell the tale. More singles competition is up next as Kofi Kingston and Jack Swagger look to improve their standing here on Raw. An exciting match came from these two, and Swagger would exemplify his power and technical prowess. However, the alleged Jamaican superstar would utilize his electrifying moveset, making way for a Kofi Kingston win. The main event of the night is a 6-man tag team match full of contenders. John Cena, CM Punk, and Chris Jericho would find themselves on the same side, looking to defeat the team of Alberto Del Rio, The Rock, and WWE Champion Dolph Ziggler. This was a massive collision of stars to headline the night, featuring some of the top names in all of WWE. 3 hungry contenders look across 3 powerful stars intent on preserving their reputations. This match volleyed momentum and control as each of the top competitors got their fair share of offensive moves in. This was full of pandemonium that served as a showcase of some of the main event talents here on Raw. Cena, Punk, and Jericho were able to coexist long enough to get through the match, and the brutal contest came to an end when John Cena landed an FU on The Rock, giving his team a huge victory. We're back on Friday night, and we've got a Cruiserweight Championship match to get the night going. Sin Cara will be putting his title on the line against Epico Colón. This match was full of impressive aerial feats, athletic maneuvers, and an intensity exclusive to the Cruiserweight division. Despite the fact that Epico and Primo have been getting the upper hand on Sin Cara as of late, the champion was able to successfully defend his Cruiserweight Championship. We've got one of the wackiest and most confusing matches ever booked here in the WWE, as Edge and Christian make their return to tag team action against the head-scratching duo of Dude Love and Cactus Jack. There are many questions swirling about how this is even possible, but Edge and Christian had no time to decipher the confusion. ChatGPT was really out of pocket with this one, but an entertaining match would ensue. However, Christian would turn his back on Edge, striking him down and allowing the team of Stereo McFoley's to come away victorious. The next match features Ted DiBiase Jr. going one-on-one with Daniel Bryan. Two young and talented competitors went at it, though DiBiase did not have the support of the corporate sovereignty by his side. This did not hold him back from delivering a competitive performance, but he was unable to topple Daniel Bryan. After the match, Randy Orton slithered into the ring, hitting Daniel Bryan with an RKO out of nowhere. The main event of the night marks the return to in-ring action for The Undertaker. The Dead Man is back and looking to take the fast track to title contention, facing off against Wade Barrett, who secured a big victory last week. These two know each other very well, which brought forth an extremely physical encounter. Wade Barrett was determined to keep his spot as the #1 contender and looked to JBL to provide aid. However, Sheamus would make his presence felt and took out JBL. This not only left Wade Barrett without an advantage, but took him off of his game. This would allow The Undertaker to hit Wade Barrett with a tombstone piledriver, ending the match in victory for the Phenom and only creating another layer of uncertainty within the World Heavyweight title scene. We are less than a week away from the next pay-per-view, and Monday Night Raw looks to deliver some exciting matches to set the stage. The first match of the night brings Beth Phoenix into the ring to take on Trish Stratus. Two formidable competitors met in the ring and were determined not to disappoint. While both ladies delivered compelling performances, Lita would crash the party, resulting in a no contest and non-definitive finish. United States Champion Rey Mysterio and Kofi Kingston are ready to compete in tag team action against the team of Alberto Del Rio and The Miz. A competitive tag team match took place between 4 of the top stars within the United States division. Kofi brought an exciting element to the match while Del Rio and The Miz looked to wear down the high flyers with calculated offense. In the end, Alberto Del Rio and The Miz would keep the babyfaces grounded and picked up the win. Triple H and Kevin Nash are in the ring and prepared to take on a pair of former tag team champions. The team of Funkarella strutted down the entrance ramp with fire in their eyes, eager to stand up to the boys. Triple H and Kevin Nash would shut down any hopes of an upset, asserting their dominance and might as they collected an easy victory. After the match, Triple H barked that they aren't afraid of anybody, whether it's DX or Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock would then appear at the stage, claiming they know where to find them if they're looking for a fight. The main event of the night will bring John Cena, CM Punk, and Chris Jericho into familiar territory, a triple threat match. These three have faced off a number of times so far this season, and they will meet once more, this time to determine the definitive #1 contender to Dolph Ziggler's WWE Championship. All three competitors brought electric energy into the bout, each making a case why they should be the one to challenge for the title. The match carried a fast pace, and the constant threat of the next man ready to strike was always looming. However, John Cena would manage to create enough separation to collect a pinfall victory, securing his spot on the pay-per-view match card. With only one show left before the next pay-per-view, Smackdown looks to deliver in a big way. The night opens with a hard-hitting, main event-worthy clash between Sheamus and JBL. Sheamus played a huge role in Wade Barrett suffering defeat at the hands of The Undertaker last week. The Celtic Warrior's motives are unclear at this time, but it's obvious he refuses to be passed up by way of Wade Barrett's shenanigans. This was the fuel that propelled Sheamus into victory, putting down a former WWE champion. Christian is back to compete in singles action against Dude Love. We saw Christian return from injury last week when taking part in tag team action, though he would actually betray Edge, who himself returned to the WWE to avenge Christian's injury. Nonetheless, resentment has built between the legendary duo. Christian would put down Dude Love with an unprettier, but after the match, he would claim that he's not going to let Edge lie and pretend his return was honorable, stating Edge only swooped in to grab glory for himself at Christian's expense. The next match features Cody Rhodes going one-on-one with Heath Slater. They found themselves in a bit of state of limbo as of late. Cody Rhodes looks to change this as he picked up a victory. The final match of the night brings Mark Henry and The Undertaker, who will be opponents in just a matter of days, into the ring to compete alongside each other as tag team partners. Wade Barrett and Ted DiBiase Jr. make their way to the ring to get a bit of payback on both men. Barrett has an undying drive to be the world champion, and thanks to The Undertaker, will not be receiving another title shot come Sunday. There's definite tension between Mark Henry and The Undertaker, though they were able to put their issues on hold as they took care of business and secured a victory. The TLC pay-per-view is on deck and ChatGPT has cooked up an exciting match card despite the fact that this pay-per-view may have come a month early. The night begins with a highly personal triple threat match for the Intercontinental Championship. Both Edge and Mankind feel that they are the rightful champion, and without any clarification from General Manager GPT, Christian, returning from injury, demanded this match take place, where there will be one conclusive champion. The stakes were high enough, but the tension of the match was amplified when Christian turned his back on Edge, claiming that Edge returned for the wrong reasons. Christian is determined to prove that he doesn't need any help to avenge his loss of the title. These three competitors put it all on the line here, and Mankind made good on his promise to bring some brutality to the Intercontinental Championship. All three men gave their best effort here, but in the end, Christian would be the one to walk out on top and recapture the Intercontinental Championship. Karma has become the most dominant women's champion in the history of ChatGPT's Universe Mode. Despite being put in unfavorable situations and constantly facing new challengers, Karma has stood tall, though she faces what may be her toughest challenge yet, as the collection of Trish Stratus, Lita, and Beth Phoenix are looking to rip that title away. A fatal four-way between some of the most talented females the WWE has ever seen at this point. Each competitor in this match sports an impressive resume, and while the stakes are high for everyone, they are definitely highest for Karma. The champion does not need to be pinned or submit to lose the title, and her chances of retaining are not in her favor. However, the ferocious champion didn't let that stop her from displaying her power and dominance, though the unpredictable nature of the match kept her at a disadvantage. Each of the challengers presented their own forms of offense and showed the audience why they're one of the best in the division. The match was exciting, but when the dust had settled, it was Lita to walk out on top as the new women's champion. Triple H has once again joined the dark side and turned his back on his best friend Shawn Michaels. This time, he's got Kevin Nash alongside him. After an ambush at the last pay-per-view, Shawn Michaels hasn't taken part in competition between the ropes. With X-Pac at his side, Shawn Michaels and DX look to end another reign of terror before it even gets started. The match was personal and intense. Kevin Nash didn't hesitate to attack a close friend. Once Shawn Michaels came to grips that his friends were no longer the same, he unleashed a fury of his own. But Shawn Michaels took form and was the star of the show. While he was carrying great momentum, Triple H and Kevin Nash began to slow the pace, weakening the Heartbreak Kid and delivering a fair amount of punishment to X-Pac as well. Triple H and Kevin Nash were in control, and the audience pleaded for HBK to turn things around. However, a pedigree would spell the end to this match, allowing Triple H and Kevin Nash to walk away victorious. Another personal matchup is in store, featuring Wade Barrett and Sheamus. These two intense personalities meet in a battle of former world champions. Both men have their eyes on the World Heavyweight Championship, but have had various roadblocks since losing their respective titles. Sheamus intervened in a recent match between Wade Barrett and The Undertaker, which has ignited the feud between these two top competitors. Both men unleashed relentless attacks upon one another, not just showing their intensity, but their resilience as well. This battle waged on. Barrett wasn't going to let the WWE Universe forget that he is an elite competitor all by himself. Barrett kept building offense, though a costly mistake allowed Sheamus to take control. Sheamus then imposed his will on Wade Barrett, putting him down, and allowing the Celtic Warrior to leave the ring standing tall. Dolph Ziggler's tenure as WWE Champion has seemingly hampered his confidence instead of inflating it, as his arrogance has morphed into paranoia. However, with the opportunity to put down John Cena one-on-one right in front of him, he can put many doubts, including his own, to rest. The match started out hot, with the champion unleashing his high-energy offense at full force. Ziggler gave Cena little opportunity to enforce his brawling style, though after taking a ton of shots, John Cena began to shift the momentum of the contest. Cena's aggressive and physical approach began to wear down Dolph Ziggler, though the champion wasn't going to give up easily. The match could go in any direction at this point, crowning Cena as the new WWE Champion as the young reign of Dolph Ziggler came to a disappointing end. Mark Henry has experienced a transformation that has taken him from henchman to champion. Throughout this evolution, The Undertaker has been in the background, going from a voice in Henry's ear to now challenging for the World Heavyweight Championship. The world's strongest man has been a fearless champ as of late, and didn't hesitate to put his title on the line here. The two super heavyweights made for a ring-shaking collision. Despite seeing very little ring time in the past months, The Undertaker quickly reminded everyone in attendance of his elite stature as a competitor. The Undertaker was all over Mark Henry. However, the champion constantly fought back, giving heavy resistance to the Phenom and absorbing impactful strikes with seemingly little effect. The powerful champion then unleashed his own brand of punishing offense, though The Undertaker's resilience brought him back to his feet time after time. This created a stalemate, an unstoppable force, and an immovable object. However, something had to give, and there could only be one World Heavyweight Champion when this match is all said and done. There was more back and forth offense, and the physicality could not be contained, though the match would come to an end after Mark Henry slammed The Undertaker through the announce table. After another big match, Mark Henry has overcome a massive obstacle and once again has proven he is the definitive top dog on Smackdown. If you're a fan of the ChatGPT Universe series, please consider leaving a like. It helps out a ton. Need the prompt? Check out the Patreon. Link in the description. We are back on Monday Night Raw following a major pay-per-view event. The night started with new WWE Champion John Cena cutting a promo. Cena claims that while everyone else quit on him, he never lost focus and knew his time would come again. And his time is now. The first match of the evening puts Zack Ryder in the ring with R-Truth. R-Truth has been unsuccessful in reclaiming his United States Championship, though he is determined not to fall to the back of the division. With an impressive showing here, R-Truth keeps his name in the conversation. Though after the match, R-Truth's victory was interrupted by The Miz at the stage, claiming R-Truth is out of touch with reality and will never reclaim that title. The second match of the night puts Beth Phoenix into the ring with Kelly Kelly. Beth delivered an impressive performance at the pay-per-view last night, despite coming up short, and she is adamant to stay in title contention. She was able to control this match throughout, leading to a decisive victory. The tag team champions Ken Shamrock and Brock Lesnar are putting their titles on the line against the former champs, Kane and Big Show. Another monstrous collision was in store as these two powerful duos met in the ring. Another impeccable display of Brock Lesnar's strength came from this one, as the champions were able to retain their titles successfully. After the match, Kevin Nash and Triple H would attack the champions, claiming Lesnar and Shamrock's time in the sun is coming to an end. The main event of the night brings Chris Jericho into the ring with the new WWE Champion, John Cena. These two have gotten to know each other very well this season, and are set to go mano-a-mano once more. A competitive and physical match was in store, despite Cena competing in a ladder match just the night before. The champion didn't hold anything back, but it was clear Y2J came into this one prepared. However, the match would never reach a conclusion as CM Punk crashed the match, launching a violent attack on John Cena. CM Punk unleashed his fury with an attack that left the crowd stunned, and the champion down in a bad way. Before the show came to an end, CM Punk was heard screaming that the title should still be his. It's Friday night, and that means it's time for Smackdown. The show begins with cruiserweight action as Justin Gabriel and Hunico are set to go one-on-one. This was a fast-paced match that is on theme with the cruiserweight division. However, this match would take a turn when Hunico received aid from Epico Cologne to secure a cheap victory over Justin Gabriel. Mark Henry is in the ring, speaking to the WWE Universe. The World Heavyweight Champion claims that he has beaten the conscience of the WWE, and now nobody can judge him. The lights would flicker, though no appearance from anyone, leaving Mark Henry visibly shaken. Christian is back in singles action here on SmackDown, and the new Intercontinental Champion seemed to put any further questions about the Intercontinental title design to rest by implementing the classic look with a modern twist. The champion is in the ring with Cody Rhodes, who is looking to take the next step in his career. These two have battled in the past, and they didn't hesitate to come to blows once again. However, the match would be called off after Edge launched an attack on Christian, who betrayed his friend just a couple weeks ago, igniting what seems to be a very personal rivalry. The next match brings the Celtic Warrior back into in-ring competition. Coming off of a huge victory over Wade Barrett at TLC, he is booked to go one-on-one with Ted DiBiase Jr. While Ted DiBiase is no pushover, Sheamus dominates this match en route to a victory. The main event of the evening features The Undertaker taking center stage as he is set to face off against an old foe, JBL. These throwbacks brought physicality and hard-hitting blows in abundance. JBL looked to gain control early, but the relentless attack of the Dead Man made that much easier said than done. The Undertaker began to build momentum until Wade Barrett made his presence, attacking The Undertaker and ending the match by disqualification. The show ended with the corporate sovereignty standing tall, pleased with the destruction that they've caused. The next edition of Monday Night Raw is packed with some big matches, the first being a one-on-one contest between R-Truth and former WWE Champion Dolph Ziggler. The show-off's usual confidence has been replaced by a paranoid desperation to prove that he belongs in the main event. Ziggler displayed clear aggression and even a sense of urgency in this match, as he was all over R-Truth en route to a victory. The Women's Championship is on the line as the dominant Karma looks to regain her title from Lita. Lita was able to snatch the championship away in a fatal 4-way, leaving plenty of debate up in the air if Karma should still be champion or not. This was an intense match, with the determination of the former champion clear to see. However, Lita is a savvy veteran and used the rules to her advantage, getting herself intentionally disqualified, but preserving the title in the process. Karma was furious with the way the match had ended, but regardless, Lita remained the champion. CM Punk is in the ring, speaking to the crowd. Punk claims his pursuit is no longer about respect, but about taking back what belongs to him and crushing the spirit of John Cena. The next match is a singles match between Kofi Kingston and The Miz. These are a couple of guys who have experienced both highs and lows in this universe mode, but a victory here could change their trajectory. The two delivered an exciting performance, but in the end, Kofi Kingston would emerge victorious. John Cena then takes a moment to cut a promo in response to CM Punk backstage. The WWE Champion made it clear that whether anybody likes it or not, the champ is here and isn't going anywhere. The main event of the evening is a huge title match as Triple H and Kevin Nash look to challenge Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock for the Tag Team Championships. These competitors got right down to business, amplifying the intensity of the atmosphere immediately. Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock have been dominant since aligning, putting the tag team division in a vice grip. However, Triple H and Kevin Nash are Hall of Fame level competitors themselves, making for a monstrous clash that could go either way. The impactful styles of Lesnar and Shamrock met the cerebral, plodding style of their challengers. Both teams were absorbing plenty of punishment, but this match took an unexpected turn that nobody saw coming when Ken Shamrock turned his back on the Beast Incarnate, betraying his tag team partner and allowing Triple H and Kevin Nash to capitalize, becoming the new tag team champions. Ken Shamrock would celebrate with Triple H and Kevin Nash, shocking the WWE Universe at the change in alignment. Back on Smackdown, the night begins with cruiserweight action between Hunico and Heath Slater. Hunico has united with the Colognes recently, raising his stock and turning things around for Hunico's successes. That is evident here as Hunico picks up the victory thanks to some distractions from the Colognes. Christian and Edge share the ring in the next segment, as the reunion of one of WWE's greatest tag teams went rather sour. Christian accuses Edge of finding the perfect time to swoop back in and claim the glory of avenging him, calling his actions selfish disguised as selfless. Edge fires back, calling Christian insecure because he knows Edge has always been the bigger star. This exchange would come to blows, eventually needing separation from staff members. Randy Orton makes his way down to the ring, ready for the next match. Daniel Bryan follows and is looking to make a huge statement with a victory here. The match began and was highly competitive from the opening bell. Both men pulled out all the stops to come out victorious, and the SmackDown fans were in for a treat. Daniel Bryan proved he can hang with the upper echelon of competitors, though in the end, Randy Orton would hit an RKO out of nowhere and secure the win. Wade Barrett is in action against Jinder Mahal in the next match. Barrett took immediate control of this one, dominating the matchup and reminding the crowd that he is focused on reclaiming the heavyweight championship. Barrett would put Mahal down and pick up an easy victory. The main event of the night is a rematch from last week between The Undertaker and JBL, though this time they will be locked inside the confines of a steel cage. Given the way their last encounter ended, paired with the brutal stipulation in place, chaos is ensured. The Undertaker imposed his will on JBL, commanding the flow of the match and ensuring JBL regretted his decision to come out here tonight. JBL did his best to put up a fight, however The Undertaker was in full control. The Phenom punished JBL and sent a message that he isn't going to let last week's attack go without consequence. As Survivor Series nears, Raw looks to ramp up the intensity with a big show. The night begins with the United States Championship match between Rey Mysterio and The Miz. These two have faced off multiple times already this season, but The Miz has the opportunity to take the championship away from the master of the 619 this time around. The match was highly competitive, but in the end, Rey Mysterio would successfully defend his United States title. After the match, R-Truth would come to the stage, taunting The Miz, stating maybe neither of them will become champion again. A battle of two large men is up next as The Big Show and Brodus Clay meet in a ring-shaking collision. The sheer strength of both men was on full display in this contest, with both guys offering powerful offensive arsenals. These two mammoths went to war, and when the dust settled, Big Show was the giant that was still standing. Trish Stratus and Lita are set to compete in a tables match with the women's title on the line. The bad blood between these two has been brewing since Lita came back to the WWE, and they finally get a shot to go head-to-head with the championship at stake, and they would do so in a tables match. Trish and Lita win at one another with reckless intent, paying no mind to the well-being of their adversary. Plenty of near misses kept the fans on the edge of their seats, and the volatility of the match meant we could see either of these ladies walking out as champion, though in the end, we would see Trish Stratus walking out as the new champion, albeit in very controversial fashion. Shawn Michaels finds Triple H alone backstage, and instead of an attack, Shawn launches a statement to the game. HBK states that Triple H used to fight against the machine, and now has become the machine. Disgusted, HBK takes his leave. The main event of the night brings CM Punk into the ring against Chris Jericho. The winner of this match will cement his place against John Cena for the WWE Championship at Survivor Series. Both of these guys got to work right away, knowing what's on the line. Both men are desperate to once again call themselves the WWE Champion, a status they each have held this season. CM Punk interrupted Chris Jericho's shot at John Cena 2 weeks ago, as he refuses to let anyone else get any exposure as a potential challenger. Chris Jericho obviously isn't going to let this fly, as his elite run this year has firmly placed him in the WWE title picture. The match went back and forth, but in the end, CM Punk was able to secure the victory and a one-on-one opportunity with John Cena. After the match, CM Punk would grab a microphone and shout at Jericho, warning him to never try to steal his moment again. As the next episode of Smackdown begins, fans are witness to the discovery of Mark Henry laid out backstage, his assailant unknown. The in-ring competition gets started with Cruiserweight champion Sin Cara once again locking up with Epico Cologne. Sin Cara puts his high-flying arsenal on display for the fans in attendance and was building momentum, though Hunico disrupted the match, attacking the champion and making it clear he wants the title for himself. Edge and Mankind meet in the ring to take part in the next match. It didn't take long before their recent tensions came back to light, making for a very physical encounter. The match went back and forth for a while, but Edge was focused on ensuring there's no possible chance anyone else gets a shot at Christian before he does. The Rated R superstar handled business here, defeating Mankind after connecting with a spear. A hard-hitting battle between two heavyweights is set to commence. Wade Barrett and Sheamus both have major aspirations to become world champion and are ready to run it back, though at the moment there is no definitive contender for the champion that was taken out earlier in the night. As these two make an attempt to establish dominance over the other, the audience in attendance is treated to a main event caliber, pay-per-view worthy matchup. Momentum shifted throughout, as the impactful strikes from two former world champions began to take their toll. However, their determination was on full display as they relentlessly came at one another with no avail. JBL was making every attempt to disrupt Sheamus, but he was ultimately removed from ringside yet again. Wade Barrett slammed Sheamus through the announce table, and this one seemed all but over. However, the Celtic Warrior continued to fight back. Wade Barrett was shocked, but knew he couldn't let up. A late offensive push from Sheamus initiated some major doubt, though in the end, Wade Barrett held strong and came out of this match victorious. The main event of the evening brings The Undertaker and The Godfather into tag team action to take on Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan. Orton and Bryan have had some issues recently and are forced to coexist in this matchup. Despite their tensions, it may be in their best interest to find a way to work together as two bruising forces stand across from them. While Orton and Bryan are phenomenal competitors in their own right, they displayed zero cohesion with one another and ended up taking a punishing defeat. After the match, The Undertaker proclaims that JBL will rest in peace for his unpaid debts. The next edition of Monday Night Raw has the former WWE Champion Dolph Ziggler in opening action against a struggling Zack Ryder. Ziggler was ruthless with his offense in this one and quickly secured a victory. After the match, Ziggler cut an angry promo stating WWE has tossed him aside and that he will not be forgotten. Kane and Ken Shamrock will take part in the next match. Ken Shamrock shocked the WWE Universe when he turned his back on Brock Lesnar and has seemingly aligned with Triple H and Kevin Nash. A physical match came from these two, however we would not see a definitive conclusion as Brock Lesnar, who clearly has not forgiven Shamrock for his actions, disrupts the match and gets a small measure of revenge on Ken Shamrock. United States Champion Rey Mysterio and Kofi Kingston take part in the next bit of tag team action, as they are once again teaming up looking to take down the team of The Miz and Jack Swagger. The champion looked good and Kofi shined as well, making a great case for himself as a potential challenger to Rey's title. The Miz and Jack Swagger struggled to keep up with the energy of their opposition and took a tough loss here. Once more, R-Truth comes to the stage to remind The Miz of his shortcomings, taunting him and challenging The Miz to settle who is the better man. Brock Lesnar approaches Shawn Michaels backstage. Despite the history between the two, Lesnar states he wants Shawn to help him take down Triple H. HBK would gladly accept. The main event of the evening features Triple H back in singles action as he is set to face off against Alberto Del Rio. Thanks to the backing of Kevin Nash, Triple H has been feeling invincible as of late and is ready to take over the WWE once again. The game is back to elite form as he dismantles a formidable competitor in Alberto Del Rio. However, once the match concluded, Brock Lesnar rushed the ring, looking to deliver some more physical retribution, although Triple H and Kevin Nash would escape, leaving no physical conflict. The final segment of the night brings John Cena and CM Punk into the ring to make their upcoming title match official. The segment was strangely hosted by Chris Jericho, who once the contracts were signed, disclosed that he will be the special guest referee of the match. We are 2 days away from Survivor Series, but there are many questions that need answered before we get there. Mark Henry opens the night in the ring, challenging whoever attacked him last week to step forward and get what is coming to them, which he refers to as the world's strongest ass kicking. He then states he doesn't care who it was, whether The Undertaker, Wade Barrett, or Sheamus. They will regret what they've done. Intercontinental Champion Christian is set to compete in the first match of the night against Cody Rhodes. Christian got off to a hot start, quickly taking control of the match. While Cody posed his own resistance, Captain Charisma was cruising. However, the match wouldn't last long as Edge made an appearance, and Christian immediately disregarded his opponent to brawl with a man he once called his brother. The two shared strikes as the champion was counted out of this match, though he would never be able to return, as Christian took this rivalry to another level when he speared Edge off of the entrance ramp. Sin Cara is ready to defend his Cruiserweight Championship against a man who has been making the champion's life rather difficult recently, Hunico. Backed by the Colognes, Hunico has changed his perception from jobber to a legit force in the Cruiserweight division. While he has been carrying plenty of momentum, he still has to get the job done here, which is much easier said than done. However, Hunico would pull out all the stops for a major upset, displacing Sin Cara as he is crowned the new Cruiserweight Champion. Sheamus is in action against Justin Gabriel, and it's clear the Celtic Warrior is furious with his match with Wade Barrett last week. Sheamus took part in an absolute battle but came up short. Unfortunately for Justin Gabriel, he took a great deal of punishment as Sheamus reminded everyone what he is capable of. In the next segment, Wade Barrett is interviewed and is quick to claim his innocence in the attack of Mark Henry. Much to Barrett's surprise, JBL would take credit for the attack. Barrett angrily rushed the duo off screen and made his protest. The main event of the night brings Ted DiBiase Jr. into a dangerous situation as he is set to go
one-on-one with The Undertaker!
The dead man announced his unfinished business with JBL last week, making a long night for Bradshaw's associate. The Undertaker dominated this matchup, sending a message to JBL as we head into Survivor Series. Survivor Series may be coming a little late this year, but ChatGPT has cooked up a major match card for this evening. The night begins with Daniel Bryan and Randy Orton in a bitter grudge match. The desire to stand out amongst the crowded roster of Smackdown lies within both of these guys, leading to a rematch from their exciting encounter a few weeks ago. Daniel Bryan is determined to show that he can not only hang with elite talent, but beat elite talent. Randy Orton has been lost in the shuffle as of late, and putting down a fan favorite will only fuel his ego further. Another highly competitive match came from this duo. Orton was vicious in his offensive approach, but Daniel Bryan's resilience was unwavering. Despite another strong showing from the American Dragon, Randy Orton would once again secure a big win. The United States Championship is on the line in the next match as Rey Mysterio is prepared to fend off a challenging Kofi Kingston. The two electrifying athletes have been building some serious momentum over on Monday Night Raw, even collecting a tag team victory together. However, the friendliness went out the window as these two know what's at stake here. Kofi Kingston sent Rey Mysterio through the announce table and left the champion motionless. However, this was not the savviest move from Kofi, as he allowed Rey to be counted out, meaning there is no title change despite the victory. Edge and Christian are set to take part in a personal matchup with championship stake. The Intercontinental title is on the line here, though it is secondary with this heated rivalry taking center stage. Their relationship has gone sour after Christian has perceived Edge's return as a selfish play to get back into the spotlight. What started as issues with Mankind have turned into vitriol between one of the most legendary tag teams in WWE history. These guys didn't hold anything back, with no outside distractions to hinder their focus on each other. As they went blow for blow, they both struggled to establish any true momentum and separation. The no DQ stipulation made for some serious carnage and unpredictability, forcing both men to take punishment to achieve their goal. An absolute mess was made of the ringside area, but the battle waged on. A test of durability and will posed a great threat to these two, as their opponent did everything in their power to put them down. The match became a bloodbath. Though neither would quit, countless shots with chairs, ladders, and even the steel steps wouldn't stop them from coming back for more. However, this war came to an end after Christian hit Edge with an unprettier. The champion stood tall, vanquishing what could be his toughest and greatest rival. The landscape of Monday Night Raw was turned upside down when Ken Shamrock betrayed Brock Lesnar and aligned with Triple H and Kevin Nash, as something of a supergroup has been formed. However, this would ultimately bring Brock Lesnar and DX together, two major rivals willing to put their differences aside to bring down Triple H. Lesnar even got the memo to wear the DX shorts as an honorary member. A big-time battle between six polarizing figures in WWE history took place. The match started out evenly contested, with both teams delivering their own offense. Shawn Michaels was quick to prove to his old buddies that he's still got some juice left in the tank, and put on quite the performance for the fans in attendance. X-Pac was the first one eliminated, which put Lesnar and HBK at an early disadvantage. They didn't back down, fighting back and making X-Pac so proud that he just had to stick around. To major surprise, Brock Lesnar then eliminated Triple H, busting the match wide open. This match was so odd, and the referee had completely lost control, and in an effort to regain control, disqualified Brock Lesnar. This allowed Kevin Nash and Ken Shamrock to take advantage of the numbers, putting down the Hot Break Kid and securing a victory in one of the strangest and wackiest Survivor Series matches in recent memory. Another traditional Survivor Series match takes place for the Smackdown main event. JBL, what the fuck are you wearing, brother? As the corporate sovereignty has a daunting challenge in front of them, the team of The Undertaker, The Godfather, and World Heavyweight Champion Mark Henry. The corporate sovereignty has had to come to grips with Wade Barrett no longer holding the World Heavyweight Championship, but that has translated to taking desperate measures to remain relevant. Namely, JBL launching a recent attack on Mark Henry. This only served to anger the Giant as well as create some rifts within the group. Mark Henry has found some staggering backup as he looks to make the cocky posse pay for their shenanigans. The match structure quickly broke down into chaos, though once the ref was able to corral the match without anyone getting DQ'd this time, Mark Henry planted Ted DiBiase Jr. with a pair of World's Strongest Slams against the corporate sovereignty. The dominoes began to fall from there, as even with some resistance, the team of Mark Henry, The Godfather, and The Undertaker never looked back. Taker delivered some punishment to JBL as he brought upon the second elimination. Wade Barrett's back was against the wall, and it wasn't looking good. The corporate sovereignty was dismantled as Mark Henry sealed the match with another ring-shaking slam. The three very large men took in their victory after the match, and The Undertaker gave Mark Henry what seemed to be a nod of approval. The main event of the evening brings the WWE Champion John Cena back into the ring to defend his title against CM Punk. The catch here? Chris Jericho is serving as the special guest referee, heightening already high tensions. CM Punk and John Cena have gotten to know one another very well this season, as they both have been vying for the title of WWE Champion. Both men have seen success in this endeavor and will certainly continue to see success as their careers progress. But tonight is about calling themselves the best in the business today. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. A fast-paced match ensued as the two major contrasting personalities brought forth intensity as soon as the opening bell rang. CM Punk's calculated attack went toe-to-toe with John Cena's unapologetic aggression. CM Punk was in the driver's seat, planting Cena with a go-to-sleep, and in a shock to the WWE Universe, Chris Jericho would supply a fast count that would allow CM Punk to surprisingly defeat John Cena, capturing the WWE Championship for the third time this season. This sets up a wild road to WrestleMania full of controversy. Monday Night Raw opens with former WWE Champion John Cena in the ring and clearly furious after being screwed over at Survivor Series. John Cena states that at the Royal Rumble, he'll take back what belongs to him. Rey Mysterio and Kofi Kingston are once again pairing to compete in tag team action. Jack Swagger and Alberto Del Rio look to take down the team of high flyers. Kingston and Mysterio took part in a United States title match at Survivor Series that ended in Kofi picking up a victory by countout, meaning the title stayed with Rey. This seemed to cause some tensions between the two, or at least a lack of communication, as Swagger and Del Rio were able to come away with a victory here. Women's champion Trish Stratus is in action next as she puts her title on the line against Beth Phoenix. Trish shocked the WWE when she snatched the title from Lita just a few weeks ago. She now finds herself with a formidable challenger breathing down her neck. The two made for a back-and-forth match that saw both ladies build momentum and come close to securing the match in their favor. However, Trish Stratus was able to outlast Beth Phoenix, putting her challenger down and retaining the Women's Championship. Former WWE Champion Dolph Ziggler is making his way to the ring and ready to compete in the next match. His opponent, Big Show, looked focused as he made his entrance. Ziggler made his best attempt to outwit and outmaneuver the Giant, but once Big Show got a hold of the show-off, he imposed his will, defeating Ziggler with a chokeslam. The Rock is back on Raw and cutting an electric promo, hyping up the Royal Rumble. The Great One announces his placement in the match and warns whoever is champion that he will regain his status as champion at the grandest stage of them all. The main event of the night will bring the new WWE champ CM Punk together with Chris Jericho just one night after Jericho helped Punk secure the WWE title with a fast count as special guest referee. Their opponents are the unforgiving duo of Ken Shamrock and Kevin Nash. Following one of the strangest Survivor Series matches in history, the trio of Shamrock, Nash, and Triple H are looking to take over the WWE. As Triple H begins to once again set his sights on the WWE Championship, he has sent his goonies to weaken their targets. Y2J and the champion just couldn't get it together here, and the team of Nash and Shamrock came away victorious. Before the show came to an end, Brock Lesnar emerged on stage, telling the trio that he is coming for them. The first episode of Friday Night Smackdown following the Survivor Series pay-per-view begins with the Intercontinental Champion Christian competing against Ted DiBiase Jr. These two are no strangers to one another and put together another competitive performance, though in the end, Christian would hit the kill switch and secure a victory as the Intercontinental Champion keeps rolling. Wade Barrett and JBL are interviewed backstage, asked about their loss to Mark Henry, The Undertaker, and The Godfather. JBL butts in and shuts down the questions, telling Barrett to forget about Survivor Series and to focus on the Royal Rumble. Cody Rhodes and Sin Cara are set to take part in tag team action against the Colognes. Sin Cara was upended when Hunico took the Cruiserweight title on a recent episode of Smackdown. The conniving Colognes have proven to be vital to Hunico's recent successes, though in this contest, Cody Rhodes and Sin Cara took care of business and sent a message to the champion in the process. Daniel Bryan is interviewed backstage and seems to have a bone to pick with the Intercontinental Champion. Bryan goes on to state that Christian is champion only because he turned his back on his best friend, something that he cannot respect. In the next match, Randy Orton looks to continue his momentum in a bout against Raw roster member David Otunga. What has prompted ChatGPT to bring David Otunga over to tonight's show? Couldn't tell you, but what I can tell you is Randy Orton looked dominant in this one en route to a victory. SmackDown's main event is a tag team match full of contenders and potential Royal Rumble winners. Sheamus and Edge fill one team, as Wade Barrett and JBL round out the other. Sheamus and Barrett have been battling in efforts to prove who deserves the next shot at Mark Henry's World Heavyweight Championship, and their tensions quickly reignited in this bout. JBL and Edge provide formidable backup in their respective corners, as the former world champions still have their own motives to succeed. It was an entertaining match that in the end would see the team of Barrett and JBL walk out on top and build some momentum as we near the Rumble. The next edition of Monday Night Raw opens with WWE Champion CM Punk in the ring. CM Punk states he feels no remorse for what happened at Survivor Series, seeing as he was going to walk out as champion no matter what. He then states whoever steps up to the plate, whether at the Royal Rumble or not, they will go to sleep. Our first match of the night brings R-Truth and The Miz in the ring to go one-on-one and settle the rivalry that has been brewing between the two. After weeks of mocking and belittling the other, they will finally put the microphones down to determine the better man. Both men are former United States champions in this universe, with The Miz even sporting a world title reign, which made for a highly contested match in this battle of pride. Though in the end, The Miz would land a skull-crushing finale, which afforded him the win. Chris Jericho cuts a promo backstage, claiming he did CM Punk a favor, and now Punk owes him a favor. The next match on our hands is a tag team match featuring the women's champion teaming alongside Kelly Kelly to take on the team of Lita and Brie Bella. Lita has kept no secret about her intentions to recapture the women's title from Trish Stratus and has a chance to lay an undeniable claim this evening. The champion tried to keep distance away from Lita, but the match would end in Lita's favor after pinning Trish and collecting the victory. X-Pac makes his way down to the ring, ready to compete. Ken Shamrock follows and a hard-hitting match is up next. These two met in the Survivor Series tag team match a few weeks ago, but now have the chance to prove who is the better man. X-Pac's flashy, in-your-face style came head-to-head with the no-nonsense approach of Ken Shamrock. This was a blast from the past, taking the crowd back to the Attitude Era, and in the end, Ken Shamrock came out on top. The main event of the night is headlined by Triple H competing against United States Champion Rey Mysterio. As Triple H and his crew continue to gain momentum, it's not hard to tell their confidence has been increasing as well. Triple H made his way to the ring, looking confident yet intense. Rey wasn't going to make anything easy for the game and threw his fast-paced arsenal at him right away. However, Triple H would slow down Rey and eventually take control, leading to a pedigree and a victory heading into the Royal Rumble for the King of Kings. We are only 2 days away from the Royal Rumble, and Smackdown looks to set the stage in a big way. The night opens with JBL in the ring, reminding everyone that he is not just a wrestling god, but the best manager in the business. JBL then states that he has secured Wade Barrett something better than a spot in the Royal Rumble, a title match against Mark Henry at the event itself. Cruiserweight champion Hunico is in the ring and ready to compete with his title on the line. His challenger, Justin Gabriel, is looking focused heading into this opportunity. Gabriel quickly began dictating the flow of the match, showing off his impressive moveset. However, the constant distraction from the Colognes at ringside would hamper his momentum, and these distractions would prove to be too much, allowing the champion to retain his title. The next match brings prominent superstars into tag team action as Intercontinental Champion Christian is teaming alongside Randy Orton to take on the team of Edge and Daniel Bryan. This is a main event worthy match featuring stars with championship pedigree and a legit chance to win the Royal Rumble in just a couple of days. Edge and Christian have had their issues as of late, and that's no secret. However, new tensions have come about between Daniel Bryan and Captain Charisma. This made for a highly entertaining match that would see Christian and Randy Orton emerge victorious. After the match, Randy Orton reinforced the fact that it's every man for himself come Sunday by hitting Christian with an RKO mid-celebration. Our next contest features Cody Rhodes and Wade Barrett finally going one-on-one months after their fallout. Cody Rhodes left the New Sovereignty on his own volition, turning his back on Wade Barrett and ready to carve a path of his own. In all honesty, I'm surprised we never got a match out of it. However, this is our chance, as the two come to blows mano a mano. It seems that Cody had been waiting for this opportunity as he came out hot from the start, taking Wade Barrett by storm and unleashing his offensive arsenal. Though Wade Barrett would withstand the initial attack and begin to build momentum of his own. Once Barrett established control, he never looked back, securing the match with a Wasteland Slam and riding into his world title match following a victory. The main event of the evening will bring Sheamus and The Undertaker into one-on-one competition to apparently determine the final SmackDown Royal Rumble spot. It's hard to imagine leaving either of these men out of the Royal Rumble match, but the booker has spoken. With the stakes suddenly extremely high, these two went at one another with reckless intent. A hard-hitting match was on our hands to head into the Rumble. However, it was cut short when JBL stuck his nose into the dead man's business. Constant distraction and interference prompted The Undertaker to leave the match with Sheamus and go after JBL. This gave Sheamus a victory by countout and turned into a brawl ringside, ending in JBL looking like an ass for coming out here and getting chokeslammed off of the entrance ramp. The Royal Rumble is here. taking the first major step on our road to WrestleMania. The night begins with a massive World Heavyweight Championship match featuring a challenging Wade Barrett, the defending champion Mark Henry, and a last-minute addition to the match, The Undertaker, as he also joins in. This shocked Wade Barrett to a major extent, as JBL's interference in the Dead Man's match on Friday has backfired in a major way. This made for an exciting and intense match between three of the biggest stars SmackDown has seen within this universe mode. With so many hard-hitting competitors vying for the same goal, there was no telling who was going to walk out of here as champion. Despite the fact The Undertaker and Mark Henry have been somewhat bonded together recently, there was no love lost here, as they each have their reasons to give it everything they've got in this match. Mark Henry used his power to demonstrate why he has been so hard to beat since becoming champion. Wade Barrett used his cunning and conniving tactics to provide himself with ideal positioning and strategic advantages, and The Undertaker proved that he's still got it, and even to this day remains a legitimate championship contender. The fans were treated to a collision of stars right off the bat here in the Royal Rumble. The match came to a shocking conclusion as Wade Barrett would land a wasteland slam on Mark Henry, recapturing the World Heavyweight Championship. We have a Survivor Series rematch here at the Royal Rumble between Rey Mysterio and Kofi Kingston, as the United States Championship is once again up for grabs. However, this match may not end in countout. While no other stipulations are in place, no others are needed for this pair to deliver an exciting contest. The electric styles these two possess got the match off to a hot start as soon as the bell rang. Rey and Kofi put on a great match that in the end would see Rey Mysterio successfully defend his United States Championship. A major showdown lies ahead as two of WWE's biggest stars look to settle a bitter rivalry in a last man standing match. Triple H turned his back on Shawn Michaels once he was convinced HBK was no longer the same competitor that he used to be. Frustrated by constantly taking losses to Brock Lesnar, Triple H formulated a new approach, one that didn't involve Shawn Michaels. This betrayal reignited a classic feud in WWE history filled with personal animosity, and that was apparent in this match, as these two held nothing back to vanquish their foe. Shawn Michaels once again took the crowd's breath away when he launched himself through Triple H and two tables, though it was not enough to keep Triple H down. The two continued to battle, with neither man showing signs of giving in. Kevin Nash made a timely appearance and did his best to aid Triple H in victory, which seemed to have worked until Shawn Michaels returned to his feet. Triple H was shocked and amplified the pressure of his offensive onslaught. Shawn Michaels gave it everything he had, though in the end, a pedigree would plant the Heartbreak Kid down for the 10 count, awarding Triple H a crucial victory. The WWE Championship changed hands at Survivor Series in controversial fashion when the special guest referee, Chris Jericho, supplied a fast count, transferring the title from John Cena to CM Punk. In this match, there is no Y2J to be seen, and the two will have the opportunity to truly determine who should rightfully be carrying the championship. While these two have been intertwined throughout the entire season, this is their first opportunity to truly get their hands on one another without another WWE superstar present at a major stage. These two didn't hesitate to get to work in dealing some damage, wearing down their rival until it was undeniable they are the superior competitor and bigger superstar. Two contrasting styles came head to head in this one, and it was hard to decipher who was going to pull away and take control of the match. There were numerous occasions where this match nearly came to an end through countout or disqualification, but both men are well aware of the blemish that would leave on the match and refused to let that happen. As the contest went on, it was clear to see the two were neck and neck with one another, trading blows and putting each other down. However, the match came to head when John Cena slammed CM Punk through the ringside barricade, carried his damaged opponent back to the ring, and reclaimed the WWE Championship that he was screwed out of just less than a month ago. The Royal Rumble match is upon us, and in extravagant fashion, we are unveiling ChatGPT's first 40-man Royal Rumble. There is going to be chaos, and I am all for it. The match begins with Kevin Nash and the rated R superstar, Edge. The number 1 and 2 entrances poses both of these men an extremely steep challenge if they intend on headlining WrestleMania. The match began and the atmosphere was tense. As stars began to fill the ring, Kevin Nash would be the first man eliminated from the match, maybe in an attempt to stay away from the angry Brock Lesnar. Top stars like Edge, Brock Lesnar and Sheamus had already entered the match, which brought much speculation if the once considered favorites could last until the end. The eliminations began to pick up, seeing new wrestlers take their place. Before we knew it, we had a ring consisting of Sheamus, Lesnar, Christian, and Randy Orton, and we aren't even halfway through. The favorite to win by many, Brock Lesnar, was eliminated, and this match is proving it truly could go in any direction. Randy Orton eliminated an old foe in Sheamus, taking another expected top performer out of the match. Former WWE Champion Dolph Ziggler made his entrance, looking to redeem himself after never receiving a rematch for his title. Brodus Clay was eliminated, and the main event of WrestleMania will now have a little less funk to it. The Rock made his appearance in the match, and Dolph Ziggler eliminated Christian. Randy Orton made a great run in this one, but was shockingly taken out by Road Dogg Jesse James, who also nearly eliminated Dolph Ziggler too. David Otunga potentially made a Maven-like move for himself when he eliminated The Rock from the match. With so many top names out of the match already, it makes you wonder if we're going to see another underdog like Davey Boy Smith pull this thing out. David Otunga is on a roll here, as he eliminated another former WWE champion in Dolph Ziggler. The return of Booker T garnered a huge reaction from the fans, followed by another pop when Alberto Del Rio was tossed out by David Otunga. The match continued to progress. Big Show displayed his power, and David Otunga's wild ride was ended by Ted DiBiase. Former Royal Rumble winner Big Show would then go on to eliminate Booker T before Dude Love made his entry into the match, and this was enough of a distraction to catch the big man off guard, and another former WWE champion was eliminated from the contest. The match was beginning to wind down. Billy Gunn took out Dude Love, and there weren't many big names remaining. This is shaping up for a crazy ending. Ted DiBiase went into a fit of rage after he was taken out, but took a sigh of relief as he walked past the towering Great Khali as he made his way away from ringside. The Great Khali was clearing the ring, and maybe we'll see a return to dominance from the Punjabi Playboy. Seriously, is anyone going to be able to take out the big man? The answer is yes, as Khali was finally thrown over the top, and Punjabi Mania is over. Chris Jericho's Royal Rumble aspirations were short-lived after R-Truth kicked him out, and we've come down to the final three: R-Truth, Justin Gabriel, and Rey Mysterio. I can't believe it. These three continued to give everything they had, and Gabriel would be the odd man out, leaving Rey and R-Truth as our final two. At least it's someone who's in the game next year. These guys have plenty of history, and R-Truth wasn't going to let Rey have his way, and shocked the world when he would go on to win the massive 40-man match. This sets the stage for an unpredictable road to WrestleMania that I have no idea where it's going to lead. If you're enjoying the series, leave a like so I know you're here. Coming off of a massive Royal Rumble, the road to WrestleMania is officially underway, and Raw gets the night started with John Cena wearing his newly won WWE Championship. However, he would be interrupted by Chris Jericho, who claims he still has a right at the WWE title. Dolph Ziggler would then join in from the stage, highlighting the fact John Cena never pinned him to take the title. John Cena then clarifies, earn a shot in the Elimination Chamber, earn a shot at the WWE title. The first match of the night is an Elimination Chamber qualifying match between CM Punk and The Miz. The Miz immediately looked to capitalize on the damage Punk had taken the night prior, and CM Punk came out with an aggression that allowed him to take control of the match. While The Miz made attempts to take every avenue to catch Punk off guard, the former WWE Champion locked in his spot in the chamber with a GTS to win the match. Dolph Ziggler confronts General Manager GPT backstage, calling foul for even having to qualify for the chamber given his recent WWE title reign. He would be interrupted by Alberto Del Rio, who cited Ziggler's reign as a short-lived accident. Ziggler fires back, stating Del Rio has accomplished nothing since coming to Raw. This would set up another qualifying match later this evening. United States Champion Rey Mysterio is ready to once again put his title on the line just a night after successfully defending the belt against Kofi Kingston. This time, he is faced with the massive Brodus Clay. The former tag team champion came out of the gate firing, using his size to ground Rey. However, the champion would rally, delivering his own unique offense, hitting the 619 and securing the victory. After the match, David Otunga would attack Rey Mysterio, launching a vicious assault until Kofi Kingston came out to break up the attack. Backstage, Shawn Michaels sends another message to Triple H. You beat me on Sunday, but somewhere along the way, you became a man DX used to humiliate. Another Elimination Chamber qualifier is underway in the next match as Dolph Ziggler and Alberto Del Rio come head to head following their earlier encounter. A lot of pride was on the line in this one, and both men immediately got to work. Alberto Del Rio looked to dismantle the former WWE champion, though Ziggler was determined to get back into the WWE title picture and was able to secure a clean pinfall victory after hitting a zigzag. Trish Stratus is interviewed backstage. She claims winning the championship was only part of her return, but taking the women's title through WrestleMania is her true goal. She would be interrupted by Lita, calling Trish two-faced and a fraud. Karma would then appear, reminding them she defeated both ladies before losing her title, then claims she wants what is rightfully hers. The main event of the night, another Elimination Chamber qualifier. This time, Chris Jericho and Triple H are set to lock in the next participant. Triple H looked dominant in this matchup, imposing his powerful style and taking advantage of Kevin Nash's presence. Victory seemed certain for the game until Brock Lesnar made his appearance, taking out Triple H's men and giving Jericho an advantage while the ref was down. Jericho would secure his spot in the Elimination Chamber with a victory, while Brock Lesnar sent a message Triple H simply can't ignore. Friday Night Smackdown opens with JBL presenting the new World Heavyweight Champion to the audience. Wade Barrett is extremely proud of himself for reclaiming the championship, and JBL reiterates that Wade Barrett never needed the new sovereignty with Mark Henry and Cody Rhodes, but needs the support of the corporate sovereignty. Much like the WWE title, the World Heavyweight title will be defended in the Elimination Chamber. A series of qualifying matches will also be held here on the Blue brand, beginning with Sheamus and Ted DiBiase Jr. We've seen this match many times before this season, and the corporate sovereignty henchman did his best to slow down Sheamus, though the Celtic Warrior steamrolled his way into the Elimination Chamber with another dominant showing. Cruiserweight champion Hunico is in action against Heath Slater in the next match. Hunico has developed a strong sense of confidence as his title reign progresses, and hands Heath Slater a demoralizing loss. After the match, Zack Ryder appears on SmackDown, making his way from Monday Night Raw, placing a challenge to Hunico that he hasn't seen before. Daniel Bryan and Cody Rhodes are set to compete in the next Elimination Chamber qualifier. The match quickly turned into an intense endeavor, as both men were well aware of the opportunity at hand, making for a highly entertaining match. Both men traded momentum, though Daniel Bryan began to take control. However, Bryan would be distracted by the appearance of Christian, which allowed Cody Rhodes to take advantage, hitting Crossroads and surprisingly securing a spot for himself in the world title match. The final match of the evening is another Elimination Chamber qualifier pitting Randy Orton against the monstrous Great Khali. The Great Khali carries power and a frame that can carry him into dominance at any moment. He quickly used his size to gain an advantage over the Viper, though Orton didn't back down from the Punjabi Giant. Randy Orton targeted the legs of Khali here, eventually jumping high enough to hit an RKO, securing Orton's spot in the chamber. The final edition of Monday Night Raw before the Elimination Chamber opens with Royal Rumble winner R-Truth making the announcement that he will declare which title he is going after following the pay-per-view. The Rock is back on Monday Night Raw and is looking to qualify for Raw's Elimination Chamber match. His opponent, Jack Swagger, is looking to prevent that and gain a spot for himself. The match got off to a hot start, as Swagger was looking to slow down the intensity of the Great One. While The Rock didn't win the Royal Rumble like he intended, he does manage to secure a spot to compete for the WWE Championship in less than a week after picking up a big victory here. Trish Stratus and Lita are in the ring, ready to sign a contract to make a title match official on Sunday. However, before they could complete the signing, Karma interrupted the segment, demanding she be included in the match. The quick spike in tension made for an uneasy situation, but Karma's wish would be granted. Kofi Kingston, David Otunga, and The Miz are set to compete in a triple threat match to determine the #1 contender to Rey Mysterio's United States Championship. These three talented competitors made for an unpredictable and highly entertaining contest. Kofi Kingston wowed the crowd with his aerial capabilities. The Miz used a sly strategy to gain an upper hand whenever he could, while David Otunga's power brought both of his opponents back down to earth. The Harvard grad pulled out what some may consider an upset victory here, earning a one-on-one opportunity for singles gold. Brock Lesnar is in the ring, cutting a rare promo. The Beast Incarnate claims that on Sunday, he is going to remove Ken Shamrock from his list of problems in a no-holds-barred match. The New Age Outlaws are back in action here on Raw, and they're set to take on the team of former tag team champions, Funkarella. The charisma of both teams kept the fans involved and engaged throughout the match, as all four men had the chance to entertain. While there was great energy in this one, Billy Gunn and Road Dogg Jesse James were able to lock in and walk away with their hands raised in victory. The main event of the evening is the final qualifying match for Raw's Elimination Chamber. Kevin Nash and X-Pac looked to take a step away from a support role and into a huge opportunity to become WWE Champion. The light and agile X-Pac wasn't afraid to bring the fight to the towering Kevin Nash. X-Pac caught the big man off guard with some offense, but Kevin Nash would slow things down and take control. After a jackknife powerbomb, Kevin Nash had found a way into the Elimination Chamber. With just 2 nights separating us from the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, Smackdown looks to build hype for the event. The night gets going with Royal Rumble winner R-Truth paying a visit back to Friday Night Smackdown, reminding the crowd and the locker room alike that he may just decide to chase the World Heavyweight Championship here on SmackDown. The first match of the night brings the final SmackDown Elimination Chamber qualifier, pitting The Undertaker versus Edge. However, The Undertaker would be attacked by JBL on his way out to the ring. Layfield brutalized the dead man, preventing the Phenom from any chance of competing tonight. Daniel Bryan and Christian share a heated exchange backstage after Christian sabotaged Bryan's match last week. Christian mocked Daniel Bryan, stating he is nothing more than a cruiserweight with a bad gimmick. Cody Rhodes and Sin Cara are set to go one-on-one for what was supposed to be the second match of the night. Cody Rhodes has already secured a spot in the Elimination Chamber and is looking to build some momentum ahead of a huge opportunity. Sin Cara provided serious resistance here and gave a burst of entertaining offense, but in the end, Cody Rhodes would walk away victorious. We've got the legendary tag team of the Great Mahali going 2-on-2 with the team of Randy Orton and Sheamus, 2 men that we will see in Sunday's Elimination Chamber. Randy Orton and Sheamus showed their potential as threats to the champion here, dismantling an all-time great tag team and picking up a victory. However, tensions would reach a tipping point between Orton and Sheamus, coming to blows with one another and needing to be separated to ensure no injury before the big match. JBL would speak to the camera backstage, alone. JBL promised that The Undertaker won't get anywhere near Wade Barrett's championship, and that he vows to destroy the dead man once and for all. The main event of the night is a pivot from the opening match, as Edge has once again come down to the ring to compete for a spot in the chamber. This time, Christian makes his way down to the ring to fill in. The Intercontinental Champion sees his opportunity to solidify a spot at the top of the WWE if he can manage to carry 2 titles. A heated and personal match began as these two have had some serious issues coming in. Christian was showing his might and proving that he's been on another level as of late. However, the Rated R superstar wasn't going to make things easy. Edge fought back with great determination, showing he wasn't going to go down. Christian managed to turn the tides of the match thanks to some timely low blows. Though as he looked to capitalize, Daniel Bryan would make his appearance and bring Christian's momentum to a screeching halt. Captain Charisma got a taste of his own medicine as his Elimination Chamber aspirations went up in smoke and Edge secured a World Championship opportunity. We've made it to the Elimination Chamber and the night actually gets going with a backstage segment. Triple H and Kevin Nash shocked the WWE Universe with the announcement that due to a sore quadricep, Kevin Nash is giving his Elimination Chamber entry to Triple H and placing the game in the WWE title match. The first match of the night is a very personal match with the Intercontinental Championship up for grabs as Christian defends against Daniel Bryan. There has been quick growing animosity between these two as of late, as Daniel Bryan has called out Christian for his recent change in attitude. The confident champion was quick to write off Daniel Bryan, taking personal shots and even sabotaging Bryan's chances to make it into the Elimination Chamber. Daniel Bryan would get a measure of revenge, and now these two have a score to settle. 2 top-level competitors made for a great match to get the night started, as momentum would volley throughout. Christian has been riding a massive wave of momentum since his return from injury, and came into this one with an undeniable air of confidence. However, Christian quickly realized he was going to have his hands full as Daniel Bryan posed a major threat to his title reign. He may have realized this a little too late, as Daniel Bryan came into this one with fire in his eyes and was able to topple Christian and become the new Intercontinental Champion. We've got the first Elimination Chamber match of the night, and it is set to get underway as John Cena is prepared to defend his WWE title against CM Punk, Dolph Ziggler, Chris Jericho, The Rock, and now Triple H apparently. Every competitor in this match is a former WWE champion, meaning everyone has familiarity with the gold they are chasing. There's a lot of issues amongst the competitors, with many of them having intertwining paths this season. The fortitude of the former champions caused no early eliminations, and even once all 6 competitors were active, there was no telling who is walking out of this one as the champ. Triple H managed to snake his way into the match despite losing his qualifier, and instantly became a target. Dolph Ziggler would be the first man eliminated from the matchup, crushing his dreams of reclaiming the WWE title. The intensity would amplify from there. The desire to become champion is clear in all participants, though there could only be one WWE champion. John Cena made a statement when he eliminated CM Punk, and the competitors were reaching their limits. Although that didn't mean that they were going to give up. John Cena hit an FU to send Y2J on his way out, leaving this match down to 3 all-time great competitors. A spinebuster on the steel would end the match for The Rock, and the game would then hit Cena with a pedigree onto the steel as well. But the match didn't end there. 2 former rivals battled it out, though Cena hit another FU, this time to claim the match, retaining his WWE Championship even with massive odds stacked against him. Karma has been the single most dominant force in the women's division throughout our WWE 13 season and debatably in the entire Universe Mode, turning in a lengthy reign as women's champion and dominating every competitor she has lined up against. However, the spotlight has largely remained around Lita and Trish Stratus since they made their return to the WWE. Karma managed to lose her title without getting pinned and never received a proper rematch either. This placed her right in the middle of Trish and Lita, granting her a shot to reclaim her spot at the top. Trish was taking a beating in this match, though she refused to back down and kept herself in the contest, showing great tenacity. Lita did her best to keep both ladies at bay and form an opportunity for herself, though the volatility of the match left no breathing room. Karma once again turned in a dominant display. However, the cunning champion would take advantage after Karma hit Lita with her finishing maneuver, disorienting Karma for just a moment to collect the pin on Lita and retain her championship in shocking fashion. When Brock Lesnar and Ken Shamrock joined forces, the entire WWE Universe was put on notice as one of the most dangerous duos in WWE history had taken the company by storm. However, somewhere along the line, Ken Shamrock was swayed by Triple H to betray the Beast Incarnate. Now, Shamrock must answer to the man himself, as the two are set to go mano a mano in a no-holds-barred match to bring their issues to the main stage. An extremely personal fight between 2 legit badasses has the crowd hyped with anticipation to see who will walk away still standing. The match began with an unmistakable aggression, neither man pulling any punches. We are ensured 3 things in this match: a definitive winner, someone getting hurt, and a ton of German suplexes. Brock Lesnar is a beast, but Ken Shamrock can definitely hold his own against anybody, and came in determined to put the beast down. The match took a brutal turn once weapons were introduced, and the battle spanned all around the ringside area. Ken Shamrock escaped a perilous fate before nearly being F5'd through a flaming table, though Brock Lesnar was relentless with his pursuit, inflicting more damage onto Shamrock before finally hitting the F5 to end the match. The Beast Incarnate stood tall, ready to continue his hunt for Triple H. The main event of the evening is the Smackdown Elimination Chamber for the World Heavyweight Championship, featuring Wade Barrett, Mark Henry, Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, Sheamus, and Edge. Another star-studded match was on our hands, and things were firing right out of the gate as Sheamus and Randy Orton were the 2 to get things going. Big moves were landed early, and the tone was set right away. A collection of some of SmackDown's finest made for a match that could go in any direction, and Wade Barrett was looking tense as he watched within his pod before entering, as he has history with just about all of the challengers. Once entered, the champion did his best to stay out of dodge, picking his spots when to engage. In a major surprise, Sheamus would be the first one eliminated from the match by Randy Orton. The Viper was on a tear and eliminated Cody Rhodes with an RKO shortly after. The competitors were dwindling down, and the champion was running out of opportunities to hide like a coward. The match continued, and the remaining competitors were starting to wear down. Mark Henry hit Randy Orton with the world's strongest slam, ending his tenure in the match and his chances of becoming champion. We were down to 3, and it was do or die for Wade Barrett. Edge and Mark Henry worked together to bring down the champion, but Barrett would continue to find ways to stick around. The champion eventually hit Edge with a wasteland slam, only for his pin to be stolen by Mark Henry. The final two men are great rivals with a ton of history between them, and it's only fitting that the winner is determined between these two. Mark Henry and Wade Barrett didn't hesitate, immediately going after the other and looking to not just become champion, but inflict some serious punishment. Wade Barrett survived a World's Strongest Slam and answered with a Wasteland Slam of his own, putting down his foe and securing his World Heavyweight Championship. Wade Barrett has slithered away still champion. Who knows what's next as we head towards WrestleMania 28? Need the prompt? Check the Patreon, link in the description. With only a few more shows until the grandest stage of them all, things are going to heat up here on Raw and Smackdown. Monday night's show gets started with The Rock on the microphone. The Rock cites that he was this close to becoming the WWE Champion last night, and he is determined to finish the job. The first match of the night has the United States Champion Rey Mysterio putting his title on the line against David Otunga. Rey has been a valiant champion, though David Otunga has been hot on his trail. After a post-match attack, Otunga is given the opportunity to take the title away from Rey here. The two put on an entertaining match, and even though Rey was looking good in this one, David Otunga shocked the world after putting Rey Mysterio down for the 3 count, crowning David Otunga as the new United States Champion. The next match brings Karma back in action against Beth Phoenix. It's clear to see that Karma is livid with coming up short on Sunday and is taking all of her aggression out on Beth Phoenix. Karma would dominate this contest, and even a worthy challenger had no chance on this night. Although winning the match wasn't enough, Karma continued her assault, leaving Beth Phoenix needing medical attention. The next match puts Brock Lesnar in the ring with Brodus Clay. The Beast Incarnate continues to blaze a path of destruction, steamrolling the big man on his way to a decisive victory. After the match, Kevin Nash and Triple H attacked Brock Lesnar, unable to overcome the numbers against him. Nash and the game were able to get a bit of payback after Ken Shamrock was taken out on Sunday. The main event of the evening puts Dolph Ziggler and The Rock paired together to take on the team of CM Punk and Chris Jericho. All 4 men were still feeling the effects of the Elimination Chamber last night, but were prepared to give it everything they had to show they deserved to be considered as a contender. The match was highly competitive, and each man has their own motivation to chase Cena's title, though in the end, The Rock would end the match with a rock bottom. This undoubtedly caught the champion's attention, as Cena came to the stage after the match to size up his potential challengers. We're back on Friday Night SmackDown, and the night begins with the corporate sovereignty in the ring, proclaiming the greatness of Wade Barrett's accomplishments. Though during the promo, lights would flicker, alerting the group and causing them to end the segment prematurely. The first match of the night brings Raw roster member Zack Ryder over into tag team action alongside Justin Gabriel to take on the team of the Colognes. Ryder and Gabriel came into this one ready, posing an immediate threat to the Colognes. Zack Ryder has his eyes set on Hunico, and he will have to come back to SmackDown to get some revenge, as Hunico actually cost Ryder and Gabriel the win by aiding the Colognes by sliding a chair into the ring. Backstage, JBL confronts Ted DiBiase Jr. He tells him they need him to ensure The Undertaker is not around tonight. The next match brings the Intercontinental Champion in the ring as Daniel Bryan is prepared to go one-on-one with Jinder Mahal. Daniel Bryan came into this one with serious momentum after knocking off Christian, and continues his win streak here. Randy Orton and Sin Cara are set to compete in the next match. Randy Orton went on a tear during the Elimination Chamber and had one of the strongest performances in the whole match. Despite coming up short, Orton has gained a bit of attention for his performance. On the back of another dominant showing, Randy Orton comes out on top here. JBL is interviewed backstage ahead of the main event. JBL barks that he is not afraid of The Undertaker because he destroyed The Undertaker. The main event of the evening has the World Heavyweight Champion competing in tag team action. Wade Barrett and JBL will have their hands full with Mark Henry and Sheamus, 2 very formidable stars. An intense match began as Mark Henry and Sheamus were well aware that a big performance here could point them into the direction of title contention. Wade Barrett is fresh off of an improbable title defense and is definitely feeling himself, while JBL has been unlocking a more sinister side within. The match waged on and no team was able to pull away, until The Undertaker made his appearance through the bottom of the ring, planting JBL with a monstrous chokeslam and ending the match prematurely. As the main event competitors looked on in disbelief, wondering just where the hell JBL went, R-Truth would then appear at the stage, warning Wade Barrett to get focused, because R-Truth has made it official. He is coming for the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania 28. Monday Night Raw's kick-started with CM Punk in the ring, microphone in hand. The former WWE Champion states that he and John Cena have unfinished business, challenging him to a one-on-one match for the WWE title tonight to prove who is the better man. The first match of the night brings Brock Lesnar into the ring, and his unfortunate opponent, Santino Marella, was helpless to the Beast Incarnate's power. Brock Lesnar dominated the match and ended Morella's night with an F5. After the match, Lesnar promised that he will make Triple H regret everything that he has done to him this year. Rey Mysterio and Kofi Kingston are once again taking part in tag team action together, this time against the team of Alberto Del Rio and new United States champion David Otunga. Otunga shocked the WWE Universe last week when he was able to cleanly take the title away from Rey Mysterio. However, Rey and Kofi weren't going to let their lack of momentum hold them back in this one. A competitive match came from these four, and in the end, Rey Mysterio secured the pinfall victory for his team. General Manager GPT is in the ring and has unfortunate news to announce. Beth Phoenix was seriously injured last week at the hands of Karma, forcing her onto the shelf and forcing ChatGPT to release Karma for her actions. It's sad to say, but the mystic and dominant run of Karma has come to an end. A triple threat match is up next as Lita, Alicia Fox, and Eve Torres all look to move themselves up in the pecking order. Trish Stratus managed to survive a huge title defense against Lita and Karma at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view and is now in need of a challenger to fulfill her prophecy of once again bringing the Women's Championship to WrestleMania. A competitive match took place, but Lita separated herself as the clear-cut #1 threat to Trish Stratus with a victory here. Our main event of the evening is a WWE Championship match between two men who know one another very well. CM Punk looks to take advantage of what could potentially be his last chance at John Cena's WWE title. It's obvious he has no intentions of squandering this opportunity, as he came out of the gate firing on all cylinders and knocking the champ off of his feet. Punk took control early and seemed to have Cena's number. However, the match wouldn't end anytime soon. Cena fought back and refused to waver, adamant on walking into WrestleMania as the champ. As the match continued, Cena began building his own momentum and would eventually take control away from Punk. The champion survived a vicious onslaught, but would end the match with an FU, securing Cena's reign and foiling Punk's plans. After the match, Cena's celebration was interrupted by The Rock, who had his eyes locked on John Cena the entire time he was out there. The show ended to a massive confrontation, but no physicality. Things are continuing to heat up over here on Smackdown. The night opens with JBL scolding Ted DiBiase for his failures last week. JBL demands Ted DiBiase redeem himself and take out The Undertaker tonight. The first match of the show brings Zack Ryder back to SmackDown, and his wish has been granted as he is receiving a shot at Hunico's Cruiserweight Championship. The champion made his way to the ring looking very confident, but Zack Ryder was prepared to smack him right in the mouth. This was a no-nonsense cruiserweight matchup as the two showed clear aggression and disdain for one another. Hunico has enjoyed his reign as champion, though Zack Ryder shocked he and the Colognes when he was able to put Hunico down for the 3 count, claiming the cruiserweight title as his own. Daniel Bryan is once again ready for more competition. This time, his title will be on the line as he defends against a top-tier talent in Edge. The fans were treated to another fine match as Edge and Daniel Bryan were going blow for blow with one another, highlighting the talent that resides here on Friday nights. However, this match would go to a no contest after Christian and Randy Orton ambushed the competitors, leaving both men down in a bad way. R-Truth is confronted by Wade Barrett backstage. The WrestleMania opponents quickly get under each other's skin, but the encounter is interrupted by Sheamus, who has issues with R-Truth coming over and getting in the way of what Sheamus believes is his title shot. R-Truth doesn't back down, and Sheamus states that this is not over. The action continues here on SmackDown as Mark Henry makes his way to the ring. The former World Heavyweight Champion has been lost in the shuffle a bit since losing his titles and opportunities to reclaim it. He made good on his chance to remind the WWE of his power with a dominant display over the Great Khali. The main event of the evening brings The Undertaker back in action. His opponent, Ted DiBiase Jr., looks a bit uneasy coming into this steel cage match. Ted DiBiase has come under fire from JBL, as he has been placed with the blame of allowing the Dead Man's appearance last week, and has been given the daunting task to take down the Phenom tonight. This was clearly out of DiBiase's scope, as The Undertaker did everything he wanted in this matchup. Taker imposed his will, throwing his opponent around and putting his vitriol for the corporate sovereignty on display for all to see. The Undertaker planned to DiBiase with a tombstone piledriver and sent the message to JBL that he is not safe. We are less than 7 days away from WrestleMania 28, everyone, and the final Raw of the WWE 13 season begins with a promo battle between John Cena and The Rock. Each took turns throwing shots at the other, and by the end of the segment, both men agreed to one more showdown, this time at the grandest stage of them all. Our first bit of action is a tag team match as Rey Mysterio and new Cruiserweight champion Zack Ryder are looking to take down the team of Alberto Del Rio and new United States champion David Otunga. All 4 competitors have some kind of singles championship accolade to their credit, making for an entertaining match. The United States division has had plenty of parity this season, and the intrigue only grows as the US champion forces the Cruiserweight champion to submit. Lita and Trish share a tense encounter backstage. As the two prepare for the WrestleMania clash, Lita warns Trish to enjoy holding the title while she still can. The Big Red Machine, Kane, is back in action here on Raw to go one-on-one with CM Punk. Punk came up short last week in his shot to gain the WWE title before WrestleMania, and his displeasure is plain as day. This battle of 2 former WWE champions went back and forth, both showing they've still got what it takes to stay in title contention. However, this match was cut short as Chris Jericho came down looking for smoke and attacked CM Punk. As Jericho made his leave after the assault, he claimed that Raw doesn't have space for both he and Punk anymore. The main event of the evening puts Brock Lesnar one-on-one with Kevin Nash. Lesnar has been picking off competitors on his way to Triple H, and looks to cross another off the list in the game's closest ally. Big Daddy Cool was confident coming into this one, certain he will walk out of here with his desired outcome. Although I'm not sure if he forgot who he was in the ring with, as Brock Lesnar showed no hesitation to deploy aggressive offense towards one half of the tag team champions, though Triple H was sure to have the last laugh as he launched a post-match assault, leaving the Beast Incarnate down to close the show and less than 100% for their WrestleMania collision. WrestleMania 28 is right around the corner, but we've got one more edition of Friday Night Smackdown before we get there. The night kicks off with Intercontinental Champion Daniel Bryan making a statement to anyone interested in his title. He is not afraid of a challenge, and is willing to put the title up against anyone with the guts to get in the ring with him. The first match of the night is a 6-man tag team match featuring the Colognes and Hunico taking on the team of Sin Cara, Justin Gabriel, and new Cruiserweight champion Zack Ryder. During Hunico's reign as champion, he and the Colognes were the bullies of the division, although the babyfaces have an opportunity to get a measure of payback before the season comes to an end. The Cruiserweight division has been an exciting element to SmackDown for years now, and these competitors showed why. A competitive match ensued, though in the end, the team of Hunico and the Colognes would say goodbye with a victory. John Bradshaw Layfield is backstage, throwing a tantrum. Despite claiming he does not fear The Undertaker, he goes on a tangent claiming that he has destroyed The Undertaker once, and after firing Ted DiBiase Jr., he will do it again. Our next match of the night brings Christian and Randy Orton back into the ring together, but this time as opponents. These two launched an attack on Edge and Daniel Bryan last week, and before this match began, it was announced that all 4 men will compete for the title at WrestleMania. Despite their cooperation last week, there is absolutely no alliance between these two, and they have no reservations beating one another down. These two will be competing in just 2 days, though they treated the fans to an intense match that neither man wanted to lose. Randy Orton was able to secure some momentum heading into the title match with a victory here. The main event of the evening brings R-Truth back to SmackDown competition, as he will go one-on-one with Sheamus. Sheamus took immediate issue when R-Truth announced he will be chasing the World Heavyweight title after winning the Royal Rumble. Adamant that spot is his, and insists R-Truth doesn't have what it takes to headline WrestleMania on his own. This match serves as an opportunity to shut up the Celtic Warrior, though if Truth comes up short, then Sheamus will be inserted into the title match. With this at stake, R-Truth gave it his all to secure his one-on-one opportunity. Truth was hanging with Sheamus, showing maybe he does have what it takes to become World Heavyweight Champion. The match went back and forth, and in the end, Sheamus would make the most of his opportunity, as he defeated the Royal Rumble winner and placed himself into the WrestleMania main event. It's time. WrestleMania 28, the culmination of the WWE 13 season, has finally arrived. The night begins with a personal one-on-one match between Chris Jericho and CM Punk. The match was made official less than a week before the event, but these two have been having issues with one another all season long and have built quite the history with one another, largely revolving around the WWE Championship, two top-tier competitors, though it was determined there is no longer room on Raw for the both of them, thus leading to the stipulation of the match, a loser leaves town match, where the loser is forced to turn to Smackdown or leave the WWE altogether. The egos of these men won't allow their fate to be determined by a loss, putting personal pride and reputation at stake as well as relieving the presence of their rival. These two got the night off to a hot start with a highly entertaining match with multiple near falls and false finishes. However, the definitive end to the match came after CM Punk nailed Y2J with a go to sleep, cementing CM Punk on Monday nights and in the WWE title picture, while Chris Jericho is forced to find work elsewhere. The next match of the night brings new Intercontinental Champion Daniel Bryan into uncertain territory as he is surrounded by former world champions on the hunt for his Intercontinental title. Edge, Christian, and Randy Orton make up the challengers in this fatal four-way. The high level of competition over on SmackDown has made for a heated pack of hungry contenders. Daniel Bryan had scratched and fought for the Intercontinental title, and has constantly been overlooked since coming to the main roster, though all of his work to this point is in danger of being reset, as this extremely volatile situation certainly doesn't play to his favor, though this wasn't going to deter Daniel Bryan, who was prepared to give it his all to remain champion. This match could truly go in any direction with the level of competitors involved, and each man had an opportunity to showcase why they should be the Intercontinental Champion when this one is all said and done. All four men had been worn down and depleted of energy, and the match would come to an end after Randy Orton landed an RKO on Edge, stunning Daniel Bryan and crowning a new Intercontinental Champion. Lita and Trish Stratus took the women's division by storm when they made their returns earlier in the year, snatching the spotlight and somehow taking the title from the dominant Karma. Lita and Trish have always had some history together, but their rivalry has been reignited and taken to a new level, as the both of them have the desire to be considered as the greatest women's wrestler of their generation. Trish was able to make good on her aspirations to come into WrestleMania with the Women's Championship, though it's uncertain if she will be able to come out of WrestleMania with the Women's Championship. The match was fast-paced and the ladies got down to business right away, and we would even see Trish send Lita through the announce table with a big DDT. Things were not looking good, but Lita persevered and continued to come back for more. The champion landed the chick kick, and the outcome of the match seemed to be a foregone conclusion at this point. However, Lita kicked out and kept fighting, eventually landing a moonsault on Stratus, which would be enough to crown a new women's champion in a huge moment. Mark Henry has come down to the ring to speak to the WrestleMania audience. If you ask me, Mark Henry was done pretty dirty by being excluded from the match card tonight, and the world's strongest man seems to share the same perspective, claiming he has been disrespected by the company. He then places a warning to the entire WWE. They will feel his pain. The bad blood between JBL and The Undertaker goes back over a decade, but their recent connection stems back to the WWE 12 season, as the Dead Man has turned into one of Wade Barrett's greatest rivals. JBL has made it his personal mission to take out the Phenom and prevent him from ever threatening Barrett's status as champion ever again. Despite some extreme measures taken, The Undertaker remains not just on SmackDown, but also breathing right down Wade Barrett's neck. JBL believes he is the only one ruthless enough to properly put down The Undertaker. This brings us to this extremely physical bout with The Undertaker's undefeated WrestleMania streak at stake. While this wasn't the most fast-paced or high-flying contest, stiff shots were thrown, and instead of disorienting their opponents, this only fueled the fire and amplified the intensity of the match. JBL proved that he is still a rough and rugged competitor, bringing a physicality that is not as common in today's WWE, though this wasn't going to shake The Undertaker, who welcomed the familiar aggression and returned it rather generously. The stakes were high, and the Phenom came correct, landing a tombstone piledriver onto JBL and putting him down cleanly, extending The Undertaker's illustrious WrestleMania streak. Another extremely personal and bitter grudge match is set to take place in the next match, as Triple H and Brock Lesnar finally prepared to settle their hostilities one-on-one in a Falls Count Anywhere match. The issues between these two have developed and transformed all throughout the year. You may have noticed there is no Kevin Nash by Triple H's side, and that is because he actually suffered a torn quad in his last appearance. so we won't be seeing him for a while. Thanks to Nash's injury and Brock Lesnar taking out Ken Shamrock, this is as even of a playing field that we can get between these two. The intensity was through the roof, and the atmosphere was electric in anticipation for this major collision. Brock Lesnar has been waiting months for his opportunity to get his hands on Triple H, though it's not going to be easy. The cerebral assassin is as dangerous as ever, even willing to turn his back on his best friend. Again, if he's willing to dismantle someone he cares about, there's no telling what he would do to best someone he hates. Fueled by bad blood, the referee was only here to determine the winner when the match ended. The Beast Incarnate was relentless in his attack, constantly keeping pressure on the game and pinning his back to the wall. The battle waged on, and these two were given plenty of time to tear one another apart, and they did just that. Against all expectations, Triple H managed to hit Brock Lesnar with a pedigree outside of the ring, which would be enough to keep the Beast down, as the cerebral assassin inflates his ego even further with a major WrestleMania victory. The Raw main event of the evening puts the WWE Championship up for grabs in a one-on-one battle between two icons in John Cena and The Rock. ChatGPT just couldn't resist. While these two did in fact cross paths earlier in the year, including a one-on-one encounter at SummerSlam, there is no bigger stage and no bigger prize than WrestleMania and the WWE Championship. It's not just the WWE title fueling the fire here either. Pride and globe-sized egos propel these two to prove they are the biggest star in the entire company. With serious championship accolades to both of their credit, there's no telling who will be the one to walk out of here as champion. The Rock electrified the crowd with his signature charisma and offensive arsenal, though John Cena did everything he could to kill the Great One's momentum and interrupt any progress. The Rock hit John Cena with an FU, the ultimate disrespect, but Cena kicked out and kept fighting. The tone had been set, and these guys were going to give it their all to come out on top. John Cena landed an FU of his own, but quickly went back to the offensive, opposed to looking for a pin. The fans in attendance were treated to a back-and-forth match that volleyed momentum, leaving everyone in the stadium wondering which way this was going to go. Although it seemed that nothing was going to keep either of them down, this became a war of attrition, leaving the stars exhausted but unwilling to give in. However, something had to give. John Cena landed another FU, and this one proved to be the dagger, as he then collected a monumental 1-2-3 as he put down The Rock and successfully defended the WWE Championship. The main event of WrestleMania 28, Wade Barrett puts his World Heavyweight Championship on the line against R-Truth and Sheamus. R-Truth shocked the world when he won the Royal Rumble just a couple months ago, and sent another shockwave through Smackdown when he announced that he was chasing the World Heavyweight Championship. Wade Barrett instantly overlooked his challenger, and Sheamus took offense to being out of the title picture and took the matter into his own hands, securing a pinfall victory over R-Truth and penciling himself into this title opportunity. Nobody expects R-Truth to come out of here as champion, but he is determined to prove the world wrong. Wade Barrett has once again found himself sitting atop of the mountain on SmackDown and looks to get back to his reign of dominance. Sheamus has undoubtedly been one of the most ferocious competitors on SmackDown and is desperate to regain the World Championship. Three different motivations come together for one goal. Wade Barrett and Sheamus have built up quite the history with one another, but R-Truth adds an unpredictable element into the match that has potential to shape the outcome in ways that nobody may expect. Wade Barrett and Sheamus formed a temporary coalition to send a message to R-Truth, reinforcing they don't believe he has what it takes to become world champion. However, Truth held his own and wasn't going to back down from the multi-time champions. The match broke open and any kind of cooperation had fizzled away. It was every man for himself, and everyone involved had their eyes on walking away victorious. This meant two men were walking away with broken hearts as well. Though when the smoke cleared, Sheamus was able to secure the pinfall victory on R-Truth, crowning a new World Heavyweight Champion and sending SmackDown into a new direction as we prepare for the next season. I can't thank you enough for sticking around to this point. Your support determines how far this series can go. Major shout out to those subscribed to the Real One tier on Patreon. You guys are awesome, and your support is more than appreciated. That's it for me and the WWE 13 season. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next video. Take it easy.